Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to another edition of the Pewter pregame here live on Pewter Report on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. We're here joined with John Ledyard here. We're going to be giving you all the news, all the scoops, everything that's going into this week's game. John, how are we doing? How are we feeling this morning?
Dude, I'm feeling unbelievable. I am super excited for another Bucs game. Got the fresh cut going on for today's game. Hair was getting a little out of control, but I'm turning over a new leaf with the hair, and the better be turning over a new leaf in terms of their performance. It played down to competition times this season, and today needs to be an opportunity for them to kind of rise above all that and really take care of business, JC.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous about the fresh cut. I tried to go in this morning, but I couldn't find any barbershops open. By the time I found one, I was like, oh, I got to get back for pregame. So, yeah, a little bit jealous. You're looking fly there. I see you. But, yeah, I mean, this is a game where this is the ultimate setup game to get back on track, with the running game, with the penalties, with the mental mistakes, and also, with the offense. You need that offense after being held to 19 points, mostly field goals. You need to be able to come out here against this depleted Dolphins team and really go to work.
Absolutely. And we're going to have you covered from start to finish on this one. We're to get the pregame show going right now. The pregame show is going to take you right up until kickoff, and then we'll be with you right on this stream, right on this link. You don't have to go anywhere through kickoff. Paul Atwell and I will be with you here as we go through the game. We'll offer live analysis and reactions, play-by-play, and everything through the game, breaking everything down as the Bucs take on the Dolphins at home at Raymond James Stadium. We'll be with you through the whole thing, and so it's going to be a lot of fun on the show today. We're going to have a lot of insights, and hopefully the Bucs rise to the level of play as well that they need to. And then after the game, 7:30 tonight, if you're unable to hop in for everything that we do are doing in-game or pre-game, you can at least catch the post-game podcast 7:30 p.m. tonight. We'll be breaking down everything from this game, how it all went down, and giving you our thoughts and analysis from it as well. So 7:30 p.m. tonight, that'll be on a new link. Of course, I'll have that one set up shortly after the game ends today around 4-ish or so. So we're looking forward to that as well. And of course, we would be remiss if we didn't mention that it's all brought to you by our friends over at Celsius. I'm rocking the peach vibe today, energizing me. You got the jackfruit again, trying to boost us through this day. We're very excited about the Celsius. The thing with Celsius is the unbelievable taste of their energy drinks, the variety of flavors, but then also nutritionally extremely valuable. And they don't sacrifice anything to get that unbelievable taste. I mean, this essential energy accelerates metabolism, burns body fat. There's no sugar in these. It's just a tremendous energy drink that it gives you the boost without the crash that comes after it, without a lot of the bad stuff that you get from other energy drinks. And then we'd be remiss if we didn't also mention the fast protein bars from Celsius as well. I got the white chocolate cookies and cream here. This morning I ate a white chocolate cookies and cream. My wife ate one of the caramel peanut crunch that you see up there as well, the chocolate looking one on the outside. Both of those unbelievable. If you click the link in this YouTube description, it'll take you to a link where you can buy a variety pack of those yourself, and you could try both. But I'm telling you, protein bars, you eat them a lot of time because you feel like you need to, or you want the protein without the bad stuff that you get from other protein, without the fat, without the sugar. But with these, you're getting that 20 grams of protein with 1 gram of sugar, and the taste is unbelievable. I mean, just silky smooth layers. They're so good. They've replaced sweets in our house in a lot of ways. So definitely encourage you to check out the fast protein bars and the Celsius energy drinks. Both of them have been game changers for the entire Pewter Report staff and crew. And they're proud sponsors of today's show, in which we will get into the Bucs and Dolphins a lot here, JC. We always start with the injuries to kind of set the stage for people and let them know what's going on. But out for the Bucs in this game, wide receiver Scotty Miller is on injured reserve. Cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting, cornerback Carlton Davis. The Bucs' 2 starting cornerbacks, they're on injured reserve, kind of just going over the key people who are out. And then Antoine Winfield is out for this game as well in the concussion protocol. The Bucs free safety who had forced 2 turnovers in the last game. And then Rob Gronkowski still out as well with those ribs, hoping to get him back in time for the Eagles game on Thursday night, given the fact that they did not put him on injury reserve. They're hoping that this is the last game that he misses. We'll see if he can make it back in time on the short week for the Eagles game. But that's a decent amount of people for the Bucs to be out with now. They've lucked out in some ways because the Dolphins side of things. Yeah, the Bucs are missing their top 2 corners and their best safety, their playmaking free safety in Winfield. But on the other side, the Dolphins are missing Tua Tagovailoa, their quarterback, who had rib injuries of himself early in the season. And then they're also missing their top 2 wide receivers, Will Fuller, who has been banged up a lot this season and in his career. And Devontae Parker was ruled out earlier today as well. He was questionable in the injury report. Adam Schefter ruled him out about an hour or 2 ago. So he won't be playing in this game either. So the Dolphins without their top 2 receivers and their quarterback, the Bucs obviously without their top 2 corners and their best safety. So it's a war of attrition on both sides when the Dolphins are throwing the football, and we'll have to see if that impacts this game a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you look at, like I said, 3/4 of your starting secondaries out. You're relying on guys like Pierre Desir, Jamel Dean. How he's playing today, he's probably going to start, but how back is he from that knee injury? They got lucky missing 2 of their speedier guys in Devontae Parker and Will Fuller. Richard Sherman, now he's got 6 practices under his belt instead of just 3, but that's one of the things I'm looking for too is Richard Sherman's conditioning, because it's going to be 88 degrees out there. Humidity's dropped a little bit, no chance of rain. But, you're really going to need a big game out of Jamel Dean with Carlton Davis and SMB and a statement game. If you read the Fab Five, Jamel Dean needs to come out here and have a statement game, or else he's, in jeopardy of potentially losing a spot on this starting defensive rotation and lineup. So,
yeah, no question. I mean, he's a player that is needed to stabilize as a player is basically the best. He has the high point moments, but he needs to stabilize, prove what he is to this Bucs organization. He's been given an opportunity here now. Carlton Davis and Sean Murphy-Bunting, Bruce Arians said they're not going to be back anytime soon is what he said. And so that opens the door for Jamel Dean, man. The other corners that are going to be playing with him, up top are Richard Sherman and Pierre Desir, obviously on the outside. And then you have Ross Cockrell in the slot, who is kind of experienced, but Dean is the most experienced dude, despite being the least experienced of the 4 corners, the most experienced in this defense, in this system. Cockrell came in late last year and picked things up quickly. Obviously, he's a smart player, but Sherman came in, a week and a half ago now, and Pierre Desir came in about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And so you are talking about guys that, although, yes, Cockrell, Sherman, and Desir are probably 3 of the more intelligent corners in the league. You can clearly tell it's a priority for the Bucs when they look at the cornerback position. And that is where Dean has to prove himself, right? If he's going to be valuable to this franchise long-term beyond this season in the plans, for a second contract, then he needs to prove that he is mentally capable of handling all the things that playing cornerback in the NFL requires. It is more of a mental position than people want to understand a lot of the time, especially when you play in a zone-heavy defense. He just hasn't consistently gotten there yet with what he brings to the field. And so huge game for him, obviously, especially considering this isn't going to be the toughest level of competition, and we'll get into that a little bit later in the show, but the Dolphins are not offering a host of unbelievable wide receivers in this game, or unbelievable talents on the outside in this game. So we'll jump into that. First, let's look at when the Bucs have the ball, JC, in this game, because there is this kind of obvious mismatch. Well, I wouldn't even call it a mismatch, but when the Bucs see a run defense that's ranked 27th, like Miami's is, that struggled to stop the run consistently, at least. It's not that they've been just totally gashed over and over again, but consistently they haven't been able to get teams away from running the football. And the Bucs typically, although they're not great at running the football either, they love to come into those games and say, let's establish it, let's pound it, let's get after it on first down, let's get after these guys. How do you feel about that potential game plan, and who do you think basically kind of shoulders the load if that's the way they want to go?
I mean, I think Leonard Fournette is your guy. He's the running back. He's the guy that's going to be your starter going forward, even though Bruce won't say it. He's still, enamored a little bit with Rojo. But I think we'll see a lot of Giovanni Bernard sprinkled in as well. But as far as purely rushing, I think you have to. I mean, you look at this Dolphins team, 27th rush defense, allowing over 136 yards per game. You have to get the rushing game going because they do have one of the better secondaries in the league. I mean, you're talking about Byron Jones, Xavier Howard. They have a plethora of Jason McCourty, Eric Rowe, Justin Coleman. Like they have a good Brandon Jones, who's got 2 sacks in the year. They have a good secondary. So they're going to have a plan to try to limit this Bucs wide receiving core. And you're going to have to make them play honest and run the ball. And luckily for the Bucs, that's something that Miami's let up quite often this year. So you got to get Leonard Fournette going. We know he's a running back of carries. He needs those carries to get himself going. You got to just keep running him. He'll get him going eventually. And that's the way you got to do it. I mean, maybe sprinkle some Rojo in there, use Giovanni Bernard in the passing game, but you got to get the running game going, because if you can't, if you're one dimensional, that's going to play right into Miami's hands.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder whether Tampa Bay comes out aggressive enough to jump out to an early lead. Like, you think about that Lions game last year. Not that obviously Lions had way less talent in the secondary especially in the secondary, than Miami has. But, there were two teams that similarly were just kind of stumbling and playing down at that point in time. The Bucs came out and they just blitzed the Lions. They just went right at them and they took it to them. Even Dallas, who going into the year, I don't know what some people didn't know what to think of them. Definitely their defense was kind of down and not playing very well last year. And so there was that kind of hanging over them going into the year. And it felt like the Bucs just came out and were like, we're just going to throw it right down your throats. Like, just all day, we're going to attack you, and finish this thing. And if not for miscues, they may have finished that game a lot earlier than it ended up being finished. But I wonder is that the philosophy this week? They come out and they say, we're just going to be aggressive. Your team, we already see that you're down, you're hurting a lot of key positions. Nobody's played that well on your team yet. Even this unit you thought was going to be great, it has not been great in terms of their defense. And we're just going to come right at you right from the start of the game. We're going to attack you. Or is it kind of one of those game plans where they're like, we feel like we can run it here a little bit, and you're pounding it in for a couple yards a carry on the first 2, 3, 4 drives of the game, and we've seen how that can get away from them at times too. That can be a process that leads to a lot more punts early in the game than it should. And so either way, I think that the Bucs figure this thing out eventually, because Miami seems intent as the man heaviest coverage team in the league on matching up with the Bucs, man on man. And was kind of New England's philosophy too, with some more wrinkles thrown into that. I know that some people look at the 19 points and think New England succeeded. I don't necessarily see it that way. I do think in the red zone, New England's defense did some good things. But I really felt like the Bucs left about 100 yards on the table. I know they left about 100 yards on the table with penalties, with drops, even a route miscommunication. I mean, Tyler Johnson scores a touchdown earlier in that game. If he doesn't stop his route, I think on the game broadcast, you probably couldn't see it. But on the all 22, you can clearly see, Tom Brady's frustration with him and him stop and slow down and just kind of misread the ball in the air. But he has a touchdown. I mean, so I just don't think on the fringes of that. Maybe you have the guy that can match up with Mike Evans, but then as you get further down, like Chris Godwin, Antonio Brown, even a Tyler Johnson, if he's got his head on straight for the game and if he's focused on what he's supposed to be doing, talent-wise, you've got guys who can create matchup problems if teams want to match you up. And man, I just don't know how many teams can go out week to week and be successful defending the Bucs that way.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they come out in, how much Flores tries to take from that New England Patriots game plan. Like I said, there's a lot of players on that defense who are very familiar with Tom and his tendencies, just like last week against the Patriots. I think Flores will come out and they'll probably try to confuse Brady a little bit, but he'll figure it out. I think he'll figure it out early. He'll figure it out often. It might be like the first quarter might be a little bit low scoring, but then I just expect this offense to explode. And as for the run game, I think get ready, because there's going to be a run on first down in the first play of the game. They're going to try to get Leonard Fournette going. They have to, I think, at this point. And you mentioned that Lions game, knowing, hey, they're weak in the secondary. Well, they're weak against the run. They're not weak against the secondary. So let's start beating this team down physically. We know that defense is most likely going to be on the field a lot for the Dolphins, because their offense is, and now you take out Devontae Parker, they're just not going to be able to move the ball, I don't think, against this Bucs defense. So they're going to be punting a lot. Turnovers probably. You're going to see a lot of the Dolphins defense today, so they'll be gassed. So what way do you gas them the most is make them tackle. I think Brandon Staley, the coach of the Chargers, said something about the running game this week, which was really enlightening for people who don't really know. It makes you play physical. It makes you tackle, because you don't have to tackle on every pass play. You don't have to, so running the ball, it doesn't set up play action. That's a myth. It certainly helps, but I think you're going to have to run this ball, make them physically tackle, get them worn out, and you got to get Fournette going early.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. Is it how much of a commitment is it to it, or is there to it early? Because if it's working, they'll definitely stay with it. They usually get away from it. If it's not working that great, they get frustrated and they start just attacking teams through the air. And that's when they pulled away in the second half of so many games last year once they got away from the run game. it's not that running the ball is this horrible thing or anything like that. I think it's just the fact that the Bucs just aren't that great at it. So like if you can't consistently create chunk plays or even success rate level plays, 6 yards or more on a 1st and 10 type situation, then you just shouldn't be running the football because you're putting yourself behind the chances of converting and picking up first downs statistically. So that's where you have to kind of gauge almost week to week if you're the Bucs. How strong are you at running the football? How well can you get this thing done? And that's
Opposing
where it's always
too.
it's always going to be a question going into games for Tampa Bay if they come in with that type of philosophy, because there just has not been a huge strength of their team in terms of the receivers, because we know eventually whether he starts that way or not, Arians is going to get around to winging this thing around the yard. And the Bucs receivers, this is, again, if Miami chooses to match up in man, you'd think, okay, maybe Xavier Howard sees Mike Evans more than anybody else. Okay, there's one. Okay, Chris Godwin's in the slot. Is Nick Needham playing in the slot? Justin Coleman's played in the slot some. Needham's a bigger slot corner. If they're going to match up in man, do they think he's the guy for Chris Godwin? Are they also going to kind of drop out and help in the middle of the field? Chris Godwin runs a lot of middle of the field routes, and New England kind of just clogged up the middle of the field. They put like all their 4 underneath defenders, didn't really spread out. They kind of let the outsides of the field kind of, that short to intermediate area outside the field just kind of go, and they just kind of packed in the middle, so Brady couldn't throw a lot of in breakers, and that was kind of a good strategy, I felt like, in some ways. Though Brady kind of solved it again, had lots of deep shots outside that didn't hit for whatever reason, I know it for reasons, penalties, and because of drops. You dropped the touchdown for Antonio Brown, Tyler Johnson messing up his route, Donovan Smith's illegal hands to the face on the long shot to AB. Those routes were available because of how much man coverage there was on the outside. And if Miami wants to play the same way, I think that the Bucs will attack them with vertically as well, especially on the outside. So we'll kind of see how they choose to defend Godwin and a lot of the routes that Godwin chooses to run, but that's a matchup to watch. And then if Antonio Brown's outside, is Byron Jones on him, bigger corner, great athlete, doesn't really have those great ball skills, has never really shown that, but definitely talented dude. So they have real talent at the cornerback position. I don't think Howard or Jones have played maybe to their potential this year. And I wonder how good of a matchup Jones is with AB. Like that feels like a little bit maybe danger zone. Like I don't know that Jones, in terms of what he does well, is a great matchup for somebody like Antonio Brown, who's just shiftier, quicker, great technician. That's never been Jones' maybe forte. So I don't know. I think that there's matchups the Bucs can win here, even given how talented the Dolphins are at the cornerback position, and they love to play a ton of DBs as well. So that could impact how much the Bucs want to run the football. Also, just like New England did last week, playing a lot of 5 and 6 DBs. As you look at this Bucs wide receiver core, JC, which one of these 3 guys, or unless you think it's Tyler Johnson or somebody else, do you see kind of being most likely to break out and have a big performance in this one?
No, I think you broke it down like perfectly, because there's so much talent on this side of the ball in the secondary for Miami. There's so much talent on this side of the ball for the Bucs at wide receiver. So I think it's really going to be a battle. Every play is going to be a battle to try to one up your opponent. It's going to be tough for anyone to, I think, go off like insanely. Just because of the matchups, but I think AB is, for the reasons you just mentioned, his quickness, his shiftiness. Although Byron Jones is really, he's a player. There's a reason why he's getting paid all that money, and there's a reason why he's an all-pro cornerback. But I think where they'll have a lot of success is actually underneath. I think we'll see a lot of Gio. We'll see a lot of Leonard Fournette catching the ball. I think we'll see a lot of Cam Brate. I think because of the matchups, Brady's going to find the open man, and I think those guys can be open a lot more than anybody else, maybe even Tyler Johnson to an extent. But I think, I think everyone was going to get a chance to eat, right? I think Brady's going to be able to find Evans, even with good coverage, because his ball placement. He's going to be able to find Godwin, even if they do put Needham on him and then help over the top or clog the middle or whatever they do with him. And even with Antonio Brown, I think they all get enough looks, enough targets, enough receptions to really make an impact in this game. I mean, if we're talking about the big 3 only, I think Antonio Brown probably has the best shot because of the reasons that we just mentioned: his quickness, his shiftiness, his tactician as a wide receiver. But I also think it's going to be a big game for the guys underneath, the Cam Brates, the Leonard Fournette, and especially Giovanni Bernard if he's really healthy and ready to go.
Yeah, a couple of people just, Alien said the Bucs need to run more Texas routes with Giovanni Bernard. Let them respect that. Yeah, I mean, that could be an option. Giovanni Bernard out of the backfield should be an option for sure. Again, if the Bucs are going to commit to running the football, it probably means, usually if you look at their track record over the years, it means they're going to be in a lot of third downs. They might be third and shorts. Hopefully they are, but they're probably going to be a lot of third downs. I don't like living that way, but if you're living that way, having Giovanni Bernard helps a lot compared to even last week, where they were fine on third downs last week, but they were in 19 of them, and that's way more than you want to be in. So if you're going to be in 19 of them, you got to have all your closers on the field, and Giovanni Bernard certainly one of those guys. So having him back, definitely huge for this one against Miami. Michael Henderson wants to know any comments on Sherman at practice this week. We don't actually get to watch practice in season. We just watch like the stretch warm-up period at the beginning, and then we don't actually see practice. So no idea, whether he improved by leaps and bounds this week or not. We'll find out today, just the same as y'all. That's how it works in the NFL these days. So. Okay, let's talk about the other side of things, maybe that we want to focus on in this one, maybe, and let's talk about it with one of the best places to eat and to watch this game today over at Whiskey Wings Sports Bar and Grill in Temple Terrace. I'm telling you, the Whiskey Wings deals, if you look at their specials during the week, outstanding. This chicken sandwich is bigger than this, maybe even in real life. It's unbelievable. When they brought it out to me the other day when I ordered there, I could not believe it. I mean, and I'm a portions guy, man. Like, I'm a big dude. Like, you got to give me some portions, and Whiskey Wings delivers on that front. Their wings, again, like not these little dinky wings, but like for real, legit wings when you order. Like, you're getting the real deal. And so I couldn't say enough good things about their food. It's all excellent. The service is great. And the bar itself, the bar and grill is it's very clean. You have an outdoor bar. You have tons of screens to watch the game. It's just a great atmosphere. Like brand new. They haven't even been open there, I think, about a year right now. About a year, I think they opened in Temple Terrace. So great place to head over and watch the game. Whiskey Wings in Temple Terrace. Great sports bar and grill to go over and watch the game. You can check out their menu and features and everything over at whiskey.com. But make sure you check them out if you're looking for a great place to watch the game this week or another week. Make sure you head out there and check out our friends over at Whiskey Wings. Don't forget, the Pewter Game Day show is happening today as well. Starts at 1 p.m. in the pregame portion of the show now, but we are going to be 1 o'clock and moving forward. We're going to be with you throughout the game. Paul Atwell and I will be breaking everything down, live in-game analysis and reactions as it happens, kind of breaking things down and giving you play-by-play and giving you insights and answering your questions live on the broadcast. If you have them, drop them in the chat. We'll answer some of those as well during the game. And so lots to look forward to today, starting at 1 p.m. That's going to be a great time with myself and Paul. Really looking forward to that. JC, let's talk about when the Dolphins have the ball, because this is the side of things. If you're Tampa Bay, this defense has not played that great, right? There are question marks. I think there are, especially at corner, there's a lot of people that doubt, how good this team, did they do enough? I know, but that's a common refrain with Bucs fans this week. Did they do enough? They brought in Pierre this year. They brought in Richard Sherman to kind of try to make up for the injuries. Obviously, Ross Cockrell was a late addition last year to provide, veteran depth and assurance for situations just like this. So this is kind of do or die time now for them. Rashard Robinson's here. D. Delaney beat out some more popular names in camp as a guy that impressed. And, those 5 guys, Jamel Dean, Richard Sherman, Pierre Desir, Ross Cockrell, and probably Delaney, as Robinson's probably the last resort. Those 5 guys got to be ready today because, if the Bucs go up early, Miami's going to just be going to the air. That's what they've done a lot this season, and it's just going to be aerial attack all day. And so those guys need to be ready. Mike Edwards will be stepping in at safety in place of Antoine Winfield. So he doesn't have quite the same range as a Winfield, but maybe his even better instincts, honestly, just shown a knack for making plays on the ball this season. He gets a full game, hopefully, to be able to do that. And that's a rarity. He doesn't normally play as much snaps as we'd like to see him, I know. So he and Jordan Whitehead, who is also another one looking for his first 100% snap share in a game today. So we'll see if those guys go the distance. Andrew Adams will back those guys up. And so we'll see how it proceeds at safety. But yeah, that's that whole secondary, man, like today, even though the Dolphins, here's an assuring thing maybe for people, is that the Dolphins are averaging this year in terms of yards per play, 4 yards. That's dead last in the NFL. In terms of passing yards per attempt, 5.3 yards per pass attempt. That's also dead last in the NFL. So they have not thrown the ball downfield very much. Jacoby Brissett is among the quarterbacks at the bottom of the league in terms of 20-plus air yard passes even attempted this season. This is a very quick throw team. They like to get the ball out. I know that's victimized the Bucs earlier, but I think they really know what to expect in this game. Tackle the catch better. The Bucs are worse in the league in terms of yards after catch allowed. If they tackle the catch better, close and finish on the ball, I still think they can survive playing the way that they've played in terms of schematically, playing the way that they've played and playing off a little bit more in this game, but don't let the Dolphins get chunk plays, force them to string together huge drives, and I think that they can be successful.
Yeah, I mean, you took my stats, you took everything I was going to say right out of my mouth, because it's exactly true. I mean, this is a team that's not throwing the ball down the field. They're not, even when they have opportunities, Brissett is still not finding the guys down the field. So it's going to come down to tackling, and these guys need to make sure they're tackling. You can't let up big plays on the ground. I believe they've let up, 19 plays of 20 plus yards or more.
Bucs are 19. Bucs are 19. Yeah. Those are 20 plus yard plays, not necessarily 20 yards in the air in terms of the way the ball travel, but 20 plus yard plays. So a lot of it's allowed run after the catch. Bucs have allowed 19. Dolphins have allowed 20 of those plays. Bucs are 31st in the league. Miami's 32nd in the league. So neither of these teams have been good at preventing splash plays, despite the fact that the Bucs have prevented the deep ball as well as any team in the league. They've only allowed 5 passes in the air of 20 yards or more to be completed this season. So just not tackling the catch well enough to prevent big plays anyway.
That's the thing. Tackling. They're going to be getting the ball out quick. I think this matchup is all about Devin White. It's all about Mike Gesicki, also Myles Gaskin, looking for them to get favorable matchups on Devin White, who has, again, regressed a little bit in coverage and making these corners and safeties come up and tackle and making sure they're tackling soundly, because that's been the biggest issue for this team, as we just throw out all those stats out there letting you know that tackling has been an issue. And if they can't get it corrected, then that's how this Miami Dolphins team is going to stick around and stay in it, because they've just losing Devontae Parker, they traded Jakeem Grant. They don't have Will Fuller. I mean, you're looking at guys like Albert Wilson, who's going to be out there for you, guys like Mac Hollins and Preston Williams. These are matchups, these cornerbacks, Jamel Dean, Richard Sherman, even Pierre Desir should win these matchups. So the only way they're going to lose those matchups, in 1 or 2 plays, whatever, but is going to be by bad tackling and mental errors. So
you're right.
Make sure you're clean.
Yeah, you're talking about a Bucs team that's dead last in pre-snap penalty, second to last in pre-snap penalties and second to last in penalties right now across the league through the first 4 weeks of the season. So if you're looking for a path for Miami, if you're a Dolphins fan that happened in here and you're looking for a path that makes sense on paper, it's the Bucs beating themselves. They have way too many drops this season. One higher teams in that regard this year across the board. Penalties have been an issue. Even guys just running, route running has not been as crisp as it should be. Not necessarily the top guys, but the fringe guys. Yeah, been an issue with a lot of the fringe guys, a lot of the backs. And so, you're looking at those kind of things. Now, I will say this, the Bucs have tended not to beat themselves with turnovers this season, and that's a problem for Miami. As much as the problem it is for anybody in the league right now, JC, nobody's really turning the ball over at a tremendous rate right now. It's kind of funny to look at stats across the league and just be like, wow, I think I was telling Scott this the other day, but of all quarterbacks in the league right now, if you look at non-rookies, the non-rookie quarterback who's thrown the most interceptions is 6 guys have thrown 4 picks, but that's it. Amongst non-rookies. That's it. So people are just protecting the ball at an insane rate because efficiency on offense is just so much higher than it used to be. And there's so many easier completions than there used to be in the NFL because of how teams structure the passing game. Having said that, this is a Dolphins team that has 7 turnover-worthy. Jacoby Brissett has 7 turnover-worthy throws this season. That's 25th in the NFL, and he hasn't even played the complete game every single game. So this is Jacoby Brissett. I've watched him a bunch over the years. He is one of those guys that could have a crazy 300, 400-yard game out of nowhere, sort of like a poor man's Fitzpatrick in that way. And then he could also throw 6 picks in a game. And sometimes he could do both in the same game, Jason. He's just kind of nothing is ever consistent. He could run around and twist his way out of 10 sacks and get on SportsCenter top 10, or he could take the worst 6 sacks you've ever seen in your life and just kind of get pummeled all day. And so there's a range of outcomes with him. Now, he usually does a lot of this stuff within the same game. So it's not like he usually has these great games individually. He'll have a great drive, and then all of a sudden he'll totally destroy the team on the next drive. He can just be kind of a whirlwind experience, which is why I think so many teams have gravitated toward him as a backup over the years. That and his character, just a great leader and great guy who gets his head in the playbook and knows everything, supports the starter. So yeah, he's a little bit of a wild card, and we'll see kind of how that one proceeds in this one. But obviously, the Bucs defense going to need to be up to it. Last thing we'll say: the Dolphins probably want to run the football. Everybody wants to run the football when you've got your backup quarterback in there and you're down 2 top receivers. Are they going to be able to? That's kind of the question of the game. If you're Miami, they really feel like they haven't been able to this season. They haven't been able to statistically. That's easy to see. They're 27th in yards per attempt on the ground. They're 28th in rushing yards per game. So there's really nothing. There's no metric that really is encouraging for them in terms of running the football. Their whole offensive line has played pretty poorly in the run game and the pass game this year. But they haven't really been able to run it a ton this year because they've been down so much in games. So maybe they feel like if they can knock it down early in this game, that they can hang with it and stick with the run a little bit more and finally find a way to be productive.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see it. 3.6 yards per is their average, and this Bucs defense just shut down a pretty tough back in Damian Harris and the New England Patriots. Then -1 rushing yards. So I just don't see them. It's really the offensive line play. The offensive line play for them has been horrendous.
Yeah.
And I mean, we didn't even talk about what this pass rush could do against it because it's just insane. But I don't think they're going to be able to get the ball going on the ground. And you're right. I mean, if they're going to get it going, it needs to be early because they're going to have to go away from it if Tampa starts to get a lead, which I think they will. So I don't think this is going to be a factor at all for them on the ground. Now they could use Gaskin and Malcolm Brown out of the backfield and catching the ball, but I don't think we're going to see them take many attempts on the ground at all. I would be surprised if they rushed it more than 12 times in this game.
Yeah, man. It's hard if you're them because like nobody's trying to run the ball in the Bucs right now. But how do you win if you can't run the ball if you're Miami? Like if you can't do it at all, like you put the whole thing on Brissett's shoulders with Jalen Waddle. As good as Waddle can be, it hasn't happened yet, and maybe it happens today. We'll see. Banged up group of corners for sure. Lots of backups in the game for the Bucs could be today. Certainly going to probably get the volume today. Gesicki, same thing. Like those guys are talented, but hasn't really happened for them this year, and there's just still a bunch of question marks. So we're going to see how it all shakes out. I'm going to bring in Scott Reynolds here to talk about his matchups to watch in this one. But first, a message from our friends over at Immuni Financial.
At Immuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude,
congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Immuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Immuni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With 40 years of experience here in the Tampa Bay area, let Immuni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Immuni Financial at 1-800-868-6864. That's 1-800-868-6864. Or visit immuni.com. JC, I did, and I'm glad that I did, because not only is Immuni Financial an advertising sponsor here on the Pewter Report podcast, I'm also a client. So I trust them with my finances. I've had a great experience. David, Mark over there, they do a fantastic job protecting my investments and also making me some money. So that's what it's all about. So how are you doing, JC? It's game day. It's a 1:00 game day. It's a little different because usually we're burning the midnight oil for these night games or these 4:00 games. So having to get up early is a little different. It's kind of like back in the old days where every game was 1:00.
Yeah, early too, because we had a London game earlier today too. So that was great to wake up and have football right away and then prepare for football while you're watching football. These 1:00 games used to be a staple down here in Tampa Bay, but not anymore. Now with Tom Brady and this Bucs winning a Super Bowl, I think they have one other 1:00 game in Tampa, and that's the Panthers, if I'm not mistaken. So they're playing at 4:00, and this is still America's game. They're drawing Tony Romo and they're drawing Jim Nance as so this will be broadcast all over the nation. So I mean, even as a 1:00 game, there's still a lot of intrigue on these Bucs.
Right. Interesting note that the Falcons won today. They beat the Jets, so they've got a win on the season for Arthur Smith, and actually 2 now, right? So they're going to hop on the plane a little happier than the Jets heading back over to America from across the pond. I remember going over to London with Mark Cook a couple years ago. Everything was great up until kickoff. I mean, you talk about a fantastic experience. That was a fun, quick weekend over there in London, and Roger McQueen was one of our hosts. Cliff Welch, our photographer, who's at the game right now, getting some pregame pictures, was over there. We went to Abbey Road. It was a fun experience until the very first play of the game. Jameis Winston throws a forced slant to Mike Evans, and it was picked. And that was the beginning of the end for the Buccaneers that day. 5 interceptions for Jameis Winston. JC, I think that's still the biggest statistic that jumps out at me. It's here you've got Tom Brady, who has 2 interceptions this year, 10 touchdowns. And you go back and look at those interceptions. One of those was a garbage interception, Hail Mary right before halftime. So he has done a remarkable job of taking care of the football. And if you remember, he started off a little slow, right, in New Orleans with a pick 6, had another interception as he was learning this offense. Now it just seems like I saw a stat on Pro Football Focus that even though he had those 2 interceptions, they really weren't turnover-worthy plays because of the situations that they happened in. So I think that he's done a tremendous job of protecting the football. That was a big reason why they won last week. When you look at the fact that they forced 2 takeaways on defense, whenever you win the turnover margin, you usually win the game, and that's at any level of football. And so I think that's another key thing today for the Bucs is looking at the Dolphins trying to force them into some mistakes. And I think that's going to happen. I think that you're going to see some interceptions today, and maybe from some of these newcomers. Maybe a Pierre Desir gets his first pick as a Buccaneer today. He came close to getting one up in New England. They're going to be playing a lot of that soft zone coverage, allowing the Dolphins to throw those quick passes, which is what Miami wants to do. It's kind of funny because this is a matchup, JC, where the Dolphins want to do X, and the Bucs are willing to let them do X, right? So what's the Y? What's the other part of the algebra equation? I think it's the takeaways, because you're going to see a lot of dink and dunk, type of play from both teams. Let's go to the Bucs versus Dolphins matchups and take a look at this. So the first one I got, JC, is Mike Evans versus Xavier Howard. Hey, Howard can be a takeaway machine.
Yes.
Right? He can. I mean, this is a guy that's led the league twice in interceptions. He had 10 last year, 7 previous year. So Mike Evans at times has struggled to really win those matchups against bigger, more physical cornerbacks. You look at Marshawn Lattimore, you look at James Bradbury back in the day. What does Mike Evans have to do, JC, to really win this matchup against Xavier Howard?
He's going to have to be a sound route runner. He's going to have to make sure that he's keeping boxing Xavier Howard out when it comes time for him to get the ball. This is a guy who has an interception so far this year and a forced fumble. So, like, as you said, he's a playmaker. He's a defensive player of the year. It's going to be a tough matchup for Mike. It really is. And I wouldn't be surprised if they use Mike more as a decoy with Howard on him and went to him very sparingly. There's definitely ways he can win the matchup. He is Mike Evans, and we know what he's capable of doing. But I think this is one of those matchups, one of the toughest matchups he's going to face all season long. So, I think he'll still get some yards, but do I think he goes off this game? I really don't see it.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to have to play very sound football too when he does get targeted, to make sure that Xavier Howard doesn't either come away with an interception, a pass deflection, or even a forced fumble. So it's going to be a tough day for Mike Evans on the field.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that out of the 3 receivers, Godwin, Evans, and AB, I think AB is probably more likely to go off. I heard your analysis with John earlier, and I agree with that. I think looking at these other matchups to watch, Leonard Fournette versus Jerome Baker. Baker is a player that is fast. He's got some sideline to sideline speed. I think that there'll be times when he is drawn in coverage against Fournette, and also we know that the Bucs like to run the ball between the tackle. You'll see some of that Ali Marpet pulled on, as a change up to their duo offense that they like to run. You'll also see some sweeps on occasion as well, but most of the tackling, especially on first down, JC, those first down runs usually up the middle, right? So that's where a player like Baker is going to have to really step up. He is leading the Dolphins with 27 tackles. He's got a forced fumble, but as Fournette continues to grow in this offense and become the guy, I think that's certainly a matchup to watch. I think another matchup that bears watching is Donovan Smith versus Jalen Phillips. Phillips, the former, well, I shouldn't say the former, he is the first round pick this year of the Dolphins, the first edge rusher taken in this year's draft, has got half a sack, and he's come on. He's a player that I think you're going to start to see maybe start and be a guy that will get the majority of snaps. Seems like he's getting more comfortable playing more snaps from what we've seen on tape. Donovan Smith is just off to a tremendous start. I know he's got 1 sack this year. I put that on Brady back in week 2 for holding on to the ball too long. He's got a couple penalties, a couple false starts. Okay, whatever. Donovan Smith, we have not seen the lapses in concentration that we have seen in the past. He is off to his best start, and I think he's playing really good football. I think he should win this matchup. Phillips is long. He's athletic. He's relentless. He's got all the physical tools you want, but not the experience. And I think that's what gives Donovan the advantage in this one, JC.
Yeah, I agree. And just going back to Jerome Baker, too, he's also got 2 pass deflections, too. So when Leonard Fournette is targeted out of the backfield, and we know he will be, that's one thing, too, to watch is to make sure that, ball placement's there and Leonard Fournette really holds on to it because, one of those could, we could see one of those tip interception type deals that we've seen already. But yeah, I mean, Donovan Smith has done an amazing job, and Jalen Phillips, well, he's very impressive, very athletic, and could be someday, maybe the second best pass rusher in this draft after Joe Tryon-Shoyinka.
I think the first one's going to be Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Shoyinka has played better than Phillips out of the gate for sure.
I think that Donovan Smith will be able to hold him up and give Brady enough time to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, finishing out on offense, Chris Godwin in the slot versus Nick Needham. I think they're going to play both of their cornerbacks in the nickel. That's typically what they do. I believe that you're going to see more Needham just because Godwin's more physical. He's 6'1", 208 pounds. And when you look at Nick Needham, he's the bigger cornerback in the slot. I think, Byron Jones is going to be on the outside. Xavier Howard's an outside cornerback, but in the slot, I think that's where you're going to see Needham in there because he's a bigger, more physical cornerback, and Godwin's 6'1", but dude, he plays like he's 6'3", 6'4". He plays like Mike Evans at times because he's so physical. We see what he does in the run game as a blocker. And so I just think you're going to see more Needham in there, but they'll play both of those nickels. Switching to the go ahead.
I was just going to say, the thing on Godwin, everyone, you look at that Chris Godwin versus Nick Needham, don't let that confuse you because it's not – you're like, Nick Needham, who, why aren't they putting Jones or Howard or whatever? Who's this Nick Needham guy? They're going to have help on Godwin. Like, they're going to try – Godwin is going to be you have a guy like Xavier Howard to match up on Mike Evans, you're going to try to take away Chris Godwin, much like the Bucs, the Pats did to the Bucs last week. So don't be surprised by the name. They're going to have all sorts of help with it, safety help, whether it's help over the middle of the field like they did last
I think you're going to see Justin Coleman get some reps in there. I think Jason McCourty might come down, and match up with him. They're going to try to bracket Godwin like the Patriots did. That was pretty effective, but I just think I think that Godwin and AB are going to be the kind of the guys that go off today for the Bucs in the passing game.
Yeah.
So switching to the defensive side, let's take a look at the Bucs defense versus the Dolphins offense. And I wrote about this in my Fab Five. When you look at the players in the secondary, we've seen some safety step up, right? We saw Mike Edwards in week 2, who's going to get the start today for Antoine Winfield, who's down with that concussion. Really step up with those 2 pick sixes to seal that win against Atlanta. Became the NFC Defensive Player of the Week as a result. Yeah. We saw last week Antoine Winfield finally kind of step up and be that splashy safety that he can be. A huge forced fumble recovered by Richard Sherman, and then have an interception, his first of the year. Now I think it's Jordan Whitehead's turn to have that type of impact game. He really needs to because he's the lone starter of the Gravediggers. He's the only guy that's not in the grave right now, right? I mean, you got Carlton Davis, who's out. You've got Sean Murphy-Bunting, who's out. You've got Antoine Winfield, who's out. Jamel Dean is a starter in nickel. But I really think Whitehead needs to do a job on Gesicki. And then the thing about, Whitehead is he's a smaller guy, but pound for pound, the toughest Buccaneer, I think, on the team at 195 pounds. He plays so much bigger. And the thing with Gesicki is he's really been the target over the last couple of weeks for Brissett. John pointed out how Brissett likes to throw the ball so quick and underneath to get rid of the ball out of his hands. And Gesicki's the guy he looks for. He's 6'6". He's a big target. He knows how to find the soft spot in zones, but he's just not that productive of a player as a result because he's not that fast. He's averaging 10.2 yards per catch. That's in the realm of Cam Brate. He's got 18 catches for 184 yards and a touchdown. His long is 27 this year, but he will get a lot of action by default because Devontae Parker's out. Yeah. I had Parker as one of my guys to watch against Richard Sherman in terms of the matchups, JC, but with Parker being a game day decision and then ultimately being out today, it's going to be Albert Wilson against Sherman. That really presents some different challenges because when you've got a bigger cornerback like Sherman, who's 6'3", 195, 200 pounds, versus a smaller, shiftier wide receiver, it's not that Albert Wilson's a great wide receiver. No. He's not. He's got 5 catches for 31 yards, averaging 6.2 yards per catch this year. He has had some better productive years. He had over 500 yards since last year in Kansas City, averaged 13.3 yards per catch. He's kind of a gadget wide receiver at 5'9", 195 pounds, but he's harder to jam. He's harder to get your hands on him because he's a smaller guy. I think Devontae Parker is actually probably a better matchup for Richard Sherman, even though Sherman is a guy that's big, 6'3", maybe not as fast. I think Wilson's quickness might give a guy like Sherman some difficulty. So it'll be interesting to see if they actually match Sherman up with him or if it's Jamel Dean, but not having Devontae Parker. That's really kind of an interesting game day twist because it really takes the downfield threat out of the Dolphins passing game. You look at the yards per catch average for those particular Dolphins, and it wasn't even Jalen Waddle, who we'll talk about in a second here. It's Devontae Parker averaging 14.2 yards per catch. He's got the longest play by any Dolphin this year, a 42-yard reception and 1 touchdown. So losing him, JC, really is a big loss for the Miami offense.
I mean, you look at what's going on right now with that wide receiving core. They have 31 total receptions that are for the wide receivers that are going to be in the field today with Wilson, Preston Williams, and then Matt Collins, who hasn't had a catch. 25 of those have came from Jalen Waddle, where Jalen Waddle, I think, is the guy to watch for this game. We're lining up against Ross Cockrell. The Dolphins run 7th most target the slot, 7th most in the NFL. So he's going to get a ton of targets. He's already have 200 yards this year. 111 of those are yards after the catch. So Ross Cockrell's going to have his hands full. And it's funny that you mentioned that London game because Ross Cockrell coincidentally had one of those pick sixes on Jameis Winston in that game. So I think Ross Cockrell has a chance to really get an interception this week against this Dolphins team because he's going to anticipate some of these routes, and I think that one of those times he'll be able to cut underneath and grab a ball. But he's also been blitzed. Bowles loves to blitz Cockrell too, so they're going to have a backup plan because he's been the 12th most blitz cornerback in the league so far this year. So I think that matchup is definitely one to watch. Cockrell and Jalen Waddle because they're going to be matched up on each other all game long.
It's so interesting, right? Because here you've got Jalen Waddle, JC, who's one of the fastest wide receivers. I think probably the fastest in this year's draft class. I mean, he was almost a stride for stride with Henry Ruggs kind of guy at Alabama. And the thing is they have him in the slot where I know he's a smaller guy, 5'9", 5'10", 185 pounds or so, but you look at how the Bucs use Scotty Miller. He's an outside wide receiver where he can get those one-on-ones and really burn down the field. They're not doing that in Miami, and maybe that changes today, and maybe the absence of Parker prompts that to happen. But the thing is I really think they've wasted Jalen Waddle so far because he's a smaller receiver. JC, he's got to navigate so much, right? A nickel corner, a linebacker, a safety at the next level. There's so much traffic for Jalen Waddle to have to run through. He's only averaging 8 yards per catch. I mean, that's pedestrian. And this is a guy who's got his longest receptions, 36 yards. He's got 25 catches, which leads the team. But it's for only 200 yards. And as John pointed out, and you mentioned as well, Jacoby Brissett is getting rid of the ball so quickly, and they're trying to do some things to get the ball in Jalen Waddle's hands that there's just so much congestion in the middle of the field because he plays in the slot. He's not getting those yards after catch.
Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword for this Dolphins. You're gonna play him in the slot, that's fine. That helps out the Bucs with Ross Cockrell because he's not nearly as fast as a guy like Jalen Waddle. And if you play him outside, okay, so then now it helps out the Bucs a little bit too because you have Jamel Dean out there who's one of the fastest cornerbacks and can keep up with him a little bit. So it's like either way, wherever you put Jalen Waddle in this game is going to really work into the Bucs' favor. Either he's gonna have to run through Levante David, Mike Edwards, Jordan Whitehead, and have Ross Cockrell on him as well, or he's gonna have Jamel Dean on him who can actually keep up with him. So it's really it's a lose-lose proposition for them wherever they play him today.
I agree. And looking at that final matchup, JC, it's really the guy that all of us have just become a quick, huge fan of, is Joe Tryon-Shoyinka versus Austin Jackson, the left tackle. Jackson has not played particularly well. He hasn't given up a sack, but he's given up a ton of pressures. Well, I'm just being honest. But Joe Tryon-Shoyinka has played really, really well. And this guy really turned the corner, literally and figuratively, last week and got his first 2 sacks. He and Vita Vea just really seem to have some chemistry together, JC. Maybe it's the Washington Husky connection. I don't know. But those 2 guys really work so well in tandem. Now, Jason Pierre-Paul comes back, and you're going to see JPP start, but you're going to see a lot of JTS, especially because Jason Pierre-Paul is not exactly 100% with that shoulder. And I also, too, believe, and I think John said this on the podcast this week, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is the best pass rusher the Bucs have right now. And that's including Shaq Barrett, who's had a pretty good start to the season. But I think JTS has matured and developed so much quicker than a lot of people have imagined. I'm going back and I'm trying to think of the edge rushers the Bucs have had in years past, whether it's Noah Spence, whether it's Gaines Adams. Gosh, going back to the Eric Curry days, you just didn't see an edge rusher really come on the scene like this, who was a draft pick, to make the type of impact that JTS has. And I think that when they go to the nickel situations, when you're in the obvious pass rushing situations, what you're going to see is you're going to see Joe Tryon-Shoyinka outside where he has been, and you're going to see Jason Pierre-Paul inside rushing next to Vita Vea. Don't you, JC?
Oh, yeah. I definitely think, getting JPP back, gives Todd Bowles his creativity back, and you'll definitely see some different looks like that. I just think this front seven is just going to feast. The offensive line for Miami has just been so bad in all facets of the game: pass blocking, pass protection, run blocking. It's just they should have a field day, and having the luxury of moving JPP on the inside, in nickel, and having him line up next to Vita Vea and moving Vita Vea outside, which they've done. And we've even seen Joe Tryon-Shoyinka come in and play in the inside. So, there's just so many different looks that he can give you now that you have JPP back. It just accelerates those looks. I really think I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a JTS sack, a Vita Vea sack, Shaq, and a JPP sack. I think they're going to get after him.
Sacks for everyone. You get a sack. You get a sack. You get a sack. This is like Oprah. I love it.
The only thing I will say, though, is they need to stay disciplined, because as a quarterback in Jacoby Brissett, who's not, he's no Lamar Jackson, Mike Vick, but he has run for 9 first downs. So I know they're going to be eager to get after him, but you got to play discipline because you can't let him escape that pocket.
Right. So what you're saying is he's not a running threat, but he's a threat to run, right? He's got some ability, right? Yeah. Exactly. Well, who else has got some ability is John Ledyard and Paul Adwall. They're going to mobile themselves in here in about 7 minutes for Pewter Game Day, which starts at 1 o'clock. Paul and John are going to give you all the expert analysis and insights you're going to need as it happens during the game. Live takes, live comedy, live expert analysis from those guys. They are funny. They are serious. They're everything you would want in a game day analysis of your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that's coming at you shortly. In the meantime, JC, let's wrap up as we go to our Underdog Fantasy. Bucs Fantasy Football Focus. This is the pick'em games that you can play over at Underdog Fantasy. I need to lock my lineups in, so I'm going to let you talk about these guys. You've got 3 of them today that you like on the Underdog Fantasy, Underdog Pick'ems. I'm going to lock mine in right now before 1 o'clock. go ahead and start giving me your analysis of these guys, JC. JC. I think JC is frozen. Okay. All right, so JC is frozen, but I am not. So I'm going to repeat these for you. I'm going to give you the inside scoop here. JC, are you back?
I'm here.
Okay, there you go.
But I'm back. Let's do it.
Okay. All right, so you're up with
You
this.
froze, so I had something happen to me.
Okay. So we're talking about the underdog pick'ems here. So go ahead and give us your 3 pick'ems for the game for Underdog Fantasy.
Yeah, Underdog Fantasy, amazing. Go on there right now. You do pick'em, overs, and unders. They also have a rivals as well, where it pits one player versus another player. So definitely check that out. This week we're going to go with Leonard Fournette. Leonard Fournette over 64.5 rushing yards. I think he just gets the ball going, gets it moving. Last week you saw him have 91 rushing yards. I think this is something that the Bucs definitely want to do, is run the football against this Miami defense, which is ranked run defense, which is ranked 27th in the league. So you definitely want to get that run game established, and I think Fournette does it. 64.5 rushing yards. I'm taking the over on that one. As for receiving, we talked about Antonio Brown and what his matchup could look like, and I think out of the 3 receivers, this is the guy who really feats, even if he is playing on Byron Jones. For all the reasons we talked about this earlier, we have a guy who was a technician when it comes to running routes. His quickness, his in and out of his breaks, I think he'll be able to shake Jones a few times. And Brown over 63.5 receiving yards. I think that's something that he does pretty easily and pretty early on in the game. And then on the defensive side, like Ross Cockrell, like we said, he's a good cornerback. But Jalen Waddle just has been something different when it comes to yards after catch. 200 yards, 111 yards after catch. That's been a weak spot for this Buccaneers team, is yards after catch. It's been second to last in the league, right behind Miami. So if Waddle gets his hand on the ball with that speed, being able to turn it up, you're missing, 2 of your cornerbacks. You're missing one of you're missing Antoine Winfield back there. I think that, and tackling hasn't been great. I think he can use that yak to really get over 61.5 receiving yards. Not to mention he's really the only receiver they have, so they're going to be forcing the ball to him often. Alrighty.
Well, we appreciate all your insight when it comes to fantasy football and the Buccaneers themselves. JC, your prediction for the game today.
Yeah, like I said, I think in the Pewter predictions, I think that this game starts off a little bit slower than most people would like. I think Flores looks at some of the things that the Patriots did and tries to duplicate some of those things. Tom Brady's going to figure it out. And I think they, maybe the first quarter or so is a low scoring game. But then once Tom Brady figures out what they're trying to do for him, he's the GOAT for a reason. He's going to turn it on. Bucs are going to win this game 34-17.
34-17. I've got the Buccaneers getting 30 points. I think Tom Brady and this Bucs offense is going to do enough damage to get 30 on the scoreboard again. And that's been the magic number, JC. It's getting 30 points or more. That pretty much guarantees a win. Every time they've done that, they've won. The last time they didn't was out there with the Rams. They put 24 on the board and they lost. So that's my prediction. 30-23. I think this game's going to be closer than people think. I think the Buccaneers, I think the Heat's going to play a factor. I'm still not sold on this revamped, reshaped secondary. And so I think that the Dolphins are going to have some success nickel and diming the Buccaneers a little bit. I think they're going to find some matchups, and maybe Waddle goes off this game. Maybe they play him outside where he can run a little bit freer than inside the slot. Maybe Albert Wilson goes in the slot. But not having Devontae Parker has made me kind of rethink my score prediction, but that's what I predicted, so I got to stick with it. I think it'll be a little bit lower scoring. I would not be surprised if it was 30-13 Buccaneers, but I said 30-23, so that's what I'm going to stick to it. So.
I mean, one thing you got to really look out for is ball security too, and I think that's one way it could be a closer game, because this Dolphins team has forced 6 forced fumbles throughout the first 4 weeks of the season. So ball security's got to be a big thing. I'm hoping that they looked at those numbers and practiced ball security all week, because if not, that's one way this game could really stay close.
Yeah. Well, we are close to Pewter Game Day, literally 1 minute away. We're going to welcome in John Ledyard to give us the breakdowns along with Paul Adwall For JC Allen, I'm Scott Reynolds saying thanks for watching Pewter pregame. Now it's on to Pewter Game Day. Enjoy the game, folks.
Welcome to Pewter Game Day. I'm John Ledyard from PewterReport.com. Excited to be with you here for this one as the Bucs get ready to take on the Dolphins. And a 1 o'clock kickoff should be underway here in a few seconds. I'm very excited about this potential matchup because it's a great measuring stick for the Bucs, and not in terms of how good they are, but in terms of are they going to struggle with every team like we've seen sort of this season? Not really pull away from anybody, maybe late in the Falcons game, but a lot to learn in that regard. So very excited about that. And with me today on the show, as he is almost every game day, Paul Atwell, again, to break down this one and kind of offer you all the insights that we can as the Bucs battle the Dolphins in week 5. Paul, we're just a couple minutes away from kickoff maybe here. What are you looking to see in this game?
I'm with you, man. I want to see dominance. They gotta, I think when you're as good as of a team as the Bucs are, and you're a legit contender, if not the favorite, you should be beating up on the weak teams. And I know some people say that there's no easy wins in the NFL, and that's true. But at the same time, I want to see that point differential. And you talked about this in one of your articles. It's one of the main predictive stats that we have is how good your point differential is. That's going to tell us how good you're going to do in the future, basically. Even more so than your wins and losses. So I really want to see a convincing win, but yeah, I'll take one either way, though.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. Fans say a win is a win is a win. And we say it too. And it is true for that particular game. But if you're measuring how good a team can be compared to the rest of the league and how good they will be down the road, yes, the way you win is important eventually. It doesn't mean every single week you're going to win that way. But the way you win, especially when you play a game like this. And again, it's not our job to respect the opponent. That's the team's job, sure, in their preparation, but that's not our job to me. We just look at this realistically. And, you know, folks know that have followed for a while when I've been on here is that I'll tell you, like, when things are, you know, not going to be close or tight or tough, just like I did last week, even though some people thought it would be a blowout. I told you guys the whole way. I just never thought it was going to be that type of game. There was no way New England was going to let that happen the way that they're coached. And I just feel like this game, this needs to be a dominant performance by Tampa Bay. You know, there's really no doubt in my mind about that. I just feel like Tampa Bay needs to come out right away, set the tone in this game, be aggressive, take a lead, and finish. Dolphins have lost 3 in a row. They are suffering with injuries right now. No Devontae Parker, no Will Fuller, no Tua Tagovailoa. And so this is going to be a key game for the Bucs to see if they can play up to their level of ability against a weaker opponent. All right, Paul, where we're trying to match up right now. Has the game started for you?
Yeah, they're about to kick off.
Okay.
Opinion just kicked off right now.
Okay, so you're a little bit further ahead than me. I'm showing Brady on the sideline right now for me. So maybe you want to knock yourself back just a tiny bit, but showing Brady sitting on the bench for me. I'm
going to go back
now opinion looks like he's about to kick off for me.
Tell me right when he kicks off.
Okay, he's lined up to kick off. He's on the run up right now. He's kicking off. Those of you who follow along as Pinion sends this skyward and have been here for any games this season know that we try to be maybe a little bit behind you if we can't be right with you on the broadcast so that we're not giving everything away before you even see it. But that's where we try to kind of measure up with this thing. So the Bucs will start on defense against the Miami Dolphins, 32nd ranked offense in the NFL, led by Jacoby Brissett, as I mentioned, without their top 2 receivers in this game, Paul. So how the Bucs defend them, very, very interesting to see how the Bucs play Miami.
Interesting. I knew Devontae Parker was out. Is Will Fuller
Will Fuller. Yeah, Will Fuller's on injured reserve. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So
here's Brissett from the shotgun, bringing Jalen Waddle in motion. Dolphins will start from their 25-yard line. Brissett drops back. Quick pass to Waddle, who's in the backfield. He's going to pick up a yard or 2 before Sherman and Jason Pierre-Paul, playing with that club on his right hand, knock him out of bounds. And so 2nd and 8 coming up for the Dolphins from their own 27-yard line.
John, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Sherman does today. He was in an impossible situation last week. You can't blame him for getting targeted as much as he did. The Patriots went after him right away. They even went no huddle to try to mess with his communication, which is obviously going to be a difficult thing right when he joins the team. But let's see if he's a little more acclimated today.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's Brissett. He's working from the shotgun. Once again on second down. Fakes the handoff. Looking, can't find anyone, being chased. Got away from Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, looking down the field, and the catch is going to be made down the field by the Dolphins receiver, Preston Williams. They say toe tapped near midfield. We'll see if in the replay if he got him down. Dean pushed him.
Looked like that.
Looks like
he might have been
right
on
foot
the
looks
line.
like it's on the chalk, doesn't it?
You'd like to see a flag. Not going to get it.
Bucs not going to throw a challenge flag. Doesn't look like. Miami runs straight ahead for a gain of about 5 after the first down. They cross midfield, and the Bucs defense is frustrated, looking at their sideline, wondering why a challenge flag wasn't thrown. Yeah, that did not look, or maybe it was here. The officials talking. Did they blow it dead? I'm watching on mute, so I don't know.
It looks like
yeah, it is. It's a challenge. Okay, so the Bucs, it looks like it did get that flag down, and as you see, Preston Williams' toe. Yeah, it looks like that right foot is out of bounds. Yeah. That didn't seem that inconclusive to me, but the Bucs have been on the wrong side of these all year, Paul. It's been ridiculous to watch and kind of be like, yeah, there's no way but here we are and we don't know, but that looks like his right toe was out in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so. And that's just the pass rush has to get there. That you can't expect to cover for that long. Mm-hmm. It looked like the Bucs were in some sort of either cover 2 or quarters coverage. So, they're kind of going a little bit more with John, what you and I have been talking about is in coverage wise, prioritize taking away the pass a little more and trust your guys up front to take away the run, even with one less body in the box. But when your pass rush doesn't get there or gives them that much time, it doesn't really matter what you're playing on the back end.
Yeah, it's also you need to, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka breaks in there. You need to get Jacoby Brissett on the ground. He is a decent athlete. He does get away from sacks. He can create outside of structure. He can make mistakes outside of structure too. But you need to be able to get him on the ground. Sacks have been elusive for the Bucs, not necessarily because they don't get pressure. They've gotten pressure at a fine rate this season. They like to be better, but they've gotten pressure at a fine rate this season. The big deal for them has been the fact that they haven't gotten quarterbacks on the ground as consistently as they should. Even in a 4-sack game of Mac Jones, Devin White felt like 2 got away from him. Levante David, felt like 1 got away from him. So their opportunities kind of being left on the field in that regard. And you saw it right there. Tryon-Shoyinka breaks in. If there's been one thing to nitpick with Tryon-Shoyinka through his third, this would be, I don't know if he started this game technically, but his 5th NFL game, let's just say it's that tackling. He hasn't finish the job as often as he should. That comes in time in the NFL for sure. He's not played football in a very long amount of time because he opted out last year in college football. So it's not like that's a bizarre thing to be a weakness right now, but it is something to look for. You've got to be able to get Jacoby Brissett on the ground. And it didn't happen there for sure. So we'll see with this one, if it stands or not. It looks like this one's going to be overturned is what I'm seeing on my phone. So Preston Williams did have his right toe out of bounds, so the ball will come back to the Dolphins 27-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 8 there when they resume here. So yeah, the Bucs kind of catch a break there, although good job by Jamel Dean making sure he got enough of a push there as Preston Williams worked back to the ball to be able to make sure that he knocked him out of bounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And you would like to see a few more splash plays from this team. This defense's success is really predicated on that. They give up some yards, but when they're at their best, it's because they're creating sacks, turnovers, those big game-changing plays. And if they can get 1, maybe 2 of those today, I think that's more than enough to take down the Dolphins. The Bucs are just such a good team, and you'd like to see them, finish a few of those plays, like you said.
Mm-hmm. So 3rd and 8 coming up here for the Dolphins is the official ruling. Are they still looking at this? No, I've gotten the notification on my phone, but
to be honest, this replay almost made me wonder if he was in bounds. Really? Just seeing it again, but hard to know.
He looked out to me.
Call stands.
So my phone actually completely lied to me. Yeah. My notification that I got on my phone said it was incomplete. So call stands, even though in my opinion, no question that was the wrong call. But it's just the Bucs, man. I don't know what you want to say. This is the way the season has gone for them on defense. Penalties and some
tight coverage outside, ones. John. I'm just pointing this because you don't always see this from the Bucs and as they jump offside.
Right. Rolled up, and you got a pre-snap penalty there. Jason Pierre-Paul bats that one up in the air, incomplete, but it's going to be a penalty. He jumped off sides as well, and the Bucs have just absolutely crushed everybody else in terms of offsides, neutral zone infraction penalties over the last 3 years, I believe, on the defensive side of the ball. The lack of discipline there 3 years now is pretty startling, and so that's something they've got to get cleaned up. About doing everything you can to help Miami here out so far, missing sacks and jumping off sides, getting them into more manageable down and distances. Pretty key for the Dolphins. It's going to take those kind of things, right? It's going to take the Bucs beating themselves for Miami to be in this one, and so far the Bucs have obliged in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really curious if we see more of that tight coverage that we saw on the previous snap, the one that got blown dead, as the Dolphins pick up 8.
Yeah, Dolphins picked up 4 yards there, and so it'll be 2nd and 1 coming up here.
I got screwed up by the first down marker. It's only 5 to go.
That's right. And so, yeah, 2nd and manageable for the Dolphins, right where they want to be at the Bucs 43-yard line, just outside field goal range. And so, I'm still just blown away that catch was upheld. I just don't even know there's no point in even commenting now about what it's going to happen with officiating, because you just never have any idea there. Like,
you had a good thread on Twitter. You were not happy, or a good week on Twitter.
It's not just the Bucs either. I know people think because they cover the Bucs, that's where it comes from, but it really isn't. It's quick throw by Jacoby Brissett and Richard Sherman, well out of position. Preston Williams turns the ball upfield and is going to be knocked out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. So right away, the Bucs defense getting taken to them by a Dolphins offense that ranks at the bottom of the league in pretty much every category. 2 20-plus yard plays already for the Dolphins receiving group in this one. Preston Williams making both of those. So people thought Jalen Waddle, Mike Gesicki, we'll see. But no, instead in this one, it's absolutely been the Preston Williams who's made the impact early on for Miami. And yeah, 2 splash plays already. Bucs defense has surrendered 19 20-plus yard pass plays this season, 2nd worst in the NFL. And so that continues there. Again, it's tackling. It's not like coverage down the field is the issue. It's just tackling, poor closing. As Mike Edwards comes up, makes a stop after a short run there. And so the Dolphins are going to have 2nd and goal at the Bucs 5-yard line. So Tampa Bay defense, man, it's the same type of errors, right? Underneath throws. Can we close, tackle, and finish? You don't, you allow run after catch. It's a problem. It's the same thing on the sack, right? You miss the tackle, miss the sack on Jacoby Brissett. Sure, you're going to have issues when a quarterback can get outside the pocket and has all day to throw. So same problems keep coming up as we get 2nd and goal here for the Dolphins from the 5-yard line of Tampa Bay. 12-10 and counting left in the first quarter. Brissett from the shotgun. Hands off again in a big hit up the middle. Huge hit by Shaq Barrett for no gain. And so 3rd and goal from the 5 coming up for the Dolphins.
Looked like man coverage there, and I want to say the Bucs were sending 5. Hard to say for sure, but interesting strategy there, switching it up at the goal line. Of course, the Bucs are more of a zone team, but we are seeing them mix it up a little bit today so far, and I'm really curious how this game plan changes, evolves throughout the season, especially as Todd Bowles is challenged so much personnel-wise with all these injuries.
Yeah, here's 3rd and goal now for Miami. Bucs crowding the line of scrimmage, showing that they might put some pressure in here.
Sending 0 blitz.
They do. They send the house, and Brissett gets the ball out quick, and it's behind Jalen Waddle. Ball goes off his hands. There is a flag down. We'll see what the call is. That throw was behind Waddle.
I have a feeling it's defensive holding or pass interference from where it was thrown.
Yeah.
Against Cockrell.
Yeah, we'll see.
Sorry.
Penalties.
Oh, no. I think that's going to be on
play.
the offense. Yeah, that's on the offense.
Yeah, offensive pass interference, and it is there. So
huge stop.
Yeah, so 4th and goal at the 5.
Now, does Miami go for it?
Penalty declined, so the Bucs are leaving it on the table what Miami is going to do here, and we'll see 4th and goal from the 5.
I mean, declining has to be. I would have to imagine is the right decision there.
Yeah. I agree with you. And the Dolphins aren't going to go for it. Looks like they're sending out the field goal unit. Dolphins actually, by the way, Paul, the most aggressive team in the league, or tied for the most aggressive team in the league, at least in terms of amount of times they went for it on 4th down. I don't know if I should say they're most aggressive because they've been down in some games, and so.
Right.
Perhaps it's not a sign of aggression so much as desperation in that point in the game, but they're 5 of 10 on 4th down this season, tied for most attempts of any team in the NFL on 4th down. So Bucs get a break from a call. That's I guess not a break because it was incomplete anyway. So, but the field goal is up and good for Miami. So a good first drive for the Dolphins. They go up 3-0. The Bucs are really just victimized by the same things, exact things we've talked about, not coverage down the field so much as it is questionable calls by officials and missed tackles by the Bucs, like in penalties. Those is kind of the story of the whole drive, right? You've got the real questionable call on the first completion of the game. I don't understand what happened there really. And then you missed the sack before that though. So you allowed the throw and the attempt to happen for Miami. Then you come back, Jason Pierre-Paul jumps off sides, gives them a 1st and 5, puts them in a comfortable play calling situation. They get in 2nd and 1. That's like the worst spot to be in as a defense, right? A 2nd and 1. You could throw deep, you could throw quick, you could run the ball, you could do anything on 2nd and 1. And so that all plays into this things. And then you see they have it covered. Sherman comes up, terrible angle, misses the tackle, allows a huge run after the catch. And it's just the same type of things, right? It's not so much individuals in coverage. It's tackling, finishing from everybody on the defense and not allowing things to happen when you've got a team dead to rights where you want them to be.
That's exactly right. And we've talked about this before, John, with the way the Buccaneers want to play coverage. They want to keep everything in front of them, and they want to make you throw short over and over and over again to get down the field. Well, that's a fine strategy. But when you're playing that way, it becomes extremely important that you do tackle well. Because if you're playing soft coverage and letting guys get yards after catch, then of course that completely defeats the purpose. But if you can make sound, disciplined tackles, be in the right position. Sherman wasn't there on that big yard after catch play. If you can be in the right position and make those quick tackles, then this type of strategy can absolutely work, because you're going to make the offense put together 12 play drives over and over and over again without a mistake. And that's extremely hard, especially when you have the type of playmakers who can make those splash plays on defense that the Bucs have. So just have to execute a little better tackling, being in better position. But overall, I think this game, and maybe even this entire season, it's going to be on the offense. They have to really hold up their end of the deal. They're so stacked there. There's no excuse for them to not be putting up points consistently. I think the success of this team will be defined by that side of the ball. And I'm really curious what we see from each team on this ensuing drive here. Exactly how do the Dolphins play? Is it like that Patriots strategy? How do the Bucs counter? So I'm really looking forward to finding out here.
Yeah, me too, especially if this is, the Dolphins have struggled in terms of run defense. And so, is this, James, does the Bucs feel like they can go straight at them and attack that way? We'll see, or is this, they're going to just be aggressive from the get on offense and see if they play it that way. Both are possible with this team. We've seen both approaches. Usually it's all one or the other from the outset. And so we'll see which way they go here as they get ready to have the ball for the first time in this game, as the Dolphins get ready to kick off after going up 3-0 here early in the first quarter.
And looks like they're going to let it go out of bounds.
Mm-hmm. And Mickens lets it go. And so the Bucs will take over at their own 25-yard line on offense for their first opportunity of the game. Tom Brady out out on the field for this game. And obviously the Bucs offensive line has played every snap together so far this season. That group is going to need to hold up well today. Miami has 1 million bodies they throw.
There's a flag already?
How can that be?
They're moving backwards. Uh-oh. Well, hey, Antonio Brown's out there, so most likely 11 personnel. Fournette looks like he's out there. John, you and I, we've talked about this. We want to see a lot more 11, especially if the Dolphins play that we expect them to. How do you have a false start before you even line up? I'm so confused.
What is going on here?
Illegal formation, but they didn't even line up.
They didn't even line up.
On Minter? Was that on the
kickoff? That was, how do you call illegal formation that late? That was a full minute. That was insane.
So they back up 5 yards.
Yeah. So the Bucs will start from their own 20-yard line here. 1st and 10. Brady under center. OJ Howard goes in motion from left to right. Handoff is to Leonard Fournette. He goes up over the right side for a yard, and 2nd and 9 upcoming for the Bucs offense.
Dolphins starting out in that 2-high safety shell, and then they rotate down to 1-high, trying to give the Bucs a look that's going to make them want to run the ball before spinning down and changing that look post-snap. If the Dolphins can take the ball out of Brady's hand and put it into Fournette's, that's going to be a huge win for them.
Yeah, that's how everybody wants to play. I mean, that's what the Patriots did the exact thing. It's spin a guy down and see what happens. And now it looks like the Dolphins are going to move around defensive backs on second line as Brady operates from empty. Miami likes to blitz a lot more than New England did. They bring 4, but it's picked up. Brady's got time, throws over the middle. OJ Howard, who stretches for the first down. And so the Bucs are going to move the chains. 9-10-yard gain for OJ Howard. They're good patience by Brady to wait for things to develop, and good protection up front as the Bucs offensive line kind of read it out and picked everything up.
I thought Brady might look deep. I didn't see who was the number 2 up top. I want to say it was Evans. He had a fade route from the inside slot, and I don't think he had any safety over top. So interesting. Maybe Evans didn't win that matchup, but when he's tight one-on-one like that, you'd like to see him be able to get open and make those big plays. But nonetheless, you'll take the first down every single time.
Absolutely. And so Brady play action now here Offensive line holds up well, and he's going down the field, and it's going to be caught on the sideline. Mike Evans gets back up, throws a stiff arm, and is going to be knocked out of bounds just short of the Dolphins' 40-yard line. Looked like they knocked him out of bounds at the 43, so gained 27 yards there to Mike Evans, who got in the corner's blind spot, came back, sliding catch along the sideline, presence of mind to get back up, pick up a few more yards after the catch as well.
Great recovery by Evans. That wasn't the best throw there, but he tracked it, adjusted very well, and like you said, even had the presence of mind to get up and get some yards after catch. I'll talk about it after, but I don't think this is going to be a game that we see a ton of play action, though we did see it there, and it's a good sign.
Right, it is. And you wonder, usually when the Bucs are like, yeah, we're going to run the ball today, they use a little more play action as Leonard Fournette goes over the left side, breaks an ankle tackle, and is going to pick up about 16 yards before being knocked down. So he's going to get to the Miami 27-yard line before he's taken down. And so the Bucs are rolling on offense on their first drive of the game.
How the hell does Tristan Wirfs, I want to say, end up all the way up the field on the left side that fast? I mean, he's just so – I think that was Wirfs and Jensen up there. And just such a incredible player. I mean, the run's going left. He's the right tackle, and he still gets himself up there, making blocks, making plays. Just an incredible player.
Yeah, for sure. And that's a great block there by Donovan Smith and Ali Marpet on the left side as well to open up that hole. Is Brady going to go play action once again, looking down the field? Pass is going to be caught by Chris Godwin before he's knocked out of bounds at around the 13-yard line. And so the Bucs are going to have another first down. Looks like they'll spot at the Miami 14. And so the Bucs
two play action plays already, John. And the reason I'm surprised by this is that typically while what you said is true, where in games where they run the ball, that's when they tend to use more play action. They also get away from play action against teams that are heavy man coverage. They really only want to call a lot of play action in general against zone teams, and that's definitely not the Dolphins. So I'm interested. It's interesting to see this change of strategy, but play action is good against man as well.
Right. And here the Bucs are with the two tight end set. Josh Wells is one of those tight ends. Fournette will take it straight ahead, and he's going to push forward for about 4 yards. So 2nd and 6 coming up from the Bucs from the Dolphins' 10-yard line. Talked about the red zone right there. One of the best teams, 10 of 14 in the red zone going into last week. Then last week was just kind of a disaster down there, Paul. They just did not execute well whatsoever. 1 of 4, I believe, in that area of the field. 1 for 6 in terms of touchdowns of just 6 drives that happened that got inside the Patriots' 30-yard line. So trying to make up for that today is going to be critical for the Bucs. Put touchdowns on the board, not field goals. That's always been the kind of team they've been since Brady arrived here, and it's going to be so huge for them to be able to continue to do that in this game today. Down 3-0 with 7:18 and counting left in the first quarter. Bucs face a 2nd and 6 now from the Dolphins' 10-yard line. So Brady play action once again. He's looking. He's going to throw that one out the back of the end zone. Looked like Chris Godwin had a shot at it there maybe, but incomplete. And so 3rd and 6 coming up for the Bucs offense.
He had one-on-one with Mike Evans down at the bottom. I thought he might go there. It looked like Evans had a fade route and might have actually even won on it. Typically, this is the quintessential Mike Evans situation, right? Down in the end zone, red zone, and he's one-on-one in the back of the end zone. Typically where you're going to see the ball go, but Brady doesn't look that way.
Yeah, just a little bit far for Godwin. There looked like he had him breaking open, and they just a little off on the timing of the placement of that throw by Tom Brady. So 3rd and 6 in the Dolphins' 10-yard line. Huge play early in the game. Here's Giovanni Bernard on a Texas route, and he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. That's the route you want to use him on. Somebody even mentioned it in the pregame early. They said, hey, get Giovanni Bernard involved on some Texas routes. There you have him right there. Breaks open. 10-yard touchdown reception from Tom Brady, and the Bucs are up 6-3 with the extra point coming.
That's exactly what you see and want to see. And the reason that route is so difficult to cover is because, 1, there's often a linebacker on the running back, but 2, the way it stems from the beginning, it could be a flat route where he's breaking out because the stem is exactly the same at the beginning, but suddenly on the Texas route, you're cutting right towards the middle of the field again, and you're really making that defender change his direction and try to guess which way you're going to go. And it's so hard when you have a shifty guy like Giovanni Bernard, and it's fantastic to see the Buccaneers taking advantage of that skill set and using it for a touchdown here on the first drive of the game.
Yep, and Ryan Succop's extra point is good. So the Bucs are up 7-3, 8 plays, 80 yards. Brady 4 for 5 for 58 yards on the opening drive, and some eerie similarities there for Giovanni Bernard to the play that he was hurt on in Week 3 against the Rams on that play. Even how he went into the end zone, kind of diving and getting hit mid-air.
He's not scared. He's going for it again.
Scared.
He's not scared.
He kind of twisted in the air to save his knee, maybe taking a shot there, but looked like he was moving exceptionally well. And just a great example of what he adds to the team, Paul. Like, that's just not a route that everybody on this team, all the running backs on this team are being able to get open on that play. And the fact that Bernard can and give Brady that immediate kind of threat over the middle of the field, especially if the Bucs are stretching the middle of the field as they typically do with deeper routes, it's a cheat code for the team. And so that's why I love, the idea of using Giovanni Bernard more on first downs and more on, non-traditional passing down, neutral situations where teams maybe aren't even expecting it as much as they might be there, because I just think he can be such a big asset to the team in the passing game.
Yeah, there's an element for the Bucs where they don't want to play him on early downs too much and become too one-dimensional or predictable. But the thing with the Bucs is, it doesn't matter if you know what they're doing. They're just that good. Put your best players out there, and what are you going to do about it? Do you have the guys to cover Antonio Brown, Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, Giovanni Bernard, at times Rob Gronkowski or OJ Howard? I mean, I don't think you do. Even if you know it's a pass, they're still that good. So I would love to see him get more involved on those early downs. But hey, taking advantage of that third down opportunity that he got there, and it's great to see.
Right, and three play action pass attempts, I believe, on that drive.
Yeah, that's right.
Out of the 5 pass attempts, I think so. They're committing to it early on, which we saw. By the way, I know you and I talked about, I don't know if I let you know, but I think 5 of their first 10 passing attempts against the Patriots were play action. I think I kind of wrote that down. I believe that's what, I don't have my notepad, but I think so 5 of their first 10. So they are kind of showing this win games that they want to run the football some, at least maybe more than that, but they're showing kind of, okay, we are also going to couple this with play action. Leonard Fournette, 3 carries, 22 yards. A long of 17. That'll be his second longest run of the season, I believe, 21-yarder last week. So getting going a little bit in the run game. That was actually the cleanest run I feel like they've had this season. The 21-yarder was pretty clean, but Leonard had to make a great cut to make it happen. We showed it on the show, on the podcast earlier this week. That was a pretty good sign. Like, that was a pretty clean looking run to me by Fournette in terms of getting through the hole. There were some runs last week, Paul. I know we talked, like, it felt like he was kind of like running the blockers, pull yourself back out, look around, get around, it was kind of like, I don't know if it was clean, like, look, but they made it work. But
side to side runs where he's going to the right tackle. All of a sudden he cuts it all the way back and it somehow works. Yeah. You'd like to see Fournette be a north-south runner whenever possible, but hey, he made some plays happen last week running, east-west.
And here's the kickoff for the Bucs, and that one's going to go out of bounds as well from Bradley Pinion. So the Dolphins are going to take over at their own 25-yard line, 1st and 10. They marched down the field, got a 1st and goal at the Bucs 5-yard line before things fizzled out on their last drive of the game for Miami. So they looked pretty good. Definitely benefit from some missed tackles and mistakes by the Bucs defensively, but Dolphins taking advantage of what's there. Preston Williams getting involved on that first drive. He's already got 2 catches for 55 yards for the Dolphins. So he's been the guy to step up early on for Miami, and the Bucs defense got to tighten up, man. Cannot have a lot of these same mistakes as Jamel Dean and Richard Sherman are out there. Corner Ross Cockrell in the slot as the Dolphins get ready to start their second drive of the game. Brissett from the shotgun, going to fake the handoff. Pressure coming now, but he steps away from it and throws into the flat. Levante David comes up, misses the tackle. Richard Sherman eventually wrestles down Myles Gaskin, but he's going to be very close to the first down. Looks like a 9-yard gain on first down.
It looks like the Dolphins are going up tempo again, challenging this Bucs defense again, making it hard for Sherman. Not necessarily doing it specifically because of him, but it definitely is going to challenge him.
Right. And now you've got Jacoby Brissett from the shotgun once again. So he's been working pretty much from the shotgun in this game. And Gaskin is going to get the handoff and get maybe 3 yards, but he does pick up the first down. So another quick first down for Miami. They're moving crisply on offense. The Bucs, again, missed tackles are kind of killing them right now. As it's been really the story all season. They were 27th in the NFL in missed tackles this season coming into this game. So it's been an issue. They have a lot more yards after catch than any other team in the league. Everybody's throwing short on them, and it's been successful because the Bucs just haven't tackled and haven't closed and haven't finished well as a defense. And so here's Brissett play action, and pressure's coming up the middle, but it's going to be a screen to Myles Gaskin, who gets away from a Jason Pierre-Paul tackle, and he's going to be all the way out to midfield already before Mike Edwards brings him down. And so another missed tackle by Jason Pierre-Paul, who's obviously playing with the club on his hand, and that allows a big play. Pierre-Paul looked like he could have held it to about a 2-yard gain, but he can't really wrap up with that club, so he just tried to knock the ball out. But it's been a pretty pitiful showing by the Bucs defense so far.
And so far, it's been the pass rush that's a little better. I mean, there was a screen pass, but even on that first down, the one that Levante David missed the tackle on, there was good interior pressure. Just coverage didn't hold up.
You're right. Yes, interior pressure has been fine. They just can't finish the job. That's been an issue on a couple throws, and it's been an issue this season too. Anthony Nelson in the game now for the Bucs as Brissett throws quickly, and it's going to be incomplete off the hands. Look like a little tall maybe for the back for Miami for Salvon Ahmed. And so the Dolphins are going to have 2nd and 10 now from their own 49-yard line.
Sherman closed on that one quick though, so that's what you want to see, because even if he did make that catch, I don't think it was going to go for more than 2 or 3 yards with Sherman right there on the spot closing in.
Yeah, Money Mal says, has Tryon-Shoyinka been in the game? And yes, he has been in the game. So that's a good sign that they're still using him, but there's been a steady rotation of bodies so far.
He's in there right now.
And JPP's played on the left side some too. Here's the Bucs showing some pressure, quick throw, and nobody's there to make the tackle. So easy, uncontested first down for Matt Collins, as nobody's in his vicinity in the zone. He's going to pick up about 12 there. And so again, the Bucs there's nobody home. Zone deep, everybody can just dink and dunk, and they don't make tackles to keep teams in tough situations. And so it's easy stuff for opposing offenses and allows pretty much every quarterback they play to feel incredibly comfortable.
Dolphins getting in and out of their huddle real quickly, kind of treating this almost like a 2-minute drive or a 4-minute drive near the end of the game.
And they're already almost in field goal range here as Jacoby Brissett working from the 41-yard line of Tampa Bay. Again from the shotgun, takes the snap, looking around, 4-man rush, some interior pressure, Tryon-Shoyinka chasing him, can't bring him down. Brissett looking downfield, going to step out of bounds. Looks like he lost about half a yard, maybe a yard where he stepped out of bounds. So 2nd and 11 coming up. Good pursuit by Tryon-Shoyinka, but again, cannot get the guy on the ground. And it's been the story of the game, story of the season so far for the Bucs. Missed opportunities for sacks, missed opportunities.
You saw Jacoby Brissett there before the snap. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, John, you cut out there.
No, you're good.
To interrupt you there, but you saw Jacoby Brissett before. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying the missed tackles are piling up for the Bucs so far in this one, and it's been the story of the season too. 2nd and 10, and Brissett fakes the handoff, looking downfield, drop a teardropper in, but it's going to be incomplete. But of course, there's a flag, and we'll see what the call is here. Ross Cockrell. I don't think this ball was even catchable, but at the end of the route,
at least it looked like good coverage. Hard to know exactly what happened up top, but by the time the ball was thrown, Cockrell was in good position.
Yeah, it is going to be pass interference there, and we'll see Cockrell against Jalen Waddle on the wheel route.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, very, very minimal contact by Jalen Waddle.
And if anything, it might have been Waddle who initiated the contact, sticking out his arm like that. I'm not sure how you call that against Cockrell.
It's just hard to – how critical can you be? Like these are the plays that are keeping drives alive for other teams. The Bucs have just been absolutely ravaged by officials this season.
Look for another hitch route down here at the bottom.
Yeah.
There it is.
1st and 10 here for the Dolphins from the 29-yard line of Tampa Bay, and a quick throw. Devin White right there, but he can't prevent the catch. Does prevent any yards after catch. And so
Jacoby Brissett has used that signal before the snap twice now. It's a fist right by his pants like this. When he sees off coverage, he just uses that little hand signal to his receiver to call that hitch route. We've seen him do it twice now on this drive. He hasn't thrown it there, but he's trying to take advantage of that soft coverage from the outside number 1 corners.
Right. If you're Miami, just get into these second and manageable situations. Bucs are going to give it up all day the way they play defense. And so now you've got yourself in a 2nd and 5 from the Bucs 24-yard line. Brissett working from the shotgun, 3 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Takes the snap. Rush. Just a 3-man rush for the Bucs. Brissett lofting one wide open for the touchdown as Myles Gaskin down the sideline. Blown coverage, and the Dolphins are going to take the 10-7 lead, and this defense could not look more pathetic, Paul.
Yeah, it's really tough. And it's hard to even, John, in the past, we've talked a lot about what we'd like to see from the Bucs schematically on defense, but you can't even really complain about that so much because it's just what's Todd Bowles even to do, right? After losing Winfield, after losing Jamel Dean for a while, losing SMB, Carlton Davis getting banged up, and, obviously now Sherman getting in there. So,
and this is what you get when you drop your edge defenders into coverage more than any other team in the NFL. You get it. Jason Pierre-Paul and who should be carrying a wheel route against a running back, and he's not carrying it, and he's not able to carry it even if he wanted to. So you teams see that on tape, and they end up starting to try and take advantage of it, and it just becomes easy touchdown. So everybody's going to say, oh, secondary. But how much of this is just tackling and not being able to sack guys and letting quarterbacks get away and create? And, that's what it is more than like guys who can't cover. That's a minimal issue for this team. That's not what we're seeing on these reps. We're not seeing guys get beat one-on-one. We're seeing you can't tackle, you can't finish sacks, you can't even run assignments there. You can't have edge defenders dropping down the field matched up against running backs and handling routes. Like that's what we're seeing. We're not seeing like it would be easy if it were like, oh, Richard Sherman can't hold this dude. Like he can't hang with him, or like, he can't cover this guy down the field. Like, or, Jamel Dean's jumping, routes and he can't cover guys down the field like we saw last year. That's not even the problem. And that could be a problem for the Bucs, but we can't even talk about that because that's not even the issue in this game. It's other stuff that should be controllable and really has nothing to do with the guys that they've lost.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you picked up on JPP there being in coverage. I actually missed that on the snap, but I'm glad you pointed that out, because if there is one thing that I can still feel comfortable criticizing Bulls about, it's the fact that he has a tendency to get cute with his coverages. He's one of these, some defensive coordinators or just coaches in general, they want their guys to do exactly what they're best at as often as they can. Whereas Bowles, he's dropping Vita Vea in coverage at times. He's dropping Tryon-Shoyinka in coverage, Devin White. Instead, what you'd maybe like to see is let him send those guys who are great pass rushers on the pass rush. Don't overthink it and let your coverage guys play coverage. It should be pretty simple, but this is kind of what happens when you're dropping those guys back. And like you said, I mean, how can you really expect JPP to pick up a wheel route from a running back? There's just no chance.
Right. And it's just like, you don't know what other coverages are blown there. And if people are running different coverages, obviously, no one's down the field there. So either JPP messes it up or someone else messes it up. Again, it's just like, okay, like this is not like you don't have the talent at corner to play. Like we haven't seen that. Like it might be the case. We aren't even getting to that point though, because there's all these basic issues that should be just taken care of that aren't being taken care of. And the Bucs defense, a lot of it is players. You mentioned some of the scheme stuff. I completely agree with you. I think giving quarterbacks the ability to get extremely comfortable right away, the way that the Bucs do, is just such a bad idea. I know they think pressure will counteract it. It hasn't when you can't get the quarterback on the ground and can't tackle, though. That makes Todd Bowles look more wrong than he would otherwise look. If they finish sacks and they finish those opportunities, they're talking about different opportunity. But when they're not able to do those things, then it makes his strategy look bad because he's so reliant on being able to get quarterbacks on the ground. And it just hasn't happened. And so,
well, on the positive side,
offense,
the offense has looked very sharp. I want to talk about a little bit about something you mentioned, and that's their play action usage and how they tend to not use it against man. But I think what they might be thinking against Miami is because they're such a blitz heavy team with play action, they can slow down that pass rush, wad it up with extra guys in protection, and then try to beat them deep. So I wonder if that's something that we see more of going forward today, because that pass protection element of it can be huge against an aggressive team like Miami. And when we get a chance, I'll talk a little bit more about what New England did last week, specifically with the coverages, and why we might see Miami kind of take the same approach. But right now, we're about to see Brady snap the ball and get the Bucs going again.
Yeah, 1st and 10 for the Bucs on their own 25-yard line is where they start from. Big discussion between Brady and Fournette before the snap here, and it doesn't look like Fournette knows what's going on. And are they going to call timeout here? Yeah, it looks like a timeout from Tampa Bay. That's terrible. I mean, you're coming out for a drive. You all need to know what's going on.
Yeah,
There's no reason
it's
that
so
should happen.
strange. You're just not used to seeing a Brady team play undisciplined after all those years in New England. And, they tightened things up big time after that Chicago game last year. But now in terms of that aspect of it, even on both sides of the ball, there seems to be some regression just as far as how clean and how disciplined they are. It's really, really strange to see from a veteran group like this.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. It's, the quarterback can do so much, but it's culturally like they're starting, if this continues, there's going to start to be questions in terms of like, what's the discipline level like? Like, why are there, 128 total yards to Miami in their first 2 drives of the game? Like, are you even prepared for this game? There's a lot of questions like that, I think, that bear watching. As Brady from the gun is going to drop back the pass, looks over the middle, finds Antonio Brown, who makes the catch, gets ping-balled around, and then falls forward. It looks like for the first down. So the Bucs moving again to their own 36-yard line on the completion to Antonio Brown over the middle of the field.
The Dolphins there playing man coverage, sending a huge blitz, lots of guys pressure. Bucs spread it out, say, hey, we're going to take our matchups one-on-one quickly. And when you have guys like Antonio Brown, who are so agile, such great route runners, you're going to win those matchups very, very often. As good as this Miami secondary is, it's a very tough challenge for them.
Right. Somebody said that was Miami's timeout. So again, we're watching on mute here. So that is helpful when you all let us know that. So thank you. That was Miami's timeout. Although the Bucs look confused too. So maybe both sides benefiting from it, as Brady and Fournette were in some pretty intense conversations with a few seconds to go before the snap. Fournette picks up 7 yards there. And so it's going to be 2nd and 3 for the Bucs from their own 42-yard line. As Fournette running pretty well to open this game. And we'll see what they can do now in 2nd and short. This is where the playbook's open for you, Paul.
Yes, sir. I mean, winning first down is not something the Bucs have always done, but I mean, if they can start doing that on a consistent basis, there's no stopping them.
Right. And so here's Brady with a quick throw, high throw to Godwin, but he's going to turn it upfield for a big gain. He crosses, gets down to the Miami Dolphins 40-yard line as he got a block out in front. A little bit of a high toss from Brady, but Godwin pulled it down and took off and run, and nobody was there. He had to get it over Jalen Phillips, I guess.
Yeah, great recovery by Godwin. Good blocking up front. Typically, Brady is one of the most accurate throwers on these quick screens. He always does a good job of putting it in front of the guy so he can catch and get yards after catch.
Did you see the block from Donovan Smith? He absolutely flattened the Dolphins corner.
I didn't, but this offensive line has some good mobility. These guys get upfield quick.
Yeah, that's a dream type of block there for Donovan Smith as the Bucs have now 1st and 10. Brady back to throw.
Fournette on the wheel route.
Lots of time. Fournette on the wheel route was pretty well covered, and he's going to be incomplete there as the ball deflected off maybe both players there.
Yeah, Brady kind of trying to throw it back shoulder there a little bit, but it's just very tight coverage. It's kind of another situation where you wish Giovanni Bernard got some more of those early down snaps, right? As Antonio Brown looks like he got open there on that pick concept with Evans.
Yeah, he did. He's probably on the backside of that. Evans actually wiped out there. I'm not sure whether it was him getting grabbed or. But
Brady trying to take advantage of Landon Roberts and coverage there, which, it makes sense, but just not able to work out this time.
Right. And so the Bucs now with 2nd and 10, and they're working from the Dolphins 39-yard line. Brady and empty.
Okie concept there to Fournette on that quick out route. We see them use this concept all the time. It's a little speed out from the number 1 and a corner route from the number 2. It's kind of like smash, except with an out route instead of a hitch, and you're doing it from a tight split. And hey, we're seeing more of Fournette being lined up outside these last 2 games and actually being targeted. Last game, obviously, he had that huge pass interference on the game-winning drive where he was running a fade route on the outside. I honestly can't remember before then Brady's Buccaneers ever throwing a fade route to the running back on the outside, because they just haven't used the running backs that way here because they have such good receivers. But it seems like maybe that's a new element that they're trying to explore with this offense right now.
4 wide receivers on the field for the Bucs here. Giovanni Bernard in the backfield. That was a good catch by Leonard Fournette on 2nd and 10. Now Brady's back to pass. 4-man rush and pressure is coming. Throws over the middle. Mike Evans makes the catch at the 20-yard line. Going to get down to about the 18. There is a flag down.
It's pass interference against Miami. It was Antonio Brown got interfered with, but great throw under pressure. Oh, it's holding.
The defensive holding on Xavier Howard for Miami, so they're going to decline that, and it'll be a 1st down for the Bucs. Again, of 15 yards to Mike Evans over the middle. But the Bucs do trail 10-7. By the way, Jacoby Brissett questionable to return with a hamstring injury, so not sure when that happened.
I missed that.
Yeah, he's jogging on the sideline right now, kind of jogging in place, and so we'll see what happens there. There was some pressure up the middle there on Brady, who got dumped after the play. No call there.
John, you and I have talked about this. Brady has delivered some strikes this season under pressure. I mean, there are a lot of narratives about him that are not true, but the thing about him not being able to throw under pressure is absolutely untrue. And another one there where there's clearly about to get hit, and he puts it on the money.
Right, exactly. And here's Ronald Jones running over the right side. He's going to pick up about 4 yards. Pretty good blocking here by O.J. Howard, by the way, on the perimeter, and a couple other guys as well. And so Fournette picks up 4, and it'll be 2nd and 6 from the Miami 14-yard line, end of the first quarter. The Bucs threatening, but down 10-7 to the Dolphins. Defenses have given up 10 points. They've only faced 2 drives, and they've given up points on both of them. So couldn't be a worse start for the Bucs defensively. Bucs offenses look good to start this one. You talked a little bit about Brady there and some things, and some people are talking about the quarterback battle now because Brissett's off to a hot start. With him being questionable to return, and he is jogging in place, and I would expect him to keep playing and just kind of see how it goes with that hamstring. But Reed Sinnett is the 3rd-string quarterback for Miami. They called him up. They were carrying 2 quarterbacks. They called him up after the Tua Tagovailoa injury at the beginning of the season. Sinnett was with the Bucs. He was picked up by the Bucs as an undrafted free agent last year after the 2020 draft, Paul. And he was with the team and just kind of for a little bit and didn't really do anything of note. There was no preseason, so he really we saw very little of him and had no opportunity to really prove himself. But this year with some preseason, got his way onto the practice squad with the Dolphins and then got elevated and has been their backup quarterback now for a couple of weeks for Brissett. So the most obscure revenge game could be coming up here if Reed Sinnett is able to find his way into this game.
He's got a good opportunity too against this secondary and just the way this defense is playing. As long as he can throw under pressure, because there might be pressure, as long as he can throw some passes with guys in his face, there'll be opportunities down the field.
Yeah, it's there's no question about it, man. This defense, I don't feel good about anybody.
But hey,
the way that they're playing right
still
now.
On offense here, and while we have a break, I want to talk a little bit about what the Patriots did last week. They they're a very single high type of team, one safety up top, another guy in the box. And what the Patriots really did is they sold out to try to take away everything over the middle. So that's why you didn't see Godwin involved. I know a lot of fans are wondering, hey, why is Chris Godwin not getting a lot of targets? It's because he was often double teamed whenever he was inside. So he had his man on him, and whoever that whole player, that middle zone player was also focused on Godwin as well. So often double teamed. He had 2 big plays in that game, both of them coming at the end of the first half, and they were both to the outside. They were both when he's getting away from that bracket on the inside. So the Dolphins.
Wouldn't you say the Bucs kind of used him as a decoy? Like they didn't really try to change his situation, right? They just said, okay, if this is how we're gonna go to other guys.
Yeah, you know what? I honestly thought the Bucs had a good game plan. It just didn't work out because of a couple of missed throws and drops.
Yeah.
But because of that, they had great one-on-one opportunities outside to Antonio Brown. Another cool thing that the Bucs did is they would stack Godwin and Evans on one side, and the Patriots, instead of just keeping their safety in the middle of the field, they would say, hey, we want 3 over 2 against Godwin and Evans. So they would move their single high safety over to that side of the field. So you would literally have no safety help on the other side. And that's how the Bucs were able to get Antonio Brown completely one-on-one without even middle safety help. So I thought that schematically they did a good job of taking advantage and playing that chess game. And that's why I feel like if the Dolphins replicate that game plan, the Bucs are going to continue having success as they've had today so far.
Yeah, for sure. And some bad luck breaks in that game, as you mentioned, as the Dolphins come with a 5-man rush. Brady over the middle for Godwin, incomplete. Did Howard knock that one away? I think Howard got a finger on that, knocked that one away. It looked like the last second. So 3rd and 6 coming up for the Bucs.
Yeah, that was a close one there. It looked like good placement, good, but just tough opportunity or tough catch attempt for Godwin. Of course, they expect him to come down with it, but that's a tough one. You can't blame him.
Yeah, it looked like Xavier Howard on Chris Godwin for a couple reps in this game so far, and so we'll see. Maybe it's Byron Jones and Mike Evans. We'll see how they.
Yeah, they're moving him around. I thought they might follow Xavier Howard on Evans all game, but that's not been the case.
Yeah, so 3rd and 6 now for the Bucs, and you got Brady from the Dolphins 14-yard line, and the Dolphins are going to come bring pressure and bull rush up the middle, and they're going to get Brady and bring him to the ground as Jerome Baker ran over Giovanni Bernard in that situation. A good pass protector in Giovanni Bernard, but he was no match for Baker on that play, and that got Brady sacked almost immediately.
Yeah, it looked like you might have had someone over the middle there, but hey, good coverage. Yeah, it was actually all covered up. Great job by the Dolphins to be able to send pressure and play coverage. Yep. So just well executed. Nothing you can really do there.
Right.
Good job to not force it and get a turnover or anything like that.
Right. You want to make sure that you're able to at least get the field goal. But yeah, for Giovanni Bernard, if there's one gripe, I mean, he got face masked in the one game where he gave up a sack earlier this season. So I kind of, took that out of the equation for him. But yeah, not a very good job in pass protection there either. Baker's not the biggest linebacker, and I know that that's tough sometimes, but Bernard's been one of the best pass protectors in the league over the course of his 9-year career. And so this isn't a small sample size. We've seen this guy pretty much at some points in his Cincinnati career when they had Joe Mixon and some other guys in there. They were just basically using Bernard because he was so good in pass protection. They would just put him in for pass obvious situations because he was so good in that role. And he's probably one of the best pass protectors I've watched, but it is not, we haven't seen much of it in Tampa Bay either, but the couple times we have seen him, it hasn't impressed. So looks like Brissett is getting ready to come back in right now after dealing with that hamstring injury. And so it's 10-10. The Bucs are tied in this one. Bucs 3-1, obviously the Dolphins 1-3, losers of 3 straight. But man, both teams kind of done whatever they've wanted offensively in this game for the most part. Both teams right now 1 of 2 in the red zone, and now we got a 10-10 in terms of converting red zone trips to touchdowns. We've got a 10-10 game as a result. But Brissett, I mean, great start for him against this Bucs defense that seems like it's going to keep just about every quarterback in the game right now. 8 of 10 for 119 yards and a touchdown for Jacoby Brissett to start this thing off. So, I don't know what to say, Paul. They just can't continue. The Bucs have any hopes of being a Super Bowl team, or the offense is very good, obviously, but you can't play defense like this against. This is the worst offense in the league for the most part in every category, and they're missing their top 2 offensive weapons in Will Fuller, and their offensive line has been in shambles all season long. Like, you can't allow this to happen to you as a defense. So we'll see what the Bucs are made of. We'll see what Todd Bowles is made of here as they go out to get ready to play defense. Only 2 incompletions in the day for Jacoby Brissett. That pretty consistent with what the Bucs have given up this year. They're 3rd worst in the NFL, 30th right now in terms of completion percent, opposing completion percentage. 73%, over 73% of opponents of passes are completed by opposing quarterbacks for this.
That's an unbelievable number.
Yeah, and that's not even the highest number in the league right now. That shows where offensive efficiency is at, but the Bucs still just way too far down in terms of where their defense is at. And they are rolling up the corners and trying to play some more press right now. It looks like make yardage a little bit harder to come by. Here comes the pass rush. Shaq Barrett almost got in there, but instead it's dumped off. And again, kind of some weak tackling. I know Jason Pierre-Paul can't really do anything with that right arm, but it looked like it could have been a 2-yard gain. Falls forward, gets 3 more yards. So now 2nd and 5, and you're just in a different situation in terms of play calling.
Yeah, the Bucs are playing cover 2 zone there, and that's one of the differences this season is they have actually tried to play more cover 2 zone than they did last season. Their base coverage, of course, is still cover 3, but maybe trying to give their corners a little bit more help with those 2 deep safeties a bit more often this year.
Yeah, for sure. And here's Brissett from under center, going to hand off, and it's going to be tackled right away at the line of scrimmage. Is Gaskin. That was Jamel Dean off the edge. Good tackle by him. Ross Cockrell was in there as well. So 3rd and 4 coming up here. Maybe they give him a half a yard there, but 3rd and a long 4 coming up for the Dolphins.
And you'd love to give these 2 high looks as the Bucs, just in hopes that teams would want to run the ball against you a little more often, right? Because they, even without the extra box defender, the Bucs are fantastic against the run. But if you're showing that look pre-snap where you're just taking the run away with how you're lining up, then of course teams are just all the more enticed to pass against you, and the Bucs aren't good against the pass. So
yeah, you're seeing here's that look with Vita Van and Dominican Sue on the outside and a bunch of more athletic players in the interior as Brissett throws back shoulder for Preston Williams, incomplete. So it'll be 4th and 4, and the Bucs defense does finally they force the 3 and out. It does happen. And the pass rush there, you got that weird look, right, Paul? You got you got Sue and Vea on the outside, Pierre-Paul, Levante David, I believe it was Shaq Barrett maybe there, and Devin White on the interior. And then somebody's dropping and some people are going. And it was kind of that weird look they showed against Dallas a little bit. But
against
it's enough
week 1. They used that a couple of times. Such a difficult look to try to figure out from a pass protection standpoint, because typically the way pass protection works is you want big on big, meaning you want your offensive lineman covering the defensive lineman, and you want to leave the linebackers to the running back. But what happens when those the big guys are on the outside and your linebackers are in the middle? Who's now the big, right? So are you going to leave Vita Vea uncovered coming off the edge? Or are you going to put a running back on him? It's just a very tough thing for an offense to try to figure out. And the cool thing is, I mean, I don't think the Bucs have even used that since week 1. You correct me if I'm wrong, but the fact that they put it on tape means that teams have to think about it during the week. They have to come up with new protection rules just in case that comes up, so that they can account for it. And that's just another thing for the offense to think about. So that's a cool little wrinkle that you got to give props to Bulls for.
Yeah, Bucs offense will take over from their own 29-yard line now when we come back. But some other scores from around the league right now: Washington up 13-7 over the Saints. That one a couple minutes into the second quarter. Pittsburgh up 10-3 over Denver. Also a couple minutes into the second quarter there. Minnesota up 6-3 over the Lions about halfway through the second quarter there. Tennessee up 14-13 on Jacksonville, 9:55 left in the second quarter. Houston up 12-6 on New England, who just got decimated after that Bucs game. If you watch the injury report, they lost like 5-6 guys, it felt like, after the Bucs game. I didn't even know they were hurt. But
the Patriots?
Yeah, the Patriots. So they're down 12-6 to Houston. That's kind of a do or die game for both of those teams. Not that I think either have much of a chance, but Carolina up 10-3 on Philadelphia early on. That one a couple minutes into the second quarter as well. And then Cincinnati up 7-6 on Green Bay with 11:40 left in the second quarter of that one. And so there's your scores kind of going around. Earlier today, Atlanta beat the Jets in London 27-20. That game was there in like 9:30 Eastern this morning. The Falcons jumped out to a big lead in that one, and then the Jets almost came back, but got shut out at the end there, and Atlanta finished the deal. So they're growing, they're getting better. The Falcons are, but they're still a long way for them to go. They improved to 2-3, and the NFC South's looking a little bit tougher than maybe we thought it would. I don't know if anybody's good, but everybody's kind of like competent, like tough, you know what I mean? Like pretty well coached, I feel like. So everybody's going to be a battle. It's not going to be like you're going to walk to 4 or 5 wins.
And this defense is going to keep teams in the game. So, if the Miami Dolphins are able to move the ball up and down the field, I mean, with that one last drive as an exception, that makes it hard to win those big blowouts, right? So there's going to be no real easy game, most likely, for the Bucs this year, unless they can really tighten things up on that end. Because the offense, this is a good opponent that they're playing. The Miami defense, or their secondary in particular, is very tough, and the Bucs are still overall doing a great job. I mean, 10 points in 2 drives, that's great results. So, as long as the defense can maybe just improve a little bit, it shouldn't be an issue for the Bucs.
Yeah, here's 1st and 10 for the Bucs. They're working from 12 personnel, and the handoffs to Ronald Jones. He runs straight ahead, does find a little bit of a crease, and is going to pick up maybe 4 or 5 yards there. So 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6 coming up for the Bucs as the clock winds a couple minutes now into the second quarter.
For all of Ronald Jones's issues, which we obviously know about, the one thing or a couple things that he does do great is he sees holes very well. He's a decisive runner, and when he sees that gap, he explodes through it. See, there's not that hesitation that you see with Fournette. He's not trying to dance. He just goes right through it, does a good job there, picking up 4 yards on first down.
Yeah, there's Antonio Brown in motion and Brady under center on 2nd and 6. Clock winds now under 12 minutes left in the second quarter, 10-10 game. And Brady's going to hand off to Ronald Jones, who gets over the right side and is going to get maybe a couple of yards, but it's going to bring up 3rd and 3 here, it looks like to me.
Tyler Johnson in that Chris Godwin role there in run blocking, just coming right behind the tackle, short motioning in just before the snap. And, I know the Bucs really like having that extra blocker there, but the counter argument against it is you're also just adding another defender into the box and really making a big crowd up there. And
yeah. And Tyler Johnson's is a decent blocker, but I mean, come on. Do you really want Tyler Johnson near the point of attack when you're running the football? Just
Chris Godwin's not out there again for on 3rd down even. So I wonder if there's an issue there.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Brady taking the snap. 4-man rush and pressure breaks through. He's going to throw over the middle to Antonio Brown, who's off and running, gets a block from Tyler Johnson, and he's going to be gone all the way to the end zone for the touchdown on the catch and run. The Bucs take the 16-10 lead with the extra point pending.
I want to say that was a mesh concept there on 3rd and 2 crossing routes against man coverage. Very difficult to defend, to get through it, and especially when your guy is as fast as Antonio Brown. And John, you and I talked about this a lot this week leading up to this game. He is the guy, Antonio Brown, who we thought would have a big game, and he should have had a big game last week because of how the Dolphins and the Patriots are defending him. And yeah, that was the mesh concept there. Antonio Brown just gets wide open after that big clog up the middle. And yeah, this is what's going to happen when you want to play tight man coverage without much support against the Buccaneers. Antonio Brown is kind of going to be that guy who ends up on your 3rd cornerback, and that's what's going to happen more often than not.
Right. And here's a couple of crazy things there. That was Antonio Brown in the slot against Xavier Howard, who a lot of people think might be the best corner in the league, maybe after Jalen Ramsey. But this offseason, a lot of people said he was the best corner in the league. So I'm just going off their words. I've never felt that way. But AB dusted him, scored on him, obviously. That's also the first passing touchdown for Tom Brady with the Bucs that came on his own side of the 50-yard line since he joined the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So as many big plays as they've created, a lot of them, like he's thrown like probably 5 touchdowns maybe from the other teams, like 46, 47, 49. But on the Bucs side of the 50, he had not thrown a touchdown as a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Threw a bunch in New England on the other side.
Yeah, well,
it was like 3 or 4 a year in New England. But that's the first one he's thrown in Tampa Bay.
It's because of Arian's scheme. I'm not knocking it, but it's not a yards after catch kind of scheme. It's a very air yards type of scheme. The yards that they're going to get are going to come from the ball being in the air. Like they're not designing, unlike that play mesh where it is a yards after catch kind of play. Typically, they're not setting things up for guys to run into space after a short completion. So that's kind of a big reason why that hasn't happened. But of course, a part of it is just being a statistical anomaly and a little bit of luck in that regard.
Right, for sure. It's just kind of a funny stat more than anything. But AB still has 4.4 speed. Vortex says, I mean, it looked like it, dude. He tore away from everybody there. Yeah. Like that was crazy. Also, just the throw by Brady, like they blew the protection basically. It looked like a twist up front. I have to see it again, but they blow the protection. It looked like maybe it was Kappen, Jensen, or Marpet. I don't know who's at fault yet. We'll have to see. He's about to get clobbered, keeps his eyes down the field, kind of falls off the throw and just guns it right in stride to AB so he can turn up field and score a touchdown. Just
love it.
An absolutely absurd throw. And as people in the chat kind of get to see the replay there and get to see some of the brilliance of Brady under pressure. And you mentioned it, Paul. Here's the thing. Brady is right now one of the highest graded players by Pro Football Focus, one of the highest graded quarterbacks in the league.
Highest graded quarterback, yep.
Is he highest? He's number 1, isn't he? Right?
He is, yep. He is.
Under pressure this season. Last season, he was not. He was near the bottom of the league.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that was going to be your caveat. I thought you were talking about overall. I don't know about under pressure.
Yeah, under pressure. Yeah, he is. I know he's the highest graded overall by PFF, but under pressure as well this season. He's either top 1 or he's 1 or 2 right now. 1, 2, or 3 in the league. I know he's in the top 3, and his grade is just off the charts under pressure. And a lot of it is because people thought last year, oh, Brady can't make plays under pressure now. A, the mobility is better this year, so that helps. But B, they didn't know where they were going under pressure a lot of time last season. You and I talked about this a little bit. I know Mark Schofield and I've talked about it a lot. New England calls pressure beaters, basically totally different than Tampa Bay did. It was one of the biggest learning curves Brady had to get when he came to Tampa Bay. Was this is how we handle pressure in Tampa Bay and how we communicate pressure, how we get to hots, all of that kind of stuff. Totally different than the way they did things in New England. So it was one of the biggest changes that took the longest amount of time. Late in the season, it got better, but you can see this season that's like fully on the same page, and the results have been unbelievable. And he's been elite under pressure this year.
Yeah, that's something you and I have talked about as well. Of course, Mark knows a ton about that, but as far as pass concepts, that's the thing. It's very similar from team to team, but it's the finer details. Like, what are your answers to certain problems? That's where the differences come from. Different teams have different solutions to the same problem. And of course, when you're talking about sight adjustments, talking about hot routes, those type of things that happen on the fly and require a quarterback and a receiver really seeing things the exact same way, that's really hard to do without a real offseason. And it was just basically impossible for them to get that done. And hey, even with that, the Bucs were the 5th best team in passing against the blitz anyway last year.
Yeah, right. Yep. And here, let's see if now the Bucs defense can take advantage as they blitz there, and Brissett throws short, and Richard Sherman with a big tackle after a 2 or 3 yard gain there. So 2nd and 7 looks like coming up for the Dolphins, but a good quick tackle by Sherman. Pressure got home. That's what you want, right? If you can get 3 yards or 2 yards, that was about 2.5 yards. That's great if you're playing off and you can hold them to that. If you're giving up 5-6 yards, 2nd and 4 is totally different than 2nd and 7 from a play calling perspective in terms of what teams want to do. So good job on first down by the Bucs defense. And now we'll see 2nd and 7 Brissett from the shotgun.
3 yards on first down, clear winner for the defense every time.
Right. And here's Brissett back to pass, and pass rush coming through. Vita Vea looked like he was held. Brissett double clutching the ball, now looking down the field and overthrows everybody. Mike Edwards trying to track it down for a shot at a pick there and couldn't, so incomplete. 3rd and 7. And again, the pass rush, you want to see a breakthrough even with a 4-man rush. Has not been the case so far. Did look like maybe Vita Vea got held there, but Brissett had plenty of time, but did have to throw it away there basically down the field. So 3rd and 7 coming up for the Dolphins, trying to avoid their second straight 3 and out on offense after driving down the field and scoring on their first 2 drives of the game.
This is where they have to be able to generate pressure on this 3rd down. This is where Bowles can get into his exotic looks. Hopefully that doesn't mean JPP in coverage, but he can get creative here as he likes to.
It often does. We'll see. Brissett from the shotgun. He drops back to pass. Here comes some pressure up the middle. He's going to fire one out to Gesicki for the first down. Instead, it was Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in coverage against one of the most athletic tight ends in the league. And obviously, Tryon-Shoyinka probably not going to win that matchup very often against Mike Gesicki. And so it's an easy first down for the Dolphins. And that continues to try to be creative with dropping those guys. But, again, this is a situation, Paul. This isn't a once in a while. Like, this is Todd Bowles dropped Shaq Barrett into coverage over 100 times last season. And same thing with JPP. Like, this is a legitimate part of their defense. This isn't just like the fun wrinkle thrown in once or twice a game. Like he and JPP have dropped, like, there's been games this season where they've dropped like 8 or 9 times. And so, just tough to put guys in that situation when other teams have seen it on tape. Here's a quick throw to Preston Williams for a gain of about 4. Ross Cockrell and Devin White wrap him up and take him down. And so
nice
the Dolphins,
tight coverage there from the defense, not giving it away easily, actually really making them earn that route, make you actually get open instead of just leaving you open from the snap and then trying to make a tackle afterwards. Still picked up 5, but if you're making them do that every time, that's going to be tough because that was good coverage, honestly.
Right. It was. And so we'll see now what they can do as Brissett operating on 2nd and 5 from the 45-yard line. He's from the shotgun. Bucs blitz Sherman off the edge. He's going to throw quickly to Durham Smythe, the tight end. Devin White comes up and takes him down after a short gain. So 3rd and 3, it looks like maybe coming up here.
Great job by Devin White. I was watching him the whole way there because it looked like they were trying to basically put him in conflict with the route concept there. They had a flat route from the running back, and they had, I think, a receiver kind of creating a high-low. So trying to make Devin White be wrong, but he was sound with his positioning and closed in so fast. I mean, I don't know if there's a faster closer on this defense. Great job by Devin White there.
Yeah, 3rd and 3 from the Dolphins here, and now you've got they're just outside midfield from their own 47-yard line. So Jalen Waddle in a short motion bounces back out, and Brissett takes the snap. 5-6-man rush for the Bucs, and he throws out in the flat, and a good break on the ball to knock it away by Ross Cockrell. Got there just in time to poke it away from Jalen Waddle, and 4th and 3 now coming up for the Dolphins.
I want to say that was cover 0 from the Buccaneers, meaning no safety help, sending 6 guys in the pass rush with only 5 guys one-on-one in coverage. And and they did a great job. They played tight. Cockrell still playing tight even without that support behind him, and gets done against the Dolphins on third down. Huge stop. And as the Dolphins are lining up here to go for it on fourth down at midfield.
And like I said, they've been tied for the most attempts in the NFL on fourth down. And here's Brissett from the shotgun in this situation. They're 5 of 10 this year, are the Dolphins on fourth down. Waddle's in motion, and now whistles stop things, and looks like a timeout we're going to have.
This is interesting. Pretty early in the game on their own side of the field. I mean, I'm sure this is an analytically sound decision here.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be shocked if this isn't a good decision to go for here in general, but it's still not something that you see often in the NFL. So it is an interesting decision. Flores being aggressive. And it's also pretty interesting because on the other side, or not on the other side, but his mentor, if you will, and Bill Belichick has over the last few years become one of the absolute most conservative coaches. And it's not as if you can just chalk it up to differences in offensive personnel. Flores isn't working with a whole lot here, but he's still being aggressive on his own side of the field, knowing that he has to chase points against this incredible offense on the other side.
Right. And you don't want to jump if you're the Bucs. Obviously, tons of defensive offsides, neutral zone infractions this year. So we'll see kind of what they do in this situation. But yeah, this is basically the opposite of what Belichick did last week in a pretty similar spot. And so we'll see what happens. 4th and 3 for the Dolphins from their own 47-yard line. Lots of motions, lots of Brissett barking it out. Play clock's winding.
Pressure again, at least they're showing it.
Yeah, trying to get the Bucs to jump, and they do not. And so the Dolphins don't look like they are going for it. And now there's going to be a flag, and this one might be delay game.
Yeah. I got worried for a second, but it's just the play clock ran down. So, hey, for all that praise, never mind. The fake lining it up on fourth down might be my least. The fake lineup into punt is one of my least favorite things in football. I think it should just be like a turnover on downs automatically. I hate it so much.
just by doing it.
It should be turnover on downs at the spot. You don't even get to punt it. Screw it. You lost your opportunity.
Yeah, I don't understand it either, man. It's if you're the Dolphins, like you're 1 and 3, you have backups all over the field, like you're in a 4th and manageable situation. Just go for it, in my opinion. But they can't get the Bucs to short punt too, by the way, here, and it's rolling the Bucs way. Is that looks like it's going to be picked up at about the 23-yard line by Miami. So that's where the Bucs offense will start 1st and 10 from their own 23, up 17-10. Look like at 8:07 left in the second quarter of this one, Paul. So Bucs offensively done a lot of good things. Protection, a couple leaky spots on the last 2 drives, really. We talked about Gio giving up the sack. There was another play where Brady got pressured by just like a 4-man rush, should not have been pressured. The first 2 drives, Brady had all day, I felt like, on the first 2 drives. But some things leaking through, and maybe Miami's found something. The Patriots twisted up the Bucs interior a lot. That was it didn't really work till maybe later in the game a little bit, but they twisted up the interior a lot with some games and who's coming, who's not, and they have to just communicate out so many different things. Brady gets the ball out so quick that I'm not sure you want to live that way if you're an opponent, but it's definitely creating some problems for the Bucs interior offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, the Patriots didn't blitz Brady much. They blitzed him once on that. I think when Brady
it was more like 4-man games, like it twists like who's coming, who's not. Then they only send 4, but it's like a line, who's gap, who has who, the communication stuff, even without blitzing, they were trying to challenge
the Patriots. They sent a 0 blitz one time on 3rd down in the red zone, and Brady just hit Brait on a glance route right away. He knew where the answer was, and I don't think the Patriots sent another blitz all game after that one. So the Dolphins, they're more aggressive than the Patriots. They blitz more, they play more tight man coverage, even though the Patriots do that a ton. And so far, they've gotten punished for it because sure, they've gotten pressure up front, but Brady will deliver those strikes anyway. He'll know exactly where his soft spots are, and the receivers are so good, as you saw Antonio Brown, even against their number 1 corner, get wide open. So, like you said, John, I don't know if that's a way that the Dolphins really want to live, and if they do, I don't think it's going to work out well for them.
Yeah, for sure. One thing that's changed about the Bucs offensively this year, Paul, that's might be startling to some people, but yards after catch, they were 4th in the NFL. Obviously, they're going to be up now more after that AB play and the Godwin play earlier. They've had some good yards after catch, but yards after catch, they were 4th in the NFL coming into this game. So they've been able to create after the catch. A lot of it's been much better screen game, right? Quick throw game. Week 1, you saw a lot of that. But also, I give even Mike Evans, never great after the catch, but he's fighting for extra yards. Godwin's been really good after the catch. Antonio Brown's been great after the catch. So that kind of stuff has really changed a lot of things with his offense, right? Last year, I felt like yards after catch were like pulling teeth. Like with his team, backs couldn't catch. So that's your biggest yards after catch opportunity, right? Or screens and, the backs underneath with 1-on-1 with a guy in space. And that's been something that's definitely been better this season. And they deserve some some credit for that as we get set to come back here. The Bucs have scored on all 3 of their drives in this game, a touchdown, a field goal, and a touchdown.
12 personnel here with an extra offensive lineman.
Right. So no Antonio Brown on the field in this situation right now on 1st and 10. Tom Brady going to hand off to Leonard Fournette, going to run over the right side, pick up a healthy gain. He's going to pick up about 7. So it'll be 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4 for the Bucs here coming up.
And Chris Godwin is back in the game. So earlier he was out for a couple plays in a row, including a key 3rd down, which was a little bit worrisome, but seems like it's no issue. They're just mixing up and giving their guys some rest. Mm-hmm. And yeah, as far as the yards after catch, I'm really surprised that they're 4th, but it makes perfect sense now in hindsight. And like you mentioned, it's the screen game that's worked way better. It was pretty bad last year. They weren't able to execute any sort of running back screens, but they love those wide receiver screens. The running back screens have been great. They had success with it even last week. A couple of huge runs by Fournette or pass and runs.
Right. Here's Brady on 2nd and 4, back to pass, 4-man rush for Miami. Quick throw out to Antonio Brown. Again, makes a guy miss, gets over the 1st down marker there. So just picking up a couple yards after the catch, not getting tackled in space. And the Bucs are going to have a new set of downs at their own 34-yard line.
And just to finish up that thought, I really do believe that yards after catch is predominantly a function of play calling. And this offense, it's continuously evolving or it's unlocking more doors as Brady is more acclimated. They have more wrinkles this year. It's not a different offense. It's just a more nuanced, and it's evolved from where it was. It's the same core principles, but there's just more to it now. Mm-hmm. And that's why you're seeing some more of those yards after catch type plays too. And it's really cool to see.
Yeah, more window dressing. It looks different. They get to things differently than they got to them before, but they're getting to the same things. There's play action for Brady. Speaking of things that are a little different, he's going deep for Mike Evans here, and this ball's going to be underthrown, and Evans dropped it. It looked like he was trying to throw back to Evans a little bit, and Evans had a great shot at getting it and just couldn't come down with it.
Yeah, it went right through his hands. I mean, Brady giving his guy a chance there. I do think he underthrew it. I don't think he meant to do that. But at the same time, he's giving Mike Evans a chance there, which is not a bad bet. Such a big body, and he's got to come down with that one.
That's a killer. I talked about this in the offseason a little bit. Mike Evans, for as good as he is just not as good in those situations, those contested catch, adjust to the ball in the air, go up and get it type situations as people think he is. They think he's great at it because in college he won that way a lot, and he's a bigger body, but that's actually kind of a struggle area for him a little bit. And so really needed that catch for the Bucs as they try to pull away. He goes underneath OJ Howard here, who gets down near the 1st down marker. He grabbed around the ankle and then looked like Jerome Baker came up to tackle him and just waited. And so Howard just kind of ducked under and got the 1st down there, despite just being a little underneath throw. So good job by OJ Howard. He's transitions from catcher to runner this season have been really, really pretty good this year. I know it's just a couple reps, but he's picked up a couple of these where he catches the ball, kind of knows where the defender is, bounces away, and gets up the field.
Miami switching it up there, going to more of a zone look, maybe getting tired of being punished in man coverage. But it's nice to see OJ Howard getting his rhythm back after that Achilles injury. It's been, I think it's been less than 12 months.
Absolutely. So here's 1st and 10. Brady's back to pass, 4-man rush. He's got all kinds of time, throws deep for Antonio Brown and can't hit him there. That looked like Brown was kind of being held up a little bit there, but the coverage was good. I wasn't sure if he was being held up there, but he's not saying anything. So maybe didn't look like he tried to run away from it too much there. That was Xavier Howard as well and him there. They kind of were in a hand fighting battle all the way down the sideline there, the two of them.
Yeah, it's a tough concept there. I want to say that was probably 2-man, the coverage, and they had the go flat concept, which is more of like a 2-high zone beater rather than a 2-high man beater. But Brady giving his guy a chance there against their number 1 corner, Xavier Howard, but Howard wins that one.
Yeah, for sure. So now we've got the Bucs offense on a 2nd and 10 now. From their own 45-yard line. Brady back to pass. 4-man rush again. Hits Fournette over the middle. Runs over a man. He's going to pick up the 1st down, it looks like. Down to the Dolphins' 45-yard line. He put his shoulder down and hit McCourty. McCourty brought him down, but not till Leonard stretched for the 1st down. Quick decision by Brady. Easy decision with the Dolphins playing off Fournette. And he looks like he runs over a guy and should have for a 10-yard gain.
Leonard is sick and tired of the Leonard segments, and he has really juiced it up.
Week. We ran a positive Leonard segment.
That's right.
On the pod.
Hey, yeah, I mean, you say what you will, but you guys are fair.
That's right. Here's 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense. Brady play action. This is that trap pass. He wants to go deep. Does he have it? Let's see. Going down the field now. Overthrows. Receiver fell down, and Byron Jones tried to track it down, or his defender tried to track it down for an interception. Brady screaming at someone. Might be the officials trying to get a flag there. Not sure. We'll have to see. Godwin fell down, it looked like.
I would love to see what happened down the field because that looked very strange.
Oh, tripped.
Yeah.
That was the trip by the corner. I want to see that one from up close. He definitely got the foot out there. They weren't that close together when he tripped up either.
No. So I want to say that was the Mills concept where you have a post on the outside, a dig from the number 2, puts a lot of stress on those safeties, creates a lot of confusion. It's good against quarters.
Here's Brady back to pass, and now there's going to be flags fly, and we'll see what the call is here. Bucs not winning first down much on this drive, Paul. They've converted anyway, but not winning first down pretty much at all on this drive. So Brady looks like he's motioning against Miami, and it is going to be against Miami. So it'll be a 2nd and 5 situation from the Dolphins' 40-yard line. The Bucs are 3 for 3 drives, 3 scores in this game. They're up 17-10. A little over 5 minutes left in the second quarter. This is a situation now in 2nd and 5 where the playbook's a little more open to you than it was on 2nd and 10.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and like you said, they haven't always been the most consistent team on first down. A big part of that is play calling, being a little too run heavy on first down in a lot of games. But if they can execute a little bit better there, that's kind of probably their biggest area of possible improvement on offense.
Right. So here's 2nd and 5 from the Dolphins 40. Quick throw by Brady out to Fournette in the flat, who makes a man miss and gets upfield, ducked under a Jerome Baker tackle, and is going to get down to the 28-yard line before a host of Dolphins throw him out of bounds on the Miami sideline. And so Jerome Baker had him dead to rights in the flat right near the first down marker, and Lenny just ducked underneath him, picked up the first down.
John, you want to talk about the evolution of the scheme? That play was pure schemed open. Fournette starting on the left side of the formation, motioning across before the snap and making number 55 chase him, and he's out of position, making it hard for him to get there while Fournette is in motion, as opposed to if he just lined up there from the beginning. And then I want to say a bit of a rub concept there, and just really making it hard for the defender to get through traffic, figure it all out pre-snap. And that's a schemed open pass. That was not talent that got that done. That was a coaching play right there.
Right. And here's Brady play action. Again, the trap pass pressure comes right away, but he gets the pass off to Cam Brate over the middle of the field for a 13-yard gain down to the Miami 16-yard line. The Bucs are going to have 1st and 10 once again. That trap pass, they've been using it, but pressure leaked through right away there. Alex Cappa got beat by Christian Wilkins. Brady gets knocked over again, but again, he beats the pressure with the throw, and a great route by Cam Brate. Jerome Baker getting cooked up a little bit this afternoon. Cam Brate, what an awesome route.
Yeah, he just beat him straight off the line, and that's twice. Just going after Baker there, 2 plays in a row. I wonder if they see something.
Here we got 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense from the Miami 16-yard line. So they're once again in the red zone for the 4th time today, up 17-10. Can they finish the job? Or sorry, 3rd time today, I should say, as Leonard Fournette rumbles for a gain of about 5. Forgot they had a touchdown from the other side of the 50. I forgot.
That's right.
So 3rd time in the red zone today for the offense. Can they finish it in the end zone? 2nd and 6 coming up on the Dolphins 13-yard line. Bucs are up 17-10. Trying to eat up this clock a little too if they can. Clock is winding to be under 3 minutes by the time they snap this one on 2nd and 6.
John, when you get a chance, maybe after this play, talk about that trap pass a little bit. Explain what it is, why it's so good. It's something Brady has done a lot, even going back to New England. It's a tough thing to defend, but I'm not sure if everyone necessarily knows exactly what that means.
Yeah, good call. I'll try and explain it if I can after this play. As Brady throws quick to Chris Godwin, who's going to run through a couple tackles and actually pick up 3 yards. He got hit behind the line of scrimmage, but he picks up a couple. So 3rd and 3 coming up now from the Dolphins 10-yard line for the Bucs offense. We'll see if they can go up big in this one. But okay, yeah, that trap pass, they're pulling one of their guards as a false run key to kind of suck the linebackers up and then try and throw them behind him. Peyton Manning made that play famous. He and Dallas Clark, I feel like, ate off of it. And then Brady and Gronkowski kind of famously picked it up. And Gronkowski joked with the Mannings the other day that he has tons of his yards on that play and thanked Peyton for it. And so, yeah, it's been kind of a staple of this offense really last year. I mean, if you remember, I believe the Chris Godwin corner route catch on the Bucs' first drive of the game last year against the Saints. He hit that corner route throw to Godwin. I think that was off a trap pass right away by Ali Marpet, trying to pull it out. They leave the defensive end unblocked. Marpet comes out and gets him. Last week they ran it, and Judon got a sack off of it, actually, because they pulled Kappa on it, and Ronald Jones kind of knocked him off the block a little bit. Maybe they were off their spot. Timing wasn't good, and so, but it has been a really productive play for the Bucs offensively this year. I think Godwin scored their first touchdown of the season on that play against Dallas in week 1.
Yeah, and like you said, it's that's right. He did on that week 1 because when that guard is pulling,
2 minutes warning, by the way. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. When that guard is
Let me
pulling,
know.
it's so convincing that it's a run because obviously you typically never pull a guard on a pass play. So that linebacker just naturally, instinctively just bites down hard. And like Belichick explained, it's really not a sound pass protection play. It's pretty, kind of drawn up in the dirt, kind of freestyling a little bit. And it asks a lot from the quarterback on the offensive line to really just figure things out and get it done anyway. But if you can execute it well, which the Bucs for the most part have, you can generate huge plays off of it because it's so difficult for the defense. It's so convincing.
Right.
And it's one of the ways that the Buccaneers try to sell run on their pass plays is because, for instance, they're not one of these wide zone teams, right? And the reason that those wide zone teams have so much success off their play action is because their play action blocking looks just like their run blocking because all their offensive linemen are moving in the same direction on an angle, just like the way they would on wide zone. Obviously, that's not what the Bucs do with the running game, so they can't sell play action in that way. So they figure out different ways. Hey, how can we make our play action blocking look like our run blocking? And this is one of those ways they do it.
Brady did hit his hand on Christian Wilkins' helmet there. I'm trying to figure out from Matt Matera. He's bleeding from his hand, it looks like, from his thumb. And we're trying to get confirmation from Matt, who's at the stadium, as to what it looks like. Seeing what's going on the sideline.
Yeah,
if they're looking at him at all. I mean, bleeding, you obviously are hoping no stitches there of that throwing hand. And Christian Wilkins, he hit his hand on Christian Wilkins' helmet, it looked like.
Yeah, you just hope we saw that brutal injury to Russell Wilson on Thursday night on his throwing hand. And that's going to take him out for a while. So it's always scary when the quarterback hits his hand on someone's helmet or anywhere really during the throwing motion because their arm is moving so fast. So that's obviously
right. And Brady is out there. Brady's out there in 3rd and 3. So we'll see what kind of a call they come up with. I don't see they're not even showing us this. It doesn't look like anything's on his thumb there from the shot there. So 3rd and 3 for the Bucs offense. Here's Brady after the 2-minute warning. So big play here. Godwin comes out in motion and Brady looking that way now throws over the middle. And Antonio Brown,
right?
And a flag does come in late. So Antonio Brown got grabbed over the middle of the field, and the Bucs are going to have a first down off the penalty, it looks like.
Yeah, and that
looked like he got taken to the ground there, Paul.
Yeah, maybe like it's almost a tackle.
Let's see, Brown. An inside coming off camp right there. It looked like, hooked him with the right arm there. Kind of knew it, I think, right as the play ended.
Yeah, Brady's saying, what are you doing? He's coaching up the defense a little bit.
Right. So now we got 1st and goal for the Bucs from the Dolphins 5-yard line. They try and pound it in, give Brady another chance to throw one. We'll see. Godwin and Evans out wide to the left. Josh Wells is in the game at tight end. O.J. Howard also at tight end. Goes in motion here from right to left.
Brady sees man coverage. He's changing the play.
Brady going to take the snap, handoff Leonard Fournette, who gets stoned at the line of scrimmage. Landon Roberts, a run-stuffing linebacker for the Dolphins, makes the big hit at the line of scrimmage, and Bucs are going to have 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line.
You see Brady do this a lot where he taps his helmet, yells out, alert, alert. That's some teams, they call out kill. There are a few different words for it. Basically, all it is there is a package set of plays. So they call 2 plays in the huddle, and at the line of scrimmage, they're going to try to use some sort of false cadence, try to get the defense to show what coverage they're in, whether that be, with their cadence, with motion. And then that gives the quarterback the chance to switch into that next play if he thinks that it's better against that coverage. The Rams are really good at packaging plays in that way, but it's something that the Buccaneers do a lot as well. And that's why you see Brady with that alert so often.
Right. Here's 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line for the Bucs offense. Now, it looked like the Dolphins called timeout, trying to keep some time on the clock as Christian Wilkins tried to flop there. I see the replay on TV right now.
That was great.
Valiant effort.
That was great.
There. So now the Bucs 2nd and goal. Looks like the ball's actually out near the 4-yard line. So maybe they gave Leonard, I don't know how they gave him anything, but looked like he didn't even get back to line of scrimmage. Here's Brady from the shotgun, moving Fournette out into the flat to widen things up. Here comes pressure, throws over the middle to Antonio Brown late in the progression. He beats Xavier Howard once again, it looked like. And now AB's got 2 touchdowns on the afternoon.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, he's just going through his reads. He wanted to go to Evans up top on that fade route 101 in the red zone, like we talked about so many times, but that's not there. It's defended well. And hey, we'll take Antonio Brown instead. I mean, it's just, I'll never get used to how ridiculous this set of receivers is.
Yeah, great protection there too. And
again, against Xavier Howard.
Yeah, again, yeah, and that's a one that's gonna be tough for Miami right now. He's getting toasted, and I think let's see if he looked from the slot there. I thought that he did.
I don't know what that route was. I really want to see that again.
Interesting that Xavier. I don't know how Miami's playing this. I can't wait to go back and watch the tape and kind of see how they're playing this a little bit as a defensive back group. You know, we've seen Xavier Howard on everybody, I think, at one point, at least on Godwin and AB, but I don't know if we've seen him as much on Evans that I'm trying to think of.
Yeah, I honestly, okay, so that was just like a nice little pick concept. They had trips to the left side of the formation. Really tough to deal with bunch formations like that when you're in man coverage because there's so much traffic right off the line of scrimmage. So then Antonio Brown just ducked under the two other routes and made it impossible for Xavier Howard to get through, and he didn't, and that's why he got left so far behind. Another schematic win there. I know this sounds kind of obvious in terms of, okay, yeah, you got man, so you call bunch and you call a little pick play at the goal line, but it sounds obvious, but the Bucs weren't always taking the easy answers like this last year. In terms of just the chess match, the tic-tac-toe component of football, or sorry, the rock, paper, scissors, I meant to say. Sometimes the answers can be obvious, but the Bucs didn't always take them last year, but they've done a much, much better job with that play calling aspect this year. And it's really cool to see.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right, Paul. I think it's a great point. The last year, they just said, okay, our guys can beat your guys. And think of how many 9 routes they threw last year. Like, can you even believe how many 9 routes? I mean, like, compare that to this year. And we've seen it a few for sure, but it's always going to be in this offense. But they were so dependent on them last year, right? In games where Brady hit a bunch, they would put up points. The Chargers game, for example, when he hit vertical routes, at least, he hit so many in that game. And it was like, all right, we're, they're rolling out here. That's a point on the board, but they couldn't hit deep balls. They just felt like it took them almost all season to kind of find the answers they needed to find offensively. Now you see like way more stacked formations and man beaters and, concepts that are getting guys open. You talked about the Leonard Fournette conversion earlier on this drive. And so they just have way more answers. They can get themselves out of some tougher down and distances. I mentioned them being in 19 third downs the other day, but they converted 9 of them. And it's a pretty good rate. And Brady got them out of some tough spots because they weren't getting much on the run plays later in the game, especially against the Patriots. Brady, by the way, in this one, 17 of 23 for 243 yards, 3 touchdowns in this game. And Leonard Fournette, 7 carries, 39 yards in this one. Ronald Jones, 3 for 12 yards. So both of those guys running well in terms of the average, but Bucs started really attacking through the air, 10 rushes and 24 dropbacks so far in this one, counting the time Brady was sacked as well. Brown has 44 catches for 82 yards and 2 touchdowns. We're not very surprised by that. I know, Paul, we kind of said, look, you got to play Antonio Brown more. This is ridiculous. Like, how are you not playing him more against the man coverage team? To their credit, when he was on the field against New England, they tried to go to him all the time. If they don't get the 45-yarder called back due to the Donovan Smith penalty and he doesn't drop the 30-yarder at the end of the game, again, in that game, he's looking at a 140, 150-yard type of game just off those 2 plays being added to his total. So
they look to him all the time when he's out there, but like you wrote about in Bucs briefing, he was only out there for 40 out of 77 snaps. I mean, if he's the guy that you're looking to every time he's out there and he's winning, why is he not out there for a higher percentage of snaps, right? And it looks like they're correcting that this week.
Especially against the man coverage heavy teams, right?
Exactly.
Like, you have to not have a guy that can beat man coverage like Antonio Brown.
But against anything, really, he's Antonio freaking Brown, man. Come on.
Right. No, you're completely right.
Yeah.
1st and 10 for the Dolphins offense. They're trying to score. They've got a minute 48 and a timeout here still to do some damage. Last 2 drives have not gone their way. They did move the ball last drive. It bogged down near midfield. Protection holds up really well. And here's a catch and run for Jalen Waddle out to the 46-yard line of the Bucs. He got away from coverage. So right away, a huge gain, 21-yarder. And the Dolphins get another chunk play. They've been piling those up in this game against the Bucs defense. And that was a pretty good concept. They get Waddle free from coverage against Jordan Whitehead. And here's Brissett again. They're going quick. Clock winds a minute 25. He's going fast, looking deep. Can't find anything. Goes underneath. Good gain for Myles Gaskin of about 7 yards. Shaq Barrett and Devin White bring him down. And again, no sacks. We're going to keep talking about it. I think Levante David's down on the field right now, and he's pounding the ground, and we'll see what's up with him. But he's probably a player the Bucs just really can't afford to lose right now with how banged up they are defensively.
Yeah, that's terrifying for Buccaneers fan. I mean, he's everything in coverage that you would want from a linebacker. He's so good there. I mean, this time looks like he kind of got banged up while pass rushing on his. Is that his knee that got bent back? What's the issue?
Knee or his ankle? It looks like. Yeah, they're looking at the knee right now, the right knee,
no.
but that looked about as bad as it gets. He jumped up in the air to try and knock that one down.
You just hope it's. You hope it's one of those things that looks worse than it is.
Yeah,
can't really speculate, but.
I mean, no Carlton Davis, no Antoine Winfield, no Sean Murphy-Bunting in this game already, and now JPP playing with a club on his hand, and now you've got Levante David, who has not missed a snap yet this season. Obviously, he'll miss at least one now, and looks like more than that, considering how that injury looked. But man, that would be a tough one for them. They really can't afford to lose many other pieces defensively. They're just kind of a sieve of a unit right now as it stands.
Yeah, I mean, but going back to that pass play there, though, that was really well executed by Gaskin. He's in for pass protection, then he just slipped out right after after he took care of his protection responsibilities. And by that point, the coverage just stretched so far down the field, and he just takes a little pass right at the line of scrimmage, even maybe a yard or two behind it. And he's able to, I want to say he picked up a first down. I'm actually not sure I remember, but either way, it was a good gain on a check down like that, just well executed.
Yeah, it'll be 2nd and 3 when we come back from the Bucs 47-yard line. So they're already on the Bucs side of the field. Didn't take long against this defense, but right now, David, the clock, I think, believes at 1:14. David is walking off the field on his own power right now, so that is a good sign. But he has not missed a game since 2018, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, he got bent back so bad there over Sue's body by the blocker after he jumped up in the air to try and deflect that one. It was kind of a perfect bad look there. He doesn't jump up there, maybe he can just get out of the way of that one. But because he jumped up, he was just landing. Here's Brissett back to pass pressure coming from the slot, but Jason Pierre-Paul in coverage against the tight end. He's unable to make a play, and so it's another big gain for the Dolphins. And they're going to keep it, right? Are they going to keep? Let's drop our edge defenders out and put them up against these tight ends and see if they can cover one-on-one. Just absolutely crazy. Todd Bowles' strategy in this game to me. Miami has clearly picked up on their tendencies. They're dropping their edge guys. Let's run wheel routes. Let's throw to the tight ends against these guys. And the Bucs are not adjusting here at all. So the Dolphins now driving the Bucs. They're close to field goal range here. We'll see if they can get. They got a 10-yard gain, so they're at the Bucs 38-yard line now. It looks like so close to field goal range. 1st and 10. Brissett back to throw again. 5-man rush. Nobody gets through. Out to Gesicki in the flat again. He's going to pick up about 8 yards working on Ross Cockrell this time. And the clock's going to.
I really don't want to. Sorry, John, kind of cutting out there a little bit. So, but yeah, I don't want to give Bowles a hard time because he's in an impossible situation in terms of injuries. But there are just things that are such head scratchers that he's doing schematically.
Yeah, Brissett. Shaq Barrett strips him from behind and they get the football.
Oh, Miami recovers.
Jeez. Fellas. I mean, Dominican Sue is looking right at the football.
Oh, no, they're saying the Bucs have it.
Up with it. Looks like he's banged up, too, the way he's walking off. That has to be the least energetic fumble recovery I've ever seen. They both looked at it. He and Brissett looked at it for a full minute, like just watching it roll around on the ground. Yeah, nobody was getting on the ground there. I don't know how they came up with it.
They're doing their Cam Newton impersonation there, but I'm surprised they managed to pull up with it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at Sue just kind of pushing the ball around instead of jumping on it on the ground. That was a bizarre. Look, he's looking right at it.
Oh, no.
He was trying to pick it up with one hand. The Dolphins jumped on it, but the ball squirted out of the pile of Dolphins, and Sue recovers it. And now the Bucs are going to have a chance. They put this recovery out. Let's see.
I really didn't think they recovered it, but that's a pleasant surprise, of course. And
he tried to palm that and pick it up with one hand.
Bucs have 34 seconds here, no timeouts. They are going to be aggressive, though. They always are in these situations. They don't just run the ball and clock it.
Right. So let's see what Brady can do here. 3-man rush, lots of time to throw. He looks like he might scramble there. Now he just clocks it into the ground. So incomplete there. 29 seconds left now in the first half. 2nd and 10 now for the Bucs offense. I love being aggressive here. I'm 24-10, I know, but you can get 30 yards and you're in field goal range here, get some more points on the board. The way
Miami only has one timeout, so I mean, worst case scenario, if it's 3rd and long, you run it, you force them if they want to burn their timeout, then you punt it deep into their own zone. I mean, and then what are they going to do with 20 seconds and no timeouts? I mean, there's no reason not to be aggressive here. And
huge,
to the Bucs credit, they are.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, Arians, this has worked out for him well in so many situations. Even as going back to last week, I wrote about it. He was aggressive at the end of the first half, and it paid off huge.
Right, and here's Brady back to pass. Looking downfield, going to find Mike Evans for a gain of about 11. He's tackled immediately, so the Bucs got to get up and spike it because they don't have a timeout here. Ball's moved out to the 45-yard line of Tampa Bay, and they're going to get back to line of scrimmage. AB hustles back, and the Bucs spike it, and so they'll have 12 seconds to work with here. They're about, we'll see. Maybe a couple throws can get him in range here.
You'd have to imagine they're going to look to the sidelines here and trying to get into field goal range, see if they can do it, but. Yeah, I mean,
this is a funny point about Mike Evans up here on the screen. He's magnetically attracted to the ground. We have seen so many like to the ground catches for Mike Evans this season, like sliding down. It feels like he feels more confident in his ability to catch it if he has the ground kind of behind him a little bit.
But I kind of blame Brady for some. I'm not sure about that last one, but Brady has been putting some of them low and away, and they're not the easiest catches. And Evans is tracking them very well.
Right, for sure. So, all right, here's Brady from the gun. Looks like Brady's going to run with this one, cross the 50 and get all the way out to the 45-yard line of the Dolphins. He might have the first down.
Yeah,
that run somehow did not take the rest of the time on the clock. 5 seconds left in the half. I don't know how he made it there, but the Dolphins 45-yard line now.
So I mean,
Brady run.
They're obviously outside of that field goal target line that you see on the TV, but you give your kicker a chance from here. You could try to kick this one in. And they're going to try.
Yeah.
So it's
Bradley
a long
Pinion's kicking this.
attempt.
Bradley Pinion's kicking this, the Bucs punter.
He's got maybe a bigger leg.
Yeah, Gabbert with the hold. Pinion blasts this one.
Did he get it? Oh, he's close.
He kicked it out. He kicked it far enough, I think, but just to the left. That was actually not a bad try at all. Not a bad swing at all there by Bradley Pinion.
No, not bad at all. I mean, you got to... I mean, it's not his job, but he did a good job.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised no Hail Mary there. I mean, that was a 62-yard field goal. That would have been unbelievable if he hit that. It wasn't that far off, though. Maybe they have more confidence in him than we're aware of in that spot. But, look, they were all excited on the side. They thought he hit it on the sideline, but just missed it.
I mean, obviously didn't work out there this time, but again, good process by Arians. When he has this offense, you have to be aggressive. And actually, like the example that I mentioned from last week at the end of the half, they actually started that drive from their own 5-yard line, which is easy to forget. And think about, John, how often do you see teams starting from their own 5-yard line and they're just saying, okay, whatever, we're just going to run the ball and end the half. Instead, the Buccaneers get aggressive from their own 5-yard line, actually go down and get a field goal. And obviously we know with how that game ended, that one field goal is as big of a play as any in that whole game, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that huge play in that game. Again, when you're having trouble scoring, you can go back and you could have, if they hadn't gotten that field, you could have gone back against Patriots and looked at, all the different other situations in that game, right? The fact that they didn't finish well in the red zone, but you could have listed a number of things. But yeah, when you're having trouble scoring, especially in a game, like every possession is going to be amplified and matter. And so, yeah, it really being aggressive in those situations was so important. In that game, It's important every game, but that game, it ended up being important at the end. You could see it at the result tangibly in the game because obviously they won by 2 points. And so that really, really mattered at the end of that one.
There's I'll say unnamed Pewter reporter who's actually unhappy with Arians' aggression right now in the group chat.
What?
And, I have to disagree with them.
Yeah, totally disagree with that.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. I mean, I hate to be results oriented, but even look at the results. I mean, you're like a yard away from getting a field goal there, right? That's 3 points. You go back to obviously the biggest example is the aggression at the end of the first half in the Green Bay game, in the NFC Championship game. When you have an offense this good, there's no reason not to be aggressive. And you can see Arians' mentality. There's no situation that's too unlikely for him to be aggressive in, right? I mean, they had no timeouts. They're on their own side of the field with like 30 seconds, and he's like, whatever, I'm still going to go for it. You think about that Dallas game, the first half, they still went for it. Obviously got picked off, but good process.
For sure. Let's bring in Scott Reynolds here now to go over some of the statistics from the first half and some of the numbers and his observations from that first half. Obviously, Shaq Barrett coming up with a huge play there at the end of the half. Scott, technically was Levante David's got a sack? Talk me through this. Is he the closest guy when Brissett ran out of bounds?
Yeah, I think that's the case. When you look at the sack, listen, sometimes it counts just when you're close enough to get the guy out. It really was Joe Tryon-Shoyinka who forced that play. He doesn't get the sack, but it was Levante David who was the closest to Jacoby Brissett, who really, you got to give him some credit. I mean, he's playing on an injured hamstring. It's kind of disappointing. The Buccaneers have only got to him once despite that, but he is getting rid of the ball pretty quickly. But still, Bucs up 24-10 over the Dolphins. Tom Brady
knee
really
injury, by the way, Scott, not to jump in on you,
Yes.
but knee injury for Levante David, questionable to return right now. And so we'll see what happens. Look bad.
And I think that it was good to see him walk off the field under his own power. You never want to see the card come out. That's not a good sign. That didn't happen. So hopefully Levante David, it's a bit of a knee sprain. I'd like to see Kevin Mitchell maybe finish the game, because I think that with the Bucs up being up 14-0, if they can get a stop, I should say if they get the ball. So if they can get a score, then a stop, then maybe you don't even need Levante David. I've been impressed with what I've seen from Devin White, John. He's been criticized, and rightly so, for playing a little out of control, missing some tackles. I haven't seen that today. I think he's played really under control.
He has.
He's made some really good plays in space. Those 7 tackles are legitimate. They're not just, stat patters. He's actually doing a good job with the open field tackling, and that's one thing that you've been harping on, and rightly so, with this Bucs team is they've been giving up yards after the catch. We saw that.
On the first drive, didn't we, Scott?
Exactly, we sure did, and that's why the Dolphins ended up getting 10 points in the first quarter. I think they've done a better job of that. Todd Bowles, for whatever reason, loves to drop his best pass rushers in the coverage. It burned him on
and
the
here's
Miles
the thing,
Gaskin
when
touchdown.
another team sees it and adjusts to it,
then
you have to adjust too. You think you do, okay,
Yes.
They got it. They know what they're going to do in these situations. We got to, and it just hasn't happened.
Yeah. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, not a great coverage guy. Anthony Nelson, not a great coverage guy. Jason Pierre-Paul, his 2 interceptions last year notwithstanding, not a good coverage guy.
Especially
Shaq Barrett-
JTS against Mike Gesicki, who's like one of the most athletic tight ends to ever test at the combine.
No doubt.
That's just tough, man.
No doubt. But really, while the defense has had some challenges, we saw, Preston Williams go off a little bit in the first quarter. They've kind of neutralized him ever since. This has really been about the Bucs offense, John. They've really done a great job on third down, and they own that statistic right now, converting 3 of 4 third downs. Miami only 1 of 4 third downs. And John, something you harped on this week since the Patriots game, the problem with the Bucs on third down, especially in the red zone last year, too many third downs. This game so far, only 4 third down situations. Why? Because they're winning on first and second down, getting the first downs on either first down or second down. And it's really been a balanced attack. You look at the stats. Brady, 236 yards, 3 touchdowns. Antonio Brown going off, kind of like we talked about on the Pewter pregame show today. We expected him to be the featured guy, and he has certainly been that. 4 catches, 82 yards, 2 touchdowns, including a 62-yarder, his longest touchdown catch since 2018. So AB is looking like the AB of old, John. That was one of my criticisms of AB last year, was he wasn't the dynamic playmaker he was in Pittsburgh. Turns out it was the knee injury. He got the knee scoped, and this guy is back to his younger days, is he not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he looks unbelievable. Talk about the way he mashed the gas after catching that one. Like, he just burned everybody. And 2 of his touchdowns have come at the expense of Xavier Howard, who he's, toasting up in this game. Well, arguably, some people have put him in the conversation for best corner in the league. And he's the guy, they obviously respected Antonio Brown a lot in this game, but it hasn't mattered. The Bucs offensively, they've kind of done what they've wanted, to be honest. If you factor in that Mike Evans drop, on the long ball, that was another one. Evans could be having a much bigger game as well, probably at the expense of some other people's yardage maybe. But that's the kind of game that it is. It's going to be that way with Brady, right? Everybody's going to get touches if you're open. Doesn't matter who your name is. There's never anybody.
Giovanni Bernard, first game back. He's doing the same thing that happens up in I should say over in Los Angeles, diving into the end zone, this time unscathed, but catching another touchdown pass from Tom Brady to really start things. Brady, again, having a big day so far, 3 touchdowns. And really Leonard Fournette, right? Leonard!
Man, give Leonard a lot of credit, though. Right? Like, he's played well, Scott. Like, he's creating a little bit with the ball in his hand. He's showing a little bit of awareness that he didn't show at all last year. And frankly, hasn't shown that much of in his career. It's one of the reasons why he's been kind of the disappointment that he's been. But he's taking this chance and this opportunity that Ronald Jones has kind of given him, and he's making the most of it. There's no way you can knock that right now.
No, you're exactly right. This feels like playoff Lenny right now. It feels like he knows he's the number 1 guy, And you know what, John? Listen, these guys are human beings. They're not just, Madden football robots out there, right? I mean, these guys are human beings. So when Leonard Fournette is rushing for a touchdown and getting a touchdown in all 4 of the postseason games, having games where he topped 100 yards on all-purpose yardage, and Ronald Jones wasn't much of a factor in the postseason. Some of it due to injury with the broken pinky and the quad injury, but the thing is, John, is I think psychologically when Bruce Arians said Rojo's our starting running back, and listen, Rojo had a pretty good camp, but I think that kind of sunk Leonard Fournette a little bit mentally. And as you rightly mentioned, Rojo really is kind of given Lenny the opening, and to his credit, he's taking it. This feels like playoff Lenny these last 2 weeks. He's ripped off some big runs. He's been confident in the passing game, catching the ball. And I like this version of Leonard we're seeing. Our Leonard segment's going to continue. And, John, it may not be highlighting this guy's gaps. It might be highlighting his greatness because he's
did
really
on Thursday.
Right
On Thursday, you weren't on the show, Scott. And we did. That's what we did. We looked at positive Lenny plays and praised him on the segment. And, he's played really – especially the last couple of weeks has been really good. He's probably always going to be a guy who drops the ball a few times. But that's the thing. If the upside – and I said this last year too – if the positives were like that you can create with the ball in your hands and create yardage after the catch, that's different. Like you could have 10 drops this season. I don't care as long as you're making guys miss like he has in the open field in this game and look creative and breaking tackles and running physical. And, if you're doing those kind of things, then I'm okay with, you dropping the ball. That's the thing. Last year, you got the drops without the upside plays. And it was just like, all right. Plus he was worse in pass protection last year. He's taken a step forward in 2 of those areas, at least in terms of creating with the ball and pass protection. So he's been really impressive so far. You mentioned Antonio Brown being awesome so far. I think OJ Howard's honestly had a good game. I know he had the 1 catch, but he's blocked much better this week. A couple key blocks in this one so far. And overall, his ability to transition from just on a few of his catches, was he have 4 catches this year or something? Yeah. But on all of them, he's transition from catcher to runner right away. And his athleticism, we always thought, this could be a yak guy if he ever kind of figures it out and has the awareness to be one.
Exactly.
We've seen a little bit of that just in the small sample size. So he's making the most of very few opportunities, and that's what I'll have to do this year. Yeah.
And you know what? I think one of the key statistics, especially on a day like today where it's hot, right? There's not many clouds. It's a boiler out there at Ray J. The Buccaneers right now have owned the time of possession, 16 minutes and 50 seconds to 13-10 for the Dolphins. And I think that helps the Buccaneers defense, right? It helps that pass rush. It helps guys like Richard Sherman, who's still trying to find his legs. It's important in this type of game to control the possession, to control the ball. And I think you're going to see more Leonard Fournette. I think you're going to see more of a balanced, maybe not 50-50, but maybe 60-40 rather than 71-29 as it typically is for the Buccaneers. I think you're going to see more running in the second half. They've got the lead through the passing game. And then now I think you can run to salt away the win, not exclusively. You're still going to see Brady probably going to top 300, 350 yards. But I think you're going to see Leonard Fournette and Ronald Jones kind of pound the ball here a little bit, especially since it's a hot day. If they can control this time of possession and still have a 6-7 minute advantage like they do right now in the second half, you're going to start to see a very, very tired Dolphins defense out there.
Yeah, for sure. No question about it. But at the same time, if you're the Bucs, stay aggressive because your defense, they have a lot of question marks right now. They did get out of that half and got out of a couple situations, but Miami scored twice. He drove the ball to midfield twice or past midfield in the last drive. Shaq Barrett's strip sack was obviously a huge play, but the defense has not necessarily looked good and giving up even 10 points to the Dolphins. And now you're probably without Levante David for the rest of this game. We'll see, possibly beyond that. You're already without both your top 2 corners, your free safety. Jason Pierre-Paul's playing with a cliff hand. You've seen him miss a couple tackle opportunities because of that today. So it's young guys got to step up. Kevin Minter's got to step up. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka's got to make some plays. It's rough right now for that unit because even on the pass rush, Barrett got the strip sack, but they have not gotten home all game in this one.
You're exactly right. And that has to happen here in the second half. We have to see the Bucs run the ball, keep this defense off the field as much as possible. When the Bucs defense is on the field, they've got to get to Brissett some more of those sack fumbles. Guys, I'm going to turn it over to you. I think that Tom Brady is going to end up with 5 touchdowns. I think he's got 2 more coming here in the second half.
I like it.
Let's hope.
And a Leonard Fournette touchdown. I think you're going to see 3 more touchdowns by the Buccaneers, including one by Lenny, his first of the year.
Scott Reynolds going for it.
Wow, we aren't that far off a pace for my prediction here. I'd like to say we're sort of in this room pace for my prediction. So appreciate Scott jumping in here, giving us a look at the stats, look at the numbers, and his thoughts as the second half gets ready to go. Remember, the Bucs are getting the ball to start the second half, and so this is big. This drive, if they can go down and put points on the board, and they scored on 4 of their 5 drives, the missed field goal and the 62-yard at the end of the half was the only drive they didn't score on. Have not punted yet in this game, so. Yeah, come out here, and obviously the Dolphins are going to try and adjust some things, I'm sure, because they're going to look and see, okay, this didn't – it's kind of one of those things, Paul, that, like, when you go and nothing worked, like, you're just kind of like, all right, scrap that. Let's go do this instead, and whether that's good or bad, we'll see.
Well, I wrote about this in my prediction on our Pewter Report predictions and preview article, and we talked about this at the top of the game. This defense, if they can just create a couple of splash plays for all the yards they give up, if they can create 1, maybe even 2 splash plays in a game, that's going to be more than enough. And they did that obviously with the sack fumble, right? That's huge. Yep. I mean, that's the thing. It's the Bucs, when they're as good as they are, they have a pretty big margin for error. They have that room to make quite a few mistakes and still win. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing today, right? There've been quite a few mistakes, but they're winning by 2 touchdowns right now. And that's how good they are. It's the other team that has to be absolutely perfect to beat the Bucs. And so far, that's the Bucs have managed to do that with that splash play. And I mean, even if it's something smaller like a sack, just get the other team behind on yard and down and going off track. And if you can do that a couple times, that's honestly, I think, going to be more than enough in most games.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Levante David's going to be out. They're saying with an injury, and Brady's going under center here, 1st and 10 from the 25. Here's Leonard Fournette up the middle, and he's going to back forward for about 14 yards maybe on the run. So another good run for Leonard Fournette, and it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their own 38-yard line.
I want to compliment him so hard for running hard. I just hate that he turns around at the end. Come on, Leonard, put your shoulders down, finish through contact. You're a big guy, but hey, you like to see that decisiveness, that explosion at the line of scrimmage. That's something that's not always been there, but he did a great job with that on that play.
Great block by Alex Kappa up front as well. So he carries 52 yards now. Leonard Fournette, 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense, working from their own 38-yard line now. Brady under center once again, and again working from 12 personnel with Josh Wells in there as kind of the extra tight end. Lenny ducks under a Jalen Phillips tackle and does fall forward for about 3 yards. So looked like nothing doing there at the beginning of that play. And so
Jones from the Dolphins actually helped him gain a couple more yards by pushing Leonard forward at the end of that play, pushing him in the wrong direction for Miami, helping that turn into a decent 1st down play. And hey, like Scott said, the Bucs threw the ball a ton in the first half to get this lead, and now they have the opportunity to run the ball and end the game. Really, I mean, even starting in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, touchdown here could obviously be big as Brady's back to throw, throws over the middle of the field. Cam Brate makes the catch, and he's going to be about 3 yards short of the 1st down. So big 3rd down coming up here as the Bucs are kind of trying to threaten to cross midfield here from their own 46-yard line right now. Could we see 2 down? I mean, see 2 downs? No, probably not with the lead.
Sorry, say again?
Like, could we see a 4th down try here for the Bucs maybe if they don't get on 3rd and 2?
I would love it, but hey, overall, Arians has been one of the most conservative coaches in that regard in 4th down in terms of percentage when he goes for it in situations where the analytics say he should. Yeah, he's in the bottom 5 in that regard, unfortunately, but it would be cool. Here's
Brady back to pass, 3-man rush, has plenty of time. It looks like his arm got it. His arm, or did he get throw away, or did his arm get hit there?
That looked like a throwaway to me. He just didn't see anyone open, got rid of it.
That's on 3rd and 2, and so the Bucs now will have to punt. Not the start that they wanted, especially with the way that they've moved the football. They're getting in a 3rd and manageable situation. There seemed a good opportunity to make something happen. Weird to see Brady throw that one away without really any pressure, I didn't feel like.
Yeah, I just think it was, have to imagine it was all just covered up on the back end. That must have been it. Would love to see the another replay of it with a better angle.
And good stand by the Dolphins defense, and Pinion will punt it away. And Miami's going to field it. Jalen Waddle fields it about the 12-yard line, it looks like. And so that's where the Dolphins will take over on offense. Jacoby Brissett back out onto the field. He had that hamstring injury, and then couldn't get himself back into the game, or did get himself back into the game on the very next drive, even though that hamstring, looked like he pulled his hamstring a little bit. He was using the massage gun on the sideline, but he was using the massage gun on his stomach. I'm not sure I've ever seen that, Paul. Maybe I'm totally missing it all these years, but it's a new one for me.
Plus, I think he's wearing a flak jacket over his stomach anyway. So
yeah, I think he is. He always does. Yeah, that was interesting. I don't know what that was about, but 24-10, the Bucs lead. 12:55 left in the third.
I think you said this during halftime that the Bucs kind of do have, they can't get too conservative on offense because you can't rely on this defense to shut down the Dolphins or really anyone for the rest of the game. And it's ridiculous that we're saying shut down the Dolphins offense. But yeah, I mean, I would still, as the Bucs, run a little bit more in the second half than the first half, but still be aggressive and pretending like I still need more touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. If you're not being aggressive right now, it's 24-10 and your defense is missing 5 starters. Like, they haven't been good with those guys this year. So, I mean,
right.
Yeah, I mean, if we're good, just, play. 24-10 means nothing. 2 touchdowns is nothing. Your defense is giving up way more than they should this season, and they've not looked good in this game at almost any point, hardly any points in this game. So 24-10 Bucs lead, and we'll see if the Dolphins can cut into that. Obviously, at this point, just to look at Miami in the first half of that one on offense, Jacoby Brissett, 17 of 22 for 191 yards. He was sacked technically twice. One he ran out of bounds, and then Shaq Barrett's strip sack probably took points off the board for Miami, to be honest, at the end of the first half, the way that they were driving. But it's 5 incompletions. That I don't know what else you need to say. Five incompletions for Jacoby Brissett. It's basically, when you drop back to pass, your chance of completing a pass, you could basically 3/4 of the time you're going to complete a pass against the Bucs defense right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Buck 9755 making a good point here about Tyler Johnson getting snaps instead of one of those top 3 receivers, and it's been one of the more perplexing parts of this season. I feel like it's happening more this year than last year, where they're subbing out or they're subbing in some of those depth guys more often, which is strange to me. Especially, I understand it when it's 11 personnel because you can't always, you guys need to rest. But we've seen a situation where it's like 12 personnel, you only have 2 wide receivers out there, and at times it's not even one of your top 3 guys. It's really weird.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. It's absolutely bizarre. Last game, a huge 3rd and goal late in the game, they had Tyler Johnson in there instead of instead of Antonio Brown, as Brissett throws quickly to Myles Gaskin and picks up about 4 yards. So 2nd and 6 coming up for the Dolphins. There was some pressure there, but they overran Brissett. Again, finishing just been really elusive for this group.
What is this graphic that they're trying to show? Tough luck starter career. Is this about Jacoby Brissett?
I have no idea. I'm rarely trying to figure out graphics when I'm watching with the sound on. I just not as bad as the Monday Night Football graphics. Those things are unbelievable to watch.
I kind of feel like it's an underrated fun part of this live stream is to figure out what the hell are they talking about.
Kevin Minter is in the game, by the way, for Levante David, as Myles Gaskin gets the ball and runs for a gain of about 13. So great gain for Myles Gaskin and the Dolphins, who've barely even tried to run the football like most teams against the Bucs this season. That was Myles Gaskin's 4th carry of the game, I think, and Waddle has 1. Technically, it was a backward pass in the first play of the game, and then Salvin Ahmed has 1. So,
John, what's the pass run split for the Dolphins
in this game?
Yeah,
like 24 dropbacks to 5, 25 dropbacks to like 5 actual runs.
Oh my
one was a lateral by Brissett, technically on a throw.
Oh no.
So yeah, that's the Bucs defense basically this season. 1st and 10 for Miami. Brissett, another quick throw. This one to Preston Williams, and a missed tackle could have held it to a 2-yard gain. Instead, it's going to be about a 7-yard gain, and the defense continues to struggle with tackling them.
Well blocked there by the Dolphins. That's basically a screen play. It's like a little swing route that comes from the opposite side of the formation with receivers on the play side already blocking. There's no read there. That's the one target, and well executed. Kind of like a run, kind of like a screen. Pick up a few yards on first.
And now Preston Williams is hurt. He goes to the sideline. The trainers are looking at him. Dolphins already down Will Fuller and Devontae Parker in this one. Jacoby Brissett from gun, drops back to pass. No pressure coming right now. Steps up, throws over the middle. Pass is caught by Mike Gesicki. Mike Edwards runs him out of bounds after a huge gain. That one, there actually was good coverage. No idea how he missed the football. I don't even see who the defender was there. But again, no pass rush. Dolphins, one of the worst offensive lines in the league, have won this day pretty handily. That was Jordan Whitehead. It was all over the route, just somehow missed the football, and Gesicki picked up a huge gain.
Yeah, I mean, an offense can't really look much better than the Dolphins have against this defense, right? With the exception of that one turnover. I mean, if this is how the Dolphins are going to look, how good are the actual good offenses going to look, right? It's pretty scary.
Yep, you're 100% right. And they got a 1st and 10 now from the Bucs 40-yard line. So can the Bucs pass rush take over this game? That has been easily the most disappointing part. Here's a 3-man rush with 3 defensive tackles, and Brissett throws off target.
He just missed that.
Yeah, he just missed that throw. Yeah, that was the first down right there.
But yeah, he had all the time in the world. He stepped up in the pocket. We'll get to see the concept here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Will Golston, Rakeem Nunez-Roches, and Steve McClendon on the rush there. that's gonna get you home.
Yeah, his guy got open too. Brissett wants him to run the route differently, but it's a shallow cross concept where you have a shallow route, drag route from one side and a dig on the other side, and it's just a simple high-low read.
Yeah, for sure. Here's that handoff, and they can't make the tackle in the backfield, and South Med's going to pick up a decent gain. They had him in the backfield, couldn't make the stop there, so a 4-yard gain looked like on that play by Ahmed. And so it'll be 3rd and 6 now for the Dolphins. They definitely were not expecting run there, but they blew up the line of scrimmage, just couldn't make the stop. At the Bucs 36-yard line, 3rd and 6, we'll see. This feels like 4th down, you're going for it situation to me.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine at this point the Dolphins have to be aggressive.
Right. And so we'll see.
Look at that defensive split.
Pressure. That's the key. And they're 1 for 4 on 3rd down of the Dolphins today as Brissett goes from shotgun, and Anthony Wilson coming in and wrapped up Brissett and couldn't get him down, and the pass is complete to Jalen Waddle, who gets down to the 26-yard line of the Bucs. And the same story for the Bucs defense, Paul. You're there, you can't close the deal, you can't get them on the ground, and you end up paying for it on the other end.
Yeah, again, like you've talked about this, John. They got there, they created pressure, just unable to finish. It's been a theme this season so far. It's really strange. I don't know if it's something that we can really say is like I don't know if that's something that's predictive, but you'd like to see them get that fixed.
Right. It's just such an issue for them this season, man. So many sack opportunities right there, and they haven't been able to finish. Those changed games. They shut down drives, everything. So 1st and 10 now, the 26-yard line. Here comes Pierre Paul coming in. The pass is caught, I believe, by Gaskin. He's going to gain maybe 2 yards. He had to go to the ground to catch it, then kind of rolled over for another yard just past the line of scrimmage. Pierre Paul did put a little pressure on Jacoby Brissett there, who got the ball out pretty quickly, but hard to blame. I mean, Brissett's done a great job. Even when he's been under some pressure, he's been great. I mean, he's played awesome, in this game. He really has. No one turnover just off the strip sack, but that wasn't his fault at all. Liam Eichenberg got beat there on that play, one of the rare times the Bucs have kind of won 1v1 in this one. So 2nd and 8 now for the Dolphins from the Bucs 24-yard line. If they could score on this drive, it changes a lot of things.
It really does.
And so here's Brissett back to pass pressure coming, and they can't get him. And now he throws complete to Miles Gaskin, who stretches for the 1st down.
Unbelievable,
and this is killer for the Bucs right now. They cannot get someone on the ground. The tackling has been atrocious in this game.
It's tough because
one arm can't wrap up, but Shaq Barrett was at Jacoby Brissett's feet and couldn't get him on the ground. It's a huge issue right now. This team cannot tackle. They came in 27th in missed tackles, and
they're struggling to finish sacks. They're struggling to tackle against receivers. I mean, it's just such a strange issue.
Yeah. 3rd and 1 now for the Dolphins from the 17-yard line of the Bucs. Here's Brissett back to throw. 3-man rush. Sue does break through right away. Brissett on the run, throws to the end zone. Passes bobbled and incomplete, and that looks like flags. Richard Sherman might have didn't get his head around, and they're going to throw a flag on that one. And Dolphins are going to be set up 1st and goal at the Bucs 1-yard line.
John, Vita Vea in coverage. That's all I gotta say.
3-man rush, dude. Can't get to him with one. I can't. I mean, it's scheme, it's players, it's execution, it's some talent not being good enough now at some of these positions. His backup's been on the field, but this is one of the worst defenses in the NFL right now. Like, I feel very comfortable saying that. Like, this is the performance, right? Because New England, it was like, all right, you had some of your guys for some part of the game, and you got some penalties, but this was one like, okay, like, this is the worst offense in the league. This is a measuring stick, right? And they've been brutal.
Yeah. And, I'm sure some people will point to their number 1 rush defense, but the fact of the matter is pass defense is so much more important. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah. Right. In a play like that, it's like, okay, yeah, that might be talent. I mean, that might be, Sherman still getting his legs underneath him as Brissett throws incomplete on 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. So, that might be a situation where that's the situation there. But think of how many of these plays have been not down the field. So many have been not big throws. They have not been high degree difficulty throws or splash, big plays over the top or anything like that down the field. Most of these plays have kind of accounted for. So it's tackling, it's execution underneath is such a big part of where the Bucs have struggled. And you mentioned the missed tackles more than anything. So
you're saying
second and goal. Yeah, go ahead.
You're saying it's easy plays for the Dolphins, right? That's what
you're just it's relatively routine stuff in terms of throws, especially. Like there just has not been a lot of high degree difficulty stuff as Brissett gets pressure up the middle, but wide open, blown coverage. Myles Gaskin walks into the end zone for the touchdown as Brissett flips it over the top. And so right away, this offense has to do everything, man. They've got no unit to have their back in this Bucs defense. They're a miserable unit right now. Myles Gaskin, 10 catches, 74 yards in this game. Brissett is 24 of 31, and he is lighting up the Bucs defense right now.
Yeah, they really are. And, I think I wish I wrote this down so I would have receipts, but I was just texting a friend before the Patriots game, and my semi-hot take was that Mac Jones was going to have the best game of his career and the Bucs defense were going to have their best game of the season. And both of those did end up being true. And, it just seems like everybody, that's just because the bar is so low, and it seems like everybody's kind of having their game of the season against this Bucs pass defense.
Yeah, I mean, Mac Jones is getting destroyed today, last I looked, by the Houston Texans. Very tough Houston Texans team. 13-19 for 128 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick for Mac Jones today against the feared Texans defense. So, yeah, I mean, you can talk about players all you want and stuff, but again, like this, I mean, coaching's got to rise above it. Like other coaches do it. Best defensive coaches in the league do it. And Todd Bowles is the highest paid defensive coordinator in the NFL. And he's just very good. Like the large sample size of what we've seen from him in Tampa Bay last year in the regular season, this year in the regular season, it's just been bad. Like, I don't know how else to put it. I don't know that that's ever really going to change. It works when his guys get home and finish, certainly better as pass rushers, but I don't know, Paul. I just think this is kind of who he is. And what he showed in the playoffs last year deserves applause. But if that's not willing to be the guy that he is, week to week, then it makes it hard to like stand behind him and say, yeah, this is a guy that deserves to have this title of highest paid defensive coordinator in the league.
Yeah, it's so tough because he was so good in that playoff run for those last 3 games. But I mean, we've talked about this so many times now, and I hate to repeat it over and over again, but it's relevant. When he was so good, it was because he was doing stuff that's not at all what he normally does in terms of the coverages he was calling, in terms of how the Bucs defense were playing just schematically. It was a far cry from what they typically do, what they're doing now. And it's just, it's so weird that now, again, he reverts back to his old stuff, the same stuff that was having issues last season. It's having issues again. And you wonder if we do see them go back to some of that stuff they did in those final 3 games. When will they go back to that?
Yeah, I mean, they've tried some press man in this game too. I just don't know if they've stuck with anything, and it's hard. I mean, it's hard because you can't fully blame Bull, even though I have blamed him obviously, but it's hard when players don't make tackles that they should make. And if you sack Brissett there, that's it. Like if you sack him on any of those opportunities, like it's it. You know what I mean? Like, and so it is also an indication of how much 1 or 2 plays can change the way that things look for sure. But now we've seen 5 games, and against this is an unwatchable offense to this point in the season, going into this game. And this is the result so far for the Bucs.
Yeah.
So
and
offense is going to have to keep scoring.
It's not like, I think there are things that Bulls is doing that to me, and I know you agree, it seem odd and that would do differently, but I also don't think it's like a total disaster either. It's the issue is all around. It's the players.
It's all around.
Some scheme. Yeah. Like, so that's why I know the chat is pointing out like, hey, it's not just Bulls, and that's absolutely right.
No, it's not.
But we just want to point that out because it's an element of it. Just like we got to call out the players for failing to make certain plays, you got to call out Bulls too. It's an all around. There's no, Bulls. There's nothing he can do that will just fix this and make this a great defense, because it's a large part of it is out of his control.
Right. Yeah. The stuff that's in his control, even when he's tried to try some new things, the players haven't executed. They've been in position to execute. They haven't executed. And so it makes it really difficult. It puts them in a difficult spot to adjust. I will say that for sure. Especially down now, 4 or 5 guys, if you count APP.
Justin Johnson saying, so I can't watch, but it sounds like we've left 5 sacks out there. That's on the players. Yeah, that's accurate. I mean, that doesn't even sound like an exaggeration. Like 5 sacks left out there seems within pretty much what we've seen.
Yeah, no question about it. That's the situation. So Bucs offense starting from their own 25-yard line once again here. First and 10, 6:56 left in the third quarter, and all of a sudden now there's lots of pressure on the Bucs offense to keep scoring. Brady throws over the middle of the field, incomplete to O.J. Howard. So 2nd and 10 coming up for the Bucs offense from their own 25-yard line.
Going 1 by 3 there.
Sure got through there right away. Yeah.
Going 1 by 3, isolating a tight end on one side with trips to the other side. And, it's an interesting decision because I don't think OJ, even though he's looking a little better, he's not a mismatch type of guy at this point when in his recovery process. It makes more sense to do that with Gronkowski, maybe even Cam Bray on certain routes. But OJ is not really the guy that I'm looking to isolate. And they're doing it again here.
Yeah, and the Bucs are coming out aggressive here. Brady drops back to pass again, and Dolphins rush 5, can't get home. Brady throws down the field, and incomplete for Mike Evans there. So 3rd and 10 now coming up for the Bucs offense, and they're struggling to get something going now.
Yeah, they look like a missed throw there on 2nd down here. Brady looked like he had Evans, and he just missed.
Yeah, and Baker knocked him down pretty good as he threw that one. Did he have Evans? Let's see. See what the replay shows. Jam at the line of scrimmage.
That's actually, he had him there at the very end,
yeah.
but
Evans came out of that break pretty slow.
Yeah, for the most part of that route, it looked covered.
Here's Brady back to pass. Guns one, middle of the field. Antonio Brown makes the catch and has the first down. So they convert 3rd and 10. They get out to their own 36-yard line on the completion to Antonio Brown. 2 receivers kind of in the same space there, Paul.
Sorry, say again?
2 receivers kind of in the same space there on that catch by Antonio Brown.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. We've seen that a couple of times actually last week as well. When they ran mesh, it was so poorly executed in terms of spacing. It was either O.J. Howard or Antonio Brown not running at the correct depth because, like you said, there's no way that was the intended result. But hey,
Right.
Worked out anyway.
Yeah, for sure. So now they've got a 1st and 10 for the Bucs, and they're going to go that orbit motion with Antonio Brown in the backfield. Leonard Fournette gets through a crease and is going to pick up about 6 yards. So 2nd and 4 coming up.
Yeah, nice run there on gain 6 yards on 1st down. Keep the clock going, but not really like you said, not really the time necessarily to actually just completely start thinking about burning clock at all. So one touchdown game, you have to just do whatever's best to maximize your chance of scoring on every single drive.
Right. Yeah, no question about that. So from their own 43-yard line, the Bucs go now 2nd and 4. Godwin and Tyler Johnson in the game now. Antonio Brown in the game as well, and so no Mike Evans on this play. O.J. Howard, the tight end to Brady's left. Fournette, the running back, to his left as well. Here's the handoff to Godwin, and he gets up the field. He's going to run through a few tackles and pick up the 1st down. So nice little. They don't run that very often, do they? From the shotgun with him.
Yeah, that little touch pass. I want to say they did that against the Rams was it Giovanni Bernard or was it Godwin on that little jet touch pass there? Yeah, like you said, not something they've done a lot, but another small little new wrinkle to this continuously evolving offense.
Yeah, 1st and 10 for the Bucs now from their own 49-yard line. So here's Brady play action. And O.J. Howard got beat inside by Jalen Phillips, and Brady sacked. Howard ran through immediately. And that's where you miss Gronkowski, right? We talk about the receptions in the red zone and all that stuff, but I think it's really that. I mean, no way O.J. Howard can block anybody one-on-one. Like, that's just not – it's not in the cards for him.
Yeah, it's
15 for the Bucs.
It's tough because without having a good pass blocking tight end, you're taking out that element of you're hurting that element of your offense where you wad it all up, you block everything, and you take those shots down the field. And you wonder if it forces them into more of a spread, quick game type of offense, which is not really where they want to be all the time.
Right. So now 2nd and 15, and this is a tough spot for the Bucs offense. Quick throw to Godwin. He's going to turn it up the field and run away from a guy and get down a yard short of the 1st down. So a great catch and run by Chris Godwin to pick up 14 yards. He gets out to the Miami 42-yard line on that play, and the Bucs love that one on 2nd and long, and I'm surprised Miami wasn't ready for it. And Godwin juked somebody out there, by the way, with that little hesitation step.
They go exactly to that empty quick game spread look right after. They say, hey, enough of this trying to get our tight ends to block. We're just going to beat you with our wide receiver quickly.
Yeah, 3rd and 1 now here from the Miami 42, and this has to be 2-down situation if you're not losing yardage on 3rd down, and you don't get it on 3rd down. So
totally agree.
We'll see what Brady opts for here. Going under center. He's going to fake the handoff, and he's going to roll to the right, and he's going to throw on the move to Chris Godwin, who gets out of bounds near the 30-yard line with the catch. And so the Bucs have the first down.
I wanted him to just run with it himself. Obviously, that's a much better result. I couldn't see Godwin down the field, but I was like, Brady, just run. You got all the space.
Brady getting out of there with some great little fake there on the play action.
Yeah, I 100% thought that was a handoff. I didn't realize fairly late that he had the ball. And these bootlegs, new added element to this year's offense. You actually talked about it in the offseason during training camp. It was something you had noticed. And definitely another added element to this offense that wasn't there last year.
For sure. Clock winds 2:40 and counting left in the third quarter. Brady goes under center, handoff Leonard Fournette. He's going to get tripped up, a diving tackle there by a defensive tackle who was pretty well blocked by Ali Marpet there, kind of just fell into Fournette's leg, and it'll be 2nd and 9. Fournette had a crease there. That was kind of a great effort play. Zach Sealer, the defensive tackle for the Dolphins.
There are a couple of guys in the chats that really want the Bucs to run the ball a lot, but I mean, this is just such a deadly pass offense. I mean, I have no issues with just putting the ball in their hands, especially when, 3rd and 1, like Scott Reynolds always says, it's a running down. But if you are going to pass it, at least do it off a bootleg like that. Like, don't just come out and empty.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Here's Brady back to pass. Quick flip to Leonard Fournette. He breaks Jerome Baker's tackle and gets up the field, lowers his shoulder, runs through a man, still going down the sideline. Going to get knocked out of bounds, but Fournette running angry. We'll see where they said he went out of bounds here.
There's one difference
along the boundary there.
It's been a huge difference these last 2 weeks, actually. They're thinking of Fournette against a linebacker as much more of a mismatch than how they thought of it before. I wonder if they just feel more confident in Fournette, but he's delivering. He actually is creating a mismatch against linebackers in the pass game, which is really surprising, at least compared to last year.
Right. And it's kind of fascinating, Paul. Like, he was for the last couple years, he's been one of the worst backs in the league in terms of creation after the catch, broken tackles, yards per average yards per catch. Like, he just has not impressed in any of those areas. And here's Ronald Jones with the ball, going to go up the middle and pick up a couple yards there. So 2nd and 6 coming for the Bucs offense from the Dolphins 9-yard line now.
But yeah, really cool to see Leonard Fournette kind of just developing his game, continuing to work and get better. I mean, he's been better in the run. He's been better as a pass catcher. He's been, even in my opinion, better in pass protection from the limited stuff where I've looked out for it. But it's cool. I mean, it's really cool to see that improvement.
Yeah, and you wonder how much of the character stuff he's talked about plays into that, how he's grown as a person since coming to Tampa Bay and being humbled after being cut by Jacksonville. Here's Brady from under center. Quick throw to Chris Godwin, who's going to get around the right corner and maybe have the first down there and a block from Mike Evans. Look like sprung him. We'll see if do they spot him a little short here? Is it 3rd and 1? Brady's given the sign that it's short by a little bit.
Yeah, I want to say it's a yard to go here.
A lot of these quick throws on this drive, combining with the run.
Yeah, they are going to kind of more of that ball control type of offense, taking the quick stuff. And that's the cool thing this year with this offense is they can do whatever they want. You know, they can win in any type of way, any type of offense that they need to. It can be quick game. It can be the block it all up and go deep type of stuff. And they have answers to everything, really.
Yeah, for sure. And now it looks like it's going to be 3rd and about 1.5 from the 5-yard line, I think maybe. So the Bucs offense doing the part. There's been a clock killing drive too. They've killed about half the third quarter on this drive, and now it is the end of the third quarter. So they're going to commercial break on TV there, and we'll jump over to one ourselves here and just remind you all that if you're not checking out our friends over at Living Golf Life, you're out, man. Living Golf's got some great stuff. They've got some great polos. These are so comfortable, form-fitting. They're just great. And their hats, the Living Golf Life hat is one of my favorite hats that I own now. I rock it all the time. And so that's great. They've just got a great day. If you go over to livinggolflife.com, you'll see some of the apparel that they have. They've got koozies, glasses, they've got polos, all kinds of shirts and golf stuff. And they believe that golfing's a lifestyle, man. And getting out on the course on the weekend with your friends is one of the best things you could do. So head on over to livinggolflife.com, follow them on Instagram to see some of the latest items they come out with. Great for gifts, to ask for yourself and to get for other people as well. So follow those guys, support livinggolflife.com, proud sponsors of the Pewter Report podcast. And so we're grateful to them on the show. And the Bucs are really grateful for Leonard Fournette. Does he get a touchdown? He doesn't have a touchdown this season. Can they get him involved here 3rd and about 1.5 from the 4 or 5 yard line here? And so Is this Leonard Fournette? You gonna run the ball here? Are you going twice here no matter what if we'll get it on 3rd and short? Was this sneak time for Brady? What are you doing?
Well, 3rd and 2, I don't know if you're going to sneak it unless you get a really good look.
Is it 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 1? I don't know.
It's 3rd and 2.
I would like it's a long one though.
Well, the graphics said 3rd and 2, so maybe I don't know. But I would like to see another play action bootleg, maybe a little slide route from OJ Howard coming across the formation underneath, so that way you can create a vertical stretch and then also just create. You just need a little bit of space underneath, and that might just be enough to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I absolutely, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say this game feels a lot like the Washington game in the playoffs last year. Like how many times did they have a chance to sack Taylor Heineke? Couldn't get him on the ground. Point. He made some crazy plays out of structure. They had just a maddening performance on defense, given the level of competition. And
that's a great comparison.
Like that. And offensively, they just had to put the team on their back.
Huge super chat. Brian, I'll let you pronounce the last name.
Brian Shuker, $20 super chat. We appreciate that, Brian. Thank you so much. These broadcasts are fun to do, but it definitely helps when the super chats come in because thank you, Brian. He says, thanks for guys. We appreciate that, Brian. I appreciate that $20 super chat. That's helped pay for, by the way. If you look, Paul's got a brand new ring light. He's got a brand new microphone. He's got all that kind of stuff. Thanks to y'all and your super chat donations. We use that. We sent Paul over some new equipment. So that's pretty fun. And so here's Leonard Fournette on 3rd. And yeah, it is 2. And Fournette's going to get the carry right over the right side into the end zone for the touchdown. Fournette rewarded for a terrific drive and a terrific game so far for him as the Bucs stretch their lead 30-17 on the first play of the 4th quarter. And Leonard Fournette's first touchdown of the season.
Love to see it. I mean, the run execution so much better these last 2 games from both a blocking standpoint as well. I mean, really even more important than the running back is always the run blocking. And they have done a much better job these last 2 games. And yeah, you like to see it. You like to see that unit be rewarded with a touchdown on the ground. And Scott Reynolds, so far, his prediction is looking pretty good.
That's right. I was going to say, Shaggy says, SR called it. Carter says, I called it too. I think just on the break there. But yeah, Scott called it at halftime that Leonard might get a touchdown. The Bucs offense, man. Was that a 13-play drive? 13 plays, 75 yards, almost 7 minutes of possession. It's what you need when you got a defense like this, man. You got to now the defense, can they rise up and make a play? One of the few playmakers that can they get to Brissett? Can they, pass obvious situations now? You're in the 4th quarter. You're probably looking at, teeing off a little bit more as pass rushers and not respecting the run as much. And we'll see if the Bucs are able to do it. Let's look again at those splits, Paul. Like the splits are starting to just get absolutely out of hand for teams against the Bucs. Brissett has dropped back 33 times. One of those was technically a lateral to Jalen Waddle, we'll say. 34 times. He scrambled once himself. He's been sacked twice, and he threw a lateral to Waddle on a short pass to open the game. That was technically a carry. And Preston Williams has 1 carry too in this game, or wide receiver. That was technically a lateral. So there's been 2 laterals really in that regard. So there's been, 35 dropbacks, 2 lateral that count as rushes. Brissett's run once himself for 0 yards. Salvin Ahmed has 2 carries for 5 yards. Miles Gaskin has 4 for 20 at the 13-yard run. And so they've with running backs on actual design, like this is a running play, 6 carries in this game to 35 dropbacks. And now we probably don't see another pure rush rest of the, I mean, we'll see what happens, but it won't be surprising if we see no more runs the rest of the game from here. So it's just teams are just not running at all on Tampa Bay. It's crazy to watch, Paul.
Yeah. I mean, it makes perfect sense. I mean, it's not even like the Bucs aren't even able to really take advantage of teams being one-dimensional either. It's just, they're so bad as a pass defense and so good as a run defense that honestly it's working against them in a pretty big way. By the way, just to correct ourselves, it's Brian Shucker. I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Oh, did he? Oh, sorry,
yeah.
Brian.
And
I should have gotten that one.
Again, thank you very much. And
he says Lenny balling today, and he's right.
Prime B, this is an interesting take. I'm curious what you think, and he might be right. He says this is Lenny's best game as a Buck. What do you think of that, John?
Playoffs had some great games last year. Let's see his numbers. I mean, yeah, it's definitely up there in the conversation. 12 carries, 67 yards.
Because it's more than just the numbers, right? It's like how he's doing in the pass game as well on a couple of the small catches, how he's running his routes, executing. You know, he's used in a more diverse way than he was last year. So, I mean, I think that's it's not obvious that it's his best game, but I think it's a pretty good take.
Yeah, for sure. So right now, 31-17, Bucs lead 14:57 left in the fourth quarter. But yeah, definitely in the conversation for Leonard Fournette's best game as a Buck. I don't think there's any question that he's played really, really well. And especially when you look at the way he's got his stats. I mean, he's making people miss and carrying tacklers in the pass game. We've not seen that in Tampa Bay. And I don't know if people in Jacksonville would say they've seen it maybe since his rookie year. So really encouraged time for.
Right. All right. Well, let's see what the defense can do now.
Yeah, can the Bucs defense rise up? Can they get a stop? This is sort of, I mean, the Falcons game was a lot this way, right? It was a unit that hadn't played well the week before. This is a lot more weeks of not playing well for Miami, but they hadn't played well the week before, and then came out. Bucs defense struggled to stop them, and then they kind of got, the turnovers they needed to change it. They've got one turnover in this game so far. Can they get another? Can they make something happen with a mistake? Joe Tryon-Shoyinka out there with Anthony Nelson to open this drive. Raheem Nunez-Roches and Steve McLennan at defensive tackle. So not exactly the A group in terms of pass rush, but Tryon-Shoyinka close to getting home. He throws underneath to Mike Gesicki, a missed tackle for Kevin Minter, but Gesicki went backwards, and Devin White throws him out of bounds. So there's going to be a loss, maybe a loss of half a yard there, because Gesicki went backward on his own. No gain at the very least.
So, John, tell me that Minter obviously didn't make the tackle there, but was that good? Good pursuit, the way he kind of forced him to the sideline, or was there something you'd like to see him do differently?
Yeah, no, I like to see him just wrap up and finish, but I think you're right. Like he, pushed him backwards, made him go backward to get out of the tackle. Jason Shaw, this Miami All-Pro offensive line is great. Buddy, we got some conversations after this game. Same pass rush unit out there for Tampa Bay throws, and Anthony Nelson may have gotten a hand on that. Those huge arms. That one's going to be incomplete. Did he tip that one a little bit off target for Jalen?
Certainly got close. I don't know if he actually got his hand on it, but he really got right there.
Brian Shucker says we're just a second behind him. It's perfect. Good. That's hard for us to line up. That is the difficult one to line up for us.
We want to be behind because most people, they're able to pause. If they're watching it on TV or on the internet, you can pause and slow yourself down if you need to, but you can't really get yourself going forward. So that's why we want to be behind.
Exactly. So here's 3rd and 10 now and this is, their lead of A is out here now, but Anthony Nelson is taking this drive. And late pressure coming for the Bucs. Brissett throws way down the field. He had a guy, Preston Williams, just wasn't an accurate throw.
Yeah.
Got behind Richard Sherman and Jordan Whitehead.
Brissett is limping. And that looked like, was that Devin White that came in late? Yeah, it was. He came in late on that blitz. And, he's wide open there. You got to feel for Sherman just in such a tough situation to come in so late into this.
Hasn't been good for Sherman.
No, he hasn't been good, but it's hard to really knock him because it's super tough what he's doing.
Yeah, they're trying to put him as man right at the gate, and
the difference. You look back to Antonio Brown last year, the way he came in. Antonio Brown came in better physical shape, and John, you've talked about this before. He's an incredibly hard worker and is always in tip-top shape. But they were able to ease him into the offense a lot more, right? He was the 3rd, at times 4th wide receiver on the depth chart, and he had the time to kind of get acclimated and ease in. Sherman, he's been the number 1 corner last week, right? Pretty much, wouldn't you say? And I think right now behind Dean. So, he's out there basically every single snap, and they're really depending on him every single game, every snap.
Yeah, Philadelphia's offense is better than Miami's offense. I know today they have 6 points. They're about to they're at 1st and goal from the 1 right now against Carolina, so they probably score there. But that game's 15-6 by Carolina's up near the end of the 3rd quarter, but Philadelphia about to punch one in, it looks like. So see what happens in that one. But yeah, this is going to be a tougher test. Obviously it's still not a great offense, but right now it's hard to trust the defense against anybody the way they've looked, Paul. It's just been really rough, but they'll rise to the occasion there, get a stop when they need it, even if the pass rush unit doesn't necessarily break through. Nelson maybe tipped that one a little bit. Brissett, again, he's been a guy that throws underneath a lot. They're starting to clog things up underneath a little bit, and you saw that they give up the deep shot. If they do that, that's part of the problem. They can't. Don't feel like they can do both effectively right now. And that was Sherman's expecting Jordan Whitehead to give him help there for sure. You like him not to get beat quite that quickly, probably off the line of scrimmage, but he's expecting help from Jordan Whitehead there. Whitehead slow to kind of flip his hips and get vertical. He gets kind of ran by. Preston Williams, not a burner, by the way. So, it's I don't know, Paul. It's tough. Better teams are going to be the concern, but long way to go before then. Got to get healthy for sure. Got to get healthy. Corner can't. I don't know how much competing they're going to be doing without some Devontae David if he can't go. We'll see what the injury is there. We know he's out for the rest of this game. We don't know anything more beyond that right now, as far as I know. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
They have to continue being aggressive on offense every single game. They have to air it out. They have to try to do their best to put up points. Yeah, like don't worry about balance or establishing the run and stuff like that. Use the pass to open up the run. Use the pass to set up good running situations. Right? If you can win on first down, get yourself in a second and medium, second and short. It's a much better situation to run the ball than 1st and 10 is. Right? Not saying that you should never run on 1st and 10, but obviously you get what I'm saying. Get yourself into situations where it makes sense to run by throwing it well.
Right. So 31-17, the Bucs lead, under 14 minutes now to play in the game. Bucs are going to have great field position, by the way. 1st and 10 from their own 40-yard line. Joshua Porter says, John, how much do you think it'll help next week if we get Winfield Jr. back? Should help for sure, because it means less Jordan Whitehead in deep coverage and more Jordan Whitehead around the line of scrimmage, which is where he really needs to be. And so that's, I think, going to be one of the biggest parts of this. And so let's see with the Bucs 1st and 10 from their own 40-yard line. Brady play action underneath. Ronald Jones makes the catch, and he's going to get up the field. Good gain by Ronald Jones. He gets popped out of bounds, but a good gain by Jones on the screen.
They've used this play action running back screen a lot this season, and they've executed it well. It's tricky to defend when you do it right. Creates a big vertical stretch, a good horizontal stretch as well with that screen action off of play action. And you like to see that Ronald Jones is able to finish that play. I mean, you still kind of hold your breath a little bit whenever he's targeted on a pass.
Yeah. Jones caught it. Ronald Jones caught it. Trying to get some updates on the right now. We'll see. We'll let you know kind of as we go here what we're seeing. But here's a run for Jones, who goes up the middle of the field, and he's going to pick up about 5 yards. So a good gain on first down running the football there. And Ronald Jones getting involved here a little bit. Now, here's the question. They're at the Miami 41-yard line now. 2nd and 5 for the Bucs offense coming up. How much are you shook about Ronald Jones just unreliable kind of being in the game at this point, and a turnover kind of,
right.
It's the Ronald Jones thing, right?
Yeah.
Talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, he could put them right back in the game, unfortunately, but I think you got to trust him. You got to give him chances early in the season. If he can get going, that's another great addition to this offense. So
right.
I like your chances. I say you take your chances.
Yeah, so here's 2nd and 5 for Brady from the shotgun. There's go underneath Antonio Brown wide. He takes a man miss and get the first down. So again, AB, just that presence of mind. You catch the ball, you become a runner, and you're getting upfield and around someone, and you're getting what? He cut it for what? Depth of target, right near the line of scrimmage.
0 yards.
And then he gets 7 yards, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's just that smoke route. They had it up top with Brown. They had it at the bottom with Ronald Jones, taking advantage of that off coverage. Just again, it's a small thing, but they're really just taking what the defense gives them, and it's good to see. They're being patient when their defense is making them, and they're being aggressive when the defense is giving them the opportunities. It's awesome.
Right. 1st and 10 from the Dolphins 33-yard line now for the Bucs. Antonio Brown over 100 yards in this game. 6 catches, 101 yards, 2 touchdowns. Now you've got Brady with a little play action. He was looking down, but now he's throwing deep down the field. Got Evans there for the touchdown.
What a play. Huge catch. Great throw. Great adjustment off that play action. There is a flag down, but it looks like the Buccaneers are confident that it's a touchdown with the way they're celebrating, and Evans is hyped up.
Yeah,
great play.
Throw for Brady. Pass interference. Looks like it's going to be on the defense. Penalty declined, and so the Bucs up big. Tom Brady and the Bucs offense absolutely rolling now.
Incredible.
And Mike Evans getting involved in the action.
Awesome stuff. And Scott Reynolds just needs one more touchdown from Brady for his prediction to be 100% right.
That's right. He said, he said right 5 touchdowns and a Lenny touchdown. So he's got his chance there. And Evans didn't miss that one. Brady now 4 touchdowns, 27 of 38, 361 yards and 4 touchdowns in this game. Brown has 101 yards, Evans with 91, Godwin with 70, Fournette with 43, and O.J. Howard with 19. Ronald Jones with a 15-yard catch on that drive. Cam Brake caught a 12-yarder earlier. Giovanni Bernard has the 10-yard touchdown as well. So Brady just carving him up, and that's what was going to need to happen, right? A couple dimes from Brady in this game. He's been absolutely sensational. I think he's probably one of your front runners for MVP right now around the league. Like 5 games into the season, it's hard to have asked more from him really at any point this year.
I agree. I feel like it's almost really from the national media, or at least the stuff that I listen to, not talked about much how well Brady is playing. But I mean, the huge caveat there, I don't really consume a lot of like ESPN and stuff like that, but he's had a fantastic season. I think he absolutely is in the MVP conversation. He's absolutely earned that top grade from PFF. Just an outstanding year. And, we become numb to it at this point, but it is absurd that he's doing it at 44. And incredible execution on that play, by the way. That was the route. So Evans was on that go route on the outside. It was a flood concept, meaning there's a go route on the outside. There's a guy doing either a corner route or an out route, as it was there on that same side at the number 2 spot. And then there's a flat route underneath, and there's a dig coming from the backside. So really, realistically, the read is out to the flat route or maybe to the dig. In that order in some way. That go route is not really a part of the progression. It's just a clear out route to create space for that out route. But there, Brady saw the single high tight man defense. So he knew that Evans is one-on-one against press coverage, and Evans can win that matchup. So now he alerts it, meaning he's going to add it to his progression when it's not supposed to be there. And he hits it, puts it right on the money. Amazing play by Evans to win that. And that's turning a Nate Tice always talks about this, turning a hitter into a home run, right? So you're taking a good play and making it into an excellent play. And that's just great execution there.
Yeah, for sure. And Brady just, absolutely carving the Dolphins up all game, really. And you think about the talent that this Dolphins defense has. They have not played to it. They're going to have their own conversations here probably inside, because if you thought, one unit that showed up today was really the offense more than the defense for Miami. I know that some has something to do with the opponent, but yeah, this has been, Brady's just done kind of whatever he wanted. But somebody said that Jenna Lane, ESPN's Jenna Lane, said Levante David's x-rays were negative. So that would mean stuff doesn't look like that. Now Gronk's x-rays were negative too, so we'll see. And then they ended up having 4 broken ribs. So we'll have to see. But obviously, yeah, great initial news on Levante David. We'll see. He did walk off on his own. I wonder how planted his leg was. Certainly, you could see some spraining, and we'll see. Obviously, with the muscles, I'm sure he'll get some MRIs as well. So yeah, somebody said, Brady's been in the conversation for best quarterback in the league this season. Absolutely. I don't think there's any. I don't know how there would be any question about that. He's going to lead the league in every category, and he's been. Without him, what are the Bucs record? The way they played defense this season and the amount of drops they've had and penalties. He's just incredible. Like he's an absolute marvel. He's changed everything. I think this year even more than last year. Last year, he obviously was still their MVP, but this year has just been. You could argue most other aspects of their team have not played as well as they were playing at the end of last year, and Brady's just been elite.
Well, yeah, I would say the offensive play calling has been better this year. He's more on the same page with his receivers. But yeah, as far as the defense, clearly there's been a step back.
Right. Every group on the field, basically. Jason Pierre-Paul bears in. He still a sack. Then they missed a tackle underneath, and it's a first down. Ken Minter missed another tackle, and Jason Pierre-Paul missed a sack.
Tell me if I'm wrong, John, but I think JPP didn't miss. He just got there, Brissett just got rid of the ball, right?
He had him wrapped up. Yeah, he just couldn't get there in time. Yeah, he had him wrapped up, right? Brissett kind of gunned the ball out, but he missed the strip, is what I meant with that club.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
He's trying to strip that one. Brissett's kind of gunning it underneath a little bit, so quick release, but that was another one that could have gone their way. As Brissett back to pass, 4-man rush, quick flip out to Salvin Ahmed. He breaks another tackle, and he's going to pick up a few more yards before he steps out of bounds. But second and 6, or second and 5, second 4 coming here for the Dolphins, it looks like. I can't wait to see the missed tackle count from this guy. I have to count myself. It's bad.
Oh my God.
It's bad, but that's one of those things that usually gets better as the year goes on, and you tackle more as the year goes on, and we'll see if it does for them. 2nd and 5, Brissett for the shot from the shotgun here. Throws underneath. That one's going to be through the hands of the receiver, and Jamel Dean's got a pick. Dean with the interception, and the Bucs will take back over on offense. That one went through Jalen Waddle's hands. He dropped the touchdown early in the game was behind him. That ended up being OPI anyway, so it didn't matter. But Dean catches that one that goes off Waddle's hands, and he's got himself an interception.
A lucky break there, of course, for the defense. But, that's a huge game-changing play. And that, to be honest, I think that's going to end it right there. Down 21, and now the Buccaneers have the ball in Miami's territory. This is one of those things with turnovers, right? Like that there's not – the defense didn't do anything to earn that turnover. But,
that's exactly right. Yeah. It's just a fluid, totally fluky. Most of the time, not all the time, but I would say about 70, 75% of the time, it's a fluid, fluky kind of stat. Look at Brady's 2 picks. You know what I mean? It's like nothing that a defense did to deserve that, at all. And so, yeah, it is. But that probably would have been first down at least. But I know the Bucs are playing off on purpose in that situation. They don't want to give up a big play. So Waddle's got to make that catch for sure. Bucs back on offense. Play action for Brady. He's looking down the field. He's going to throw it down the field. Catch is going to be made by Tyler Johnson at about the 20-yard line. Bucs looking to finish him off as they are up 38-17 now with 10.5 minutes left in the game. Brady looking down the field there, trying to seal the deal on this one.
Just really going for that kill shot. Another element of this offense that was hardly there last year is lining up Bray in the fullback position. Only a handful of snaps that they ever did it last year in the Detroit game. But now they're doing it more often this year. And it sells the run even more. And it helps you get extra pass protection in there as well. It's just more of a run look. And now you see OJ Howard lined up as the fullback before motioning out to the offensive line. Yeah,
1st and 10 for the Bucs. And now here's a quick throw. Tyler Johnson makes the catch, gets upfield, and he's going to be near a first down again. Caught a lower throw there.
The offense is establishing the Tyler Johnson.
As we thought.
as we all predicted, of course.
By the way, the Bengals are giving the Packers all they can handle now. I don't know what this is. A 22-22 with 3.5 minutes left. Oh, but Rodgers has the ball, so it's over.
Okay. Wow.
Bengals, man, they've been a scrappy team this season. That'd be nice for the Bucs if they can knock them off. We'll see. The Bucs second and 1 from the 11-yard line of the Dolphins. So try and put the nail in the coffin of this one.
Again, Tyler Johnson out there, not Godwin or Brown as the Bucs jump off. False start.
Another 3-snap penalty. One more. Just got to stay ahead of everybody else in the league.
That's right. I mean, that's really tough because suddenly you go from an easily convertible situation to now 2nd and 6 is not any sort of given by any means.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 2nd and 6 puts you in a totally different situation, obviously, as play caller. 9:22, by the way, left in the game right now. So full start for Donovan Smith there, I believe, is called for it. So 2nd and 6 now for the Bucs offense.
Antonio Brown is back, but Tyler Johnson's still there.
Tyler Johnson's still out on the field. I like getting him some run in these situations. Brady and they're going to whistle again. And Antonio Brown may have jumped offside.
That's right.
Oh man,
good Lord.
They're just trying to stay ahead of everybody else in pre-snap penalties, right? I mean, like, what else can you say? They're going to probably lead the league after this week. They were close with Philadelphia they were 31st going into the game.
It's the only way the defense has a chance against this offense, against any opponent, is when the offense just shoots themselves in the foot.
Yep. And they haven't done it much today, but it's been an issue this season for sure.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can convert the 2nd and 11.
I mean,
9:03 left in the 4th.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if they do. I mean, they're so freaking good.
Right. Here's Brady back to pass. Fires one over the middle of the field.
So
Mike Evans makes the catch, and he's into the end zone for the touchdown.
This is so
Scott
absurd.
is a prophet.
This is so
5
ridiculous.
touchdowns for Brady.
Oh my goodness. This is so unfair.
They backed themselves up with 2 straight penalties just to try to make it fair for the other team. And
Yeah,
Brady guns one for a touchdown anyway.
Yeah, it just feels like showing off, to be honest.
5 touchdowns, 412 yards for Brady now. He just knew exactly Evans cutting. He knows where his own hole is.
That's right. So
that was a block by Jaden Mickens, who was out there. He threw a nice little block on the safety to get Evans into the end zone.
So that's a cool little concept. The Shanahan guys, they call that bow. You get the dig route, and then underneath it from the number 2, you have a choice route. From what I can tell, the difference between how the Bucs run it is on that dig, it's a bit deeper than it is in the Shanahan system. And so it's a little further down the field. But the idea is you have that choice route underneath, and the quarterback can eye that choice route, draw the defense underneath. If the defense doesn't take it, you just hit that choice route for an easy, quick little gain. But oftentimes what happens is you draw that secondary in, or that second level in, I should say, and then you open that dig right behind it. And that's exactly what happened there with Evans. And Evans slowed down right in the soft spot, read it beautifully, and connected for that touchdown. Awesome execution.
Yep. It was perfect execution. Great breakdown by you as well. 45-17, the Bucs lead, under 9 minutes left in the game. And that should be it for Tom Brady. I know everybody wants more numbers, and I get it, but get Brady out of here, get Blaine Gabbert in. Scott is a prophet. He said at halftime, 2 more touchdowns for Brady, and he gets 5 passing touchdowns in this game. Leonard Fournette's first touchdown of the season is coming, and he nailed it. All 3 right on. So
he sure did.
SR the GOAT, SR the prophet.
That's right.
It's true. It has happened. So Yeah. And Snell's good point by Snellsman here. This is against a good secondary. Don't let the national media tell you this week this was an easy W. Yeah, I mean, the Bucs, even though the Dolphins have not played to their level as a defense yet this season, they are like middle of the pack in terms of numbers as a secondary. And that's with the worst offense in the NFL on the other side of things through the first 4 games of the season, or one of the worst offense in the NFL. So that kind of, you have to look at it with that context, right? In terms of, this was a secondary that has been in horrible spots all season long, but still been a league average. It's kind of like the Bucs the first year Todd Bowles was there. Like, they were in bad spots all the time because of all the turnovers, but they worked their way kind of to league average type of numbers. And so now it's kind of the same situation for Miami, but this has just been, the offense has been okay for Miami, in this game, at times, and the defense has just been horrendous. So I predicted 35-13 was my prediction for this game. And it's going to be worse than that by the time this one ends, I think. So that's, Trask is inactive. I know people are asking for Trask. He's inactive today. So we won't see a Trask sighting, but we might see a Blaine Gabbert sighting. And the Bucs, as Scott has mentioned, the Bucs have not lost when Blaine Gabbert plays in a game.
That's right. Yeah, but I totally agree with Snells. I'm glad that he brought that up. I was going to make the same point. This is a legitimate secondary. This is not any sort of easy, stat padding type of game for the offense. They're just that good that they're making it look like it is. And it's great to see them bounce back and execute much better. Like I've said before, I don't think that New England found any sort of secret recipe or master plan to shut down the Bucs offense. It was just the Bucs offense failing to execute themselves. I mean, the plays were there to be made. And like you said, I think you said they got within their 30-yard line 6 times in the last games. And typically that's going to result in more than 1 touchdown for this offense. And, it's just an incredible unit to watch. I mean, honestly, one of the best offenses so far, the way they played, one of the best offenses I've ever seen in my time watching football. Not the best, but one of them.
This season, it's looked that way, no question about it. They've done a lot of good, no doubt. And really, the only times they haven't, I think, every game this year when they have struggled, it's been almost all self-inflicted stuff. So again, it opens the door for, man, this could be unbelievably special, throughout the course of a full season. Even if they can get out of their own way kind of a little bit, even with the defensive struggles. Blaine Gabbert is warming up on the sideline, by the way, so we probably will see him if the defense can get him the ball back here. Brissett back to pass. Jack Barrett bearing down on him. He spins out of a sack. Guy has an arm on him, and he still throws the ball away. So Brissett, he is tough to get to the ground, man. People did kind of compare him to Ben Roethlisberger a little bit coming out of college, and just that he's big dude who's really hard to tackle.
That's a great comparison just from watching him even just today. But yeah, in general, he's done a good job in the past of making plays out of structure because he has that big arm. He doesn't necessarily need a great platform to get the throw off. So he's able to maneuver, stay up in the pocket. He is a big guy, hard to take down. And yeah, that's a good comparison with Roethlisberger.
Yeah, he's got that same body type, at least a little bit. And so here comes the Bucs pass rush. Brissett back to pass, throwing over the middle of the field, wide open in the middle of the field is Durham Smythe, I believe, for the catch. And Jordan Whitehead chops his legs out, but it's a big gain for the Dolphins, and they'll keep moving down the field as a result of it. Clock winds near 8.5 minutes left in the game now. And I'll try to get you some scores at the next from around the league at the next available break here, as Carolina's trying to hang on against Philadelphia right now. Here comes Bucs pass rush. Brissett over the middle of the field, knocked away by Jamel Dean. Good pass break up there on Mike Gesicki. So 2nd and 10 coming up.
He's right there on the tight coverage. Way to be there to make a play. I mean, even if that pass is caught, I mean, that's what you want to see, right? Make it that hard for the offense every single time. That's awesome play by Dean.
Harold Goodwin sits down on the bench talking to Tom Brady, just kind of chatting it up after the day that Brady's had, just sharing some of the moments, right? Like, that's everybody's kind of soaking it in a little bit, having the GOAT here, I think. And so 2nd and 10 now for Brissett. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, by the way, in the game in this situation. Good call. Jason Pierre-Paul should not be playing in these spots, and Dolphins are going to run the football. Ambitious, and they get about 5 yards there, just trying to drop the Bucs average a little bit further down. Mike Edwards having to make the stop. The 3rd and 5 coming up for the Dolphins. I get it. If you're going to be aggressive, just go for it, right?
Yeah, that's right. John Demetrius asks a good question, and maybe you can answer this. How do you guys think Dean has looked? What do you think, John?
He's played well in this one. He's looked like their best corner in this game. Do I think that? I don't know. This is not the best test in terms of one-on-one stuff, but yeah, he's definitely looked like the best corner in this game. Here comes the pass rush around the edge. Jack Barrett, and they finally get him on the ground. Vita Vea had enough. He chucked him.
Oh, my goodness.
Vita Vea chucked Jacoby Brissett to the ground. Shaq Barrett won, and Barrett should get credit for the sack, but Vita Vea was
that just looked hilarious the way that the way that happened.
Vita Vea came in and helped finish off Brissett with that blow to the chest there. It looked like.
Not getting out of this one.
So Barrett having for all the Bucs pass rush rows that we've talked about, it's been way more finishing than it has.
That's right.
Guys not having the ability to win one-on-one. And so, I think that caveat should definitely be thrown in there. And so Shaq Barrett, second sack of the game. He's played really well to start the season, to be honest. And so give him a lot of credit for his performance. And especially in this one, some huge plays, the strip sack early in the game, that probably took points off the board for the Dolphins. And so that was one of the big plays in this game. So he definitely deserves a little bit of a game ball recognition. The interior guys, not as much dominance in this one for sure as I thought there would be. Have not seen much of Joe Tryon-Shoyinka either, especially as the game's gone on. Obviously, they've had a huge rotation. Anthony Nelson's played way more than I thought he's played. Shea White Tony says, how has Devin White looked? Yeah, I think Devin White's played one of his better games too. I have to rewatch it a little bit. Missed tackles have been mostly other guys rather than him, which normally he was their team leader in missed tackles going into this game. And so, we'll have to see how that one plays out with him as we rewatch the game. But right now it's been pretty good in this one, I think. By the way, let's get some other scores here as the Dolphins get ready to punt. Green Bay and Cincinnati are tied 22-22. That one's at the 2-minute warning. Bengals have the ball. Philadelphia is driving down 18-13 with 5.5 minutes left in that one. 3rd and 3 right now at the Carolina 39 for the Eagles. So that's one to definitely have our eye on as we get going in this one. And Blaine Gabbert's going to come out here for the Bucs on offense. New England is 22-22 with the Houston Texans. They are 1st and goal at the Houston 6-yard line. So they are trying to finish off a mini comeback in that one. The Titans up 31-19 on Jacksonville with 7.5 minutes left in that game. Minnesota up 16-9 on Detroit. They have the ball with 2 minutes left, but they're going to have to punt it away here. Pittsburgh trying to hang on against Denver 24-19. Pittsburgh has the ball on the Broncos 35-yard line right now. The Saints are up 27-16 on Washington. But Washington has the ball, 2nd and goal at the Saints 6-yard line. Blaine Gabbert fumbled the snap and throws for a loss of 1 yard to Cody McElroy.
John, I don't know if you saw that there. Jameis Winston has a pretty funny stat line: 12 for 27, 3 touchdowns and 1 interception.
I did see he had a Hail Mary. One of his touchdowns was the Hail Mary, and a lot of his yards came on a Hail Mary too. But yeah, they're trying to keep, I can get a couple deep balls. They feel like they can shelter him the rest of the way. And I guess it's working well enough if they win this win. We'll see. Scott's
already lighting up the group chat with his love for Blaine Gabbert. He's excited.
Oh boy. Pittsburgh up 24-19, I think I mentioned, and that's all the scores, I believe. Washington is the 1st and goal at the Saints 1-yard line, down 27-16. There's still just under 8 minutes left in that one. So we'll see if Washington can close the gap on the Saints there, and we'll definitely monitor and keep you. It looks like Philadelphia might have turned it over on downs against Carolina, I think. So I think the Panthers are going to get the ball back with 5.5 minutes left, up by 5. Here's a handoff. Giovanni Bernard breaks away, and look, he can run the football.
That's right.
He can run the football.
This is what you've been asking for.
Unbelievable that he can actually run. He's capable of actually playing running back. It's crazy.
That's right. Yeah, he really is. Cool to see them get that element involved. I mean, what a ridiculous stat line they're showing there for Brady on the season. I think he has a touchdown on the ground as well. So it'd be 16 total touchdowns, 2 interceptions, almost 1,800 yards, excuse me. And just, incredible start to the season so far for this passing unit.
And just a miracle Giovanni Bernard was able to figure out how to run the football too. That's crazy, man. Give him. Here he takes the handoff going around the left side
on the touch
jumps
pass
over somebody. Yeah, jumps over somebody. He's jumping a lot. It's been jumping Gio out here this season.
He's fresh. He's got the fresh legs. They're not really using him, right? So
right. Bucks out to about midfield now. Brady is soaking his hand, by the way, that throwing hand that he hit off the helmet earlier. He is soaking it in some ice right now. So he's looking at it on the sideline too.
Nothing to worry about. I mean, if anyone, I'm sure everyone knows that story about the before the AFC Championship game against Jacksonville in 2017. He had a giant gash that should have ended his season. There's a great excerpt from the book, The Dynasty. You can find it online about that whole story. It's just ridiculous toughness
Right. Yeah, for sure. Washington scored, by the way. So 27-22. We'll see what happens point after try. But Giovanni Bernard carrying guys with him for a gain of a couple, and it's going to bring up 3rd and 2, it looks like. So Bernard, his first 3 carries of the season, and his yard per carry average is it's going to be up there, and I'm going to make a huge deal out of it.
That's it. So less than a minute left in that Green Bay game, tied 22-22, and Cincinnati has the ball. I'm not sure where on the field they are, but that's an interesting one to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, definitely is. Couple games now you want to keep your eye on. Carolina's going to have to punt, it looks like. 4th and 3 from their own 46. So Philly's going to get another shot, a touchdown. Philly would take the lead. There's 4 minutes left in that one by my app here. As Gabbert goes under center, 3rd and 2. They're going to let Blaine Gabbert throw it, and he's going to throw the ball. Shoulder patch. What a grab for Antonio Brown on the sideline.
That's where
big time stuff.
That's the look. Just from the pre-snap alignment, it looked like that's where he's going to go because of how the defense was lined up. Tight coverage against Antonio Brown. I mean, he can win. He can just beat you with speed, or he can beat you back shoulder. Just unbelievable adjustment as he's falling backwards. Oh, how do you even track that? That's ridiculous hand-eye coordination. Incredible.
Yeah, that's the toughest catch of the year for the Bucs right now. And
John,
he's having himself a game.
I'm saying it. I don't care. He's the best receiver on the team. All right. The chat.
Here we go. The chat's gonna get excited.
They can light me up if they want, but that's just how I feel.
No, it's impossible to disagree with you. He's been their best receiver this season, no question about that.
And Godwin and Evans are incredible. It's
right.
Not anything to do with. It's not a knock on them. They're unbelievable players. It's just Antonio Brown is like, he's one of the best ever. Like honestly, the talk of that died down for obvious reasons with the off-field stuff, but he's legit one of the best ever.
Oh yeah, I mean, top 5 wide receiver of all time conversation. There's no question in my mind. I mean, obviously, most people feel like they know their first 4 right off the bat with Moss, Owens, Rice, and Calvin Johnson, but I think he's in the conversation with anybody for number 5 of all time. Totally no question. Agree. And you could put him in the argument with Calvin Johnson. You definitely could. Yeah. For 4. So yeah, he's that good. And Cody McElroy drops one.
Remind me, how old is Brown now? Like he's not even. He's pretty old for a wide receiver, right? He's like 33, 34.
33. Yeah, 33. Yeah, and I don't think his game. I think he could play longer than most receivers, Paul, because technically he's just so much better in his hand-eye coordination. He's never been a guy that relied on athleticism or anything like that, or just being able to out-athlete.
But it's still there. Like
it is. Yeah.
Behind Scotty Miller, other than Scotty, he's probably the fastest guy like on the team. And with Scotty being out, and I mean obviously Antonio Brown's ahead of him in the depth chart anyway. Brown has really played that Scotty Miller role in terms of the routes that he's running. He's like that go ball guy on this offense a lot of times. And there's not much of a drop off in terms of speed, at least, from the eye test, the way it's looked. He's blowing right past guys. And on top of that speed, he can do so much more underneath with his agility.
Yeah, here we go. Giovanni Bernard gets the handoff on 2nd and 6. He's going to go over the right side for a couple yards. And Josh with the $5 super chat. Josh always coming up clutch with the super chat. He says, Paul over here saying AB is the best receiver using recency bias. Only went back to 2010 to compare them. Wait, the other guys don't go beyond that.
I think he's being sarcastic.
Oh, he's being sarcastic. I got it.
That's my guess.
He really is cape. Most Bucs fans, I feel like cape for other people. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Most people, it looks like the chat's mostly on your side. It feels like in this one. So,
yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Here we go. 3rd and 5. Blaine Gabbert takes the snap, back to throw over the middle. Tyler Johnson makes the catch, and he's down to the 5-yard line. So the Bucs staying aggressive. They're trying to point in this one. Blaine Gabbert, is he going to be on the most impressive list on PewterReport.com after the game? Don't forget, by the way, everybody, the post-game podcast tonight, post-game podcast party tonight over on the Pewter Report YouTube. Pewter Report TV on YouTube. That's going to be 7:30 tonight. All the Pewter Reporters will be on there. Run through everybody. We'll get their thoughts on the game, get analysis, hand out game balls. We'll talk about the Bucs and the direction they're headed as a team going into the next few games. We'll wrap all that up for you at 7:30 tonight. It's going to be a ton of fun. You'll see that stream go up and be live on YouTube, or be active on YouTube for you to jump in there and hit the bell for the notification for when it goes live shortly after this game. And so, yeah, that's kind of going to be the way that we handle it for the post game for the 1 o'clock games. It won't be quite as quickly after it because we want to let you all have dinner and watch the 4 o'clock games. And then as those 4 o'clock games are winding down and before the night game tonight, which 8:20, 8:25, whatever it is, Bills Chiefs, that's going to be a fun one to watch for sure. And so we'll be with you kind of get all the way through and get to that game as well. So it will kind of take you right up into that game. So don't go anywhere and join us. Make sure you join us at 7:30. Subscribe, Pewter Report TV. Get that bell for the notifications when we go live. Excited to talk through this one with everybody. Got a lot to talk about on the defense, but most of that podcast is probably going to be about this offense, Paul, because even Blaine Gabbert's getting out here dealing right now. He's 4 of 5 for 41 yards right now in this one.
Yeah. I mean, it's awesome to see Tyler Johnson doing his thing, right? Like on one hand, yeah, it's frustrating at times when the game is close and he's getting crucial snaps. But on the other hand, like for a 4th string wide receiver, he's got to be clearly the best 4th string wide receiver in the league, right? Is that even a question?
He's pretty far up there. I'd have to think about everybody, but yeah, he's really good. There's no doubt about it, I think. Yeah. And especially if he can figure out kind of what's going on a little bit. Let's look at some scores around the Eagles taking the lead 21-18, a touchdown and a 2-point conversion for the Eagles. With 2:38 left in the game, they lead by a field goal. Cincinnati and Green Bay are still 22-22, and it looks like they are going into overtime. Green Bay missed 2 field goals in the last couple minutes, I think, including the game winner there with no time left, I think. So that one's going to go to overtime. The other one that we've got our eyes on kind of is this Saints-Washington game. Looks like Washington is going to get the football back. I know the Saints have 4th and 1 at their own 34-yard line, it looks like. So will the Saints go for it?
Josh came in with another super chat, another $5. He said AB was drafted in 2010. Paul caught the sarcasm. Thank you for confirming. Yes. I didn't see the super chat before the second one, and I was about to ask, hey, Josh, can you confirm that you're being sarcastic? Yeah, he definitely was.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, thank you again. Yeah.
Yeah, and now it looks like the Bucs are going to kneel it down. They're not going to go for 50.
Oh, man.
Would have been fun. See somebody else get another touchdown, but Bucs are going to wind down on this one as they close it out and kneel it down. Let's go through the stats real quick before we wrap up here. Let's see. Jacoby Brissett finished 27 of 39 for 275 yards, 2 touchdowns, an interception, and ended up being sacked 3 times. Myles Gaskin, 5 carries for 25 yards, a 5 yard per carry average against the Bucs for Myles Gaskin. That's, hey, that doesn't happen very often. So, in general, they ran 9 times. Technically, 2 of those were laterals. One was a Brissett scramble for 39 yards for Miami. Myles Gaskin had 10 catches for 74 yards. Preston Williams, 3 for 60 for the Dolphins. Jalen Waddle, just 2 catches for 31 yards. In this game for the Dolphins. Tampa Bay, on the other hand, Tom Brady, 30 of 41 for 411 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks, sacked twice in this one. Gabbert came in 4 of 5 for 41 yards. Leonard Fournette, 12 carries, 67 yards, averaged 5.6 yards per carry, scored his first touchdown of the season on the ground. In the second half, Ronald Jones, 5 carries, 21 yards. Giovanni Bernard, 4 carries, 21 yards. Tom Brady had 1 carry, 13 yards. Tom Brady continues to go off running the football this season. I love it.
John, tell me if I'm wrong, but I want to say it's another game where Brady has yet to have a turnover-worthy play this entire season. 0 turnover-worthy plays, which is actually insane to think about it when you consider how that stat is come up with.
Right. Yeah, for sure. No, I agree. Antonio Brown, 7 catches, 124 yards. Mike Evans, 6 catches, 113 yards. Each of them had 2 touchdowns. Chris Godwin, 7 for 70 in this game. Leonard Fournette, 4 for 43. Tyler Johnson, 3 for 42. OJ Howard, 2 for 19. Ronald Jones, 1 for 15. Giovanni Bernard, 2 catches, 14 yards and a touchdown. Cam Brate, 1 catch, 12 yards. Cody McElroy, 1 catch, 0 yards in the game. Defense, 8 tackles for Devin White, leading the way. In that regard, Jamel Dean had the interception. Shaq Barrett, they gave him a sack and a half right now. And they gave Levante David half a sack. Vita Vea half a sack. Levante David technically got a sack for when Jacoby Brissett went out of bounds. David must have been the closest defender, so he got a sack for that one. That's always how they do it in the NFL. I don't get it, but that's how they do it. Shaq Barrett, obviously, with his sack and a half, he also forced a fumble as well. So great stuff from the Bucs. They win 45-17. They're 4-1. They play again on the short week against Philadelphia, and we are going to be with you on that game broadcast, by the way, against the Eagles, just like we were in this game, except Paul's going to step out for that game. We might bring him in still. Still going to need to bring you in for some analysis if you're around, Paul. But we got Trevor Sikkema coming on the show to join me on Thursday night. Very excited to have Trevor back on the Pewter Report podcast. Pewter Report game day shows for the first time. He's going to be with me throughout that Eagles game on Thursday night. We're going to break everything down, have some fun with it as we always do, and get back in the booth a little bit with the two of us. So fun, and we're looking forward to that one, that Eagles game Thursday night, and then the Bucs will have the long rest. So we'll see what happens with Levante David and others from this game as well. Especially David, though. I'm trying to think, was David the only injury that we know of?
I think so. By the way, John, we got another huge super chat from Brian Shucker. Thanks again, guys. Fun time. Appreciate it. Lots of support from Brian. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank
really
you, Brian. That's
it.
clutch, man. That's clutch. That absolutely helps us so much. And a $5 super chat from Prime B as well. Brady is more mobile after the surgery. He is slowly approaching Russell Wilson status. Brady outruns the other team's running back. Brady RB1. I love it. Great stuff. Saints scored, by the way.
I've got an article in the works about just this, Prime. So stay tuned on pewterreport.com. It'll be there sometime in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's true. Paul's working on some pretty good mobile Brady content. So definitely look for that over at Pewter Report. It's pretty awesome what he's been able to do so far. So Saints scheming it up underneath. Alvin Kamara is going to go score on a short pass. And so, there's Saints look like they're going to hang on against Washington, get to 3-2 on the season. Right now, they missed the extra point. So they're up 11 still, 3:15 left though. So they look like they can hang on. So we're going to get off here. We're going to check the other scores, check these post-game pressers. Make sure you check out pewterreport.com and you check out all the post-game content going up at pewterreport.com. There's going to be tons of it. Most impressive, most disappointing, the game story. We're going to have more analysis coming that way. Obviously the next 48 hours, nobody does it better than pewterreport.com. So make sure you keep it locked there and check us out. And we'll be back 7:30 tonight is the Pewter Post-Game Podcast. Make sure you're in there with us 7:30 tonight. Post-game podcast party. We're going crazy. So make sure you're subscribed and you're going there with us. We're excited about it. Until then, thanks so much for listening to another edition of the Pewter Game Day Show.